Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα. Να δώσουμε για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
It begins with a burst of sunlight, illuminating the opportunities of today's world. We harmonize with the symphony of energy transition, whether realizing a distant dream or succeeding beyond our grasp. The sun continues to guide us in our commitment to clean energy conversion. Determination to discover new frontiers. We continue exploring. Move beyond boundaries. Perfecting even the smallest details. In the pursuit of excellence, we endeavor to increase our to be more reliable, more efficient, and create prosperity. We continue delivering upon our core values, sincere and pragmatic, precise and open, innovative and respectful, customer-oriented. Building more lucrative, healthier, and smarter solutions. To pave the way for a greener future. Sungrow, clean power for all.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Παρακαλώ να έρθουν μέσα στην αίθουσα οι φίλοι που είναι έξω.
Good morning. Could you please come into the room so we can start?
Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι.
Well, dear friends, many that you're already in the room and many more of you who are following online, welcome to the 6th Renewable and Storage Forum organized by Energy Press, which, as you know, is the biggest and most impactful forum on renewable energy and storage. The interest in participating in this forum has been great, and this is why 15 years ago we had to close registration, but you must understand that we cannot manage a huge amount of requests for physical presence, but on the other hand, this forum is streamed, it's live streamed without any charge through Energy Press and social media and other connected media. As it has been proven from previous fora organized by Energy Press, that the friends who follow online are in the thousands, and this is not an exaggeration, we're talking about thousands of people, and would like to thank everyone. Of course, this also shows how many people work in the energy industry and how much the great interest that there is in the area. Dear friends, this forum is being organized at the time that there seems to be a disruption with two wars in progress in Ukraine and in the Middle East, a fact that affects to a great extent the energy markets. At the same time, on a national and a European level, it appears that this model that worked and still works for the further development of renewables has shown that it's reached this, not that it's reached its limits, but at least it needs further improvement. So in this context, at the time of less certainty and higher risk, which will offer sustainability for investments, but at the same time protection for the consumer when it comes to pricing, different levels for domestic and industrial level, but at the same time to continue to serve this great strategy, which is not only an energy strategy, but an international trend for energy transition. So in this regard, the governments have to offer solutions which are fair and sustainable. Of course, these are going to be some difficult solutions. It is very unlikely that one would think that we can find a formula that's going to keep everybody happy. The issue, however, is to satisfy those terms that we just mentioned, so that it's fair and continue with creating investments, sustainable investments. These are primarily the main issue that we're going to talk about from the two-day forum. However, the 95 or 97 in total speakers are going to be asked to answer to many critical issues on relating to energy transition, storage, renewables, etc. As you've seen in the program, what are going to be the consequences of the energy transition in the course of Europe towards energy transition. We're going to pose some questions, and of course we're going to have answers from the distinguished guests and co-hosts to a certain extent of this event, because questions whether there should be any interventions in the target model and the architecture of electricity markets, and if so, which ones would these be? How can we overcome the huge problems that we already have through in the electric space, and very ambitious plans? What are going to be the new characteristics of the new energy design and strategy for the country? What will be the role of the different renewables, about photovoltaic and wind? How easy it is to fund these plans, what tools were going to be used, what is going to be the relationship between the local community and what they call the continuation of green investments. What are the latest developments in the different areas of renewables and storage and networks? Is there a way out for energy companies for Southeastern Europe and Western Balkan markets? Some of these questions we're going to hear some questions in this 2-day marathon, as we tend to call it. So I would like to very warmly thank the very important speakers that we have with us. It is a great honor to have people from the political leadership and different energy companies. I'd like to ask all speakers to stick to the time, as this is shown in the agenda. You know that if we go over time, it's very easy to exceed the time limit that we have, and we really shouldn't. We'd also like to thank the sponsors, the whole market that once again has supported this forum, and I believe this shows the health of the state of health of the energy market, but also a level of trust and the level of trust that there is towards the organizers. I'd like to now give the floor to Mr. Miltos Aslanoglu, who you all know, who is going to moderate this first very interesting section, and I'd like him to come on stage with his with Mr. Taragoumas, Mr. Papageorgiou, Mr. Kondoleon. Come to the stage, Mr. Aslanoglu, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Απλώς μέχρι να έρθει και ο κύριος Δαγούμας.
Για σπουδαία κατορθώματα. Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα. Με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες.
Καλημέρα και από το πρώτο πάνελ.
Good morning from the first panel, where we're going to talk about an issue that's the heart of today's discussions, especially when it comes to wholesale and also retail market, energy market. This issue is not directly related to the subject matter of this forum, which is about renewable and storage technologies, but it is related in the sense that the way the market is shaped is necessary for those technologies to be developed, and so that we can move on to what we call the energy transition and system integration. It's been great discussion when it comes to the architecture of wholesale, marginal pricing, if the target model works well. I believe that in our region it's also taken some political dimensions, and especially during the crisis and due to the high prices, we've had very high, very inflated prices. Of course, the prices, the problem is not just that, it is clear that all these new areas of the market, the decentralized production, storage, the distribution of the better distribution of cost among the users and consumers of energy. These are all issues that concern everyone who is involved in the design of markets and market strategy, and we're going to have an analysis here of how this is dealt with by different sides. We have some distinguished guests. We have Mr. Thanasios Dragoumas, who is the president of RAI, who has a particular interest in the wholesale market, a scientific interest. He's going to tell us he's going to talk about the different activities of the regulator. Mr. Alex Papageorgiou, CEO of Energy Exchange. This is a platform used for transactions for the sale and purchase of energy. When we talk about exchange, of course, that kind of makes us think of other things. And also Mr. Feriopoulos from Terna Energy. I believe that from in a different capacity, you've also been involved in the integration of the target model, the application of the target model in Greece, so therefore you have a very good knowledge of how things have taken shape until now. Mr. Antonis Kondoleon, who's the chairman of ENG, who he always, and also Mr. Kapros, good morning, who's here in many different capacities, but he was also the first president of the regulator that introduced the first wholesale market model after the liberalization of the market 20 years ago. And of course, we're the first year of Nicosia in energy policy and geopolitics, and a special advisor to the Ministry of Energy. He's going to be with us shortly. First of all, I'd like to have two rounds of questions. The first one is what have you seen through the application of the target model in the last 4 years in Greece, from 2020 when it first started being in use. Of course, it started at the start of a very difficult period, so therefore we haven't been able to have very clear conclusions. Is it due to the circumstances? Is it due to the design? And also what we can do to further improve it and also deal with the new problems, not the ones that we're talking about at the moment, about the windfall profits, but the business models of new infrastructure. What are the measures? What do we need to do? The future conditions. Mr. Dragoumas, I'd like to start with you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I've also prepared a few slides, so good morning. I'm just going to summarize some of the issues already mentioned by Mr. Aslanoglu. So which are the main issues when it comes to market design and what happens to our power system, what are the challenges and what are the steps that we have planned for the future. So in this slide you can see a summary of the current discussion that has been going on for just over a couple of years when it comes to electricity market design, both in EU and also in the UK, which is not a member of the EU. If you see in this slide, you can see that the conclusions are very similar in the sense that in both markets the nodal pricing was not adapted despite the many advantages, but the zone pricing in both markets also we didn't adapt the market splitting that had been proposed both in EU and Greece and in the UK, but we continue with marginal pricing as it is in all the other markets. Another thing that's very important in the European Commission, which where both the exchange, the energy exchange, and we participate, and Mr. Zoumas in the co-optimization of energy market and energy capacity, which is very similar to the old model that we had, in order for the solutions that we have to have more robust solutions. So this is currently under discussion. As you can see for the rest of it, the slides, when it comes to low carbon technology and penetration, these are the different designs that are being proposed in both markets. And while in both markets, both in EU and the UK, the capacity mechanisms are now structural elements which seem to be the preferable solutions, whether that comes to flexibility, capacity or reliability options. So therefore some markets are looking at this flexibility option. So also when it comes to competition, as you know, we are supporters of ex-ante regulation, and therefore that has been updated in the context of REMIT, which is an ex-ante regulation, ex-post regulation of these markets. So what's happening now? We're close to a modern power system, which means that there's a very fast penetration of renewables, and we're receiving clear messages from the markets with almost zero prices and a very big gap between afternoon and mid and evening hours, and so therefore we see the demand response, but at the same time it creates a certain degree of uncertainty in renewables, and going to be implemented very soon by the exchange. The same conclusion is also seen. As you can see there, we've had some very interesting graphs in our website where you can see from the beginning of the energy model, one can select the dummy's IDM or the ISP and can produce different graphs and with based on the existing set plus. You see the duck curve, which we've seen especially in the American markets, but in this slide it is very clear that over a long period is very common, also during the autumn months, but also in the summer months, the spring months. There can be a surplus, and that can of course mean two different things. One of them is a surplus, but also the capacity for investment in flexible technologies such as in storage and demand, as mentioned earlier, was also very important, and I'm also going to talk about in the next slide that this accelerates possibly accelerates the electrification of new sectors. So this is like heat pumps and electric vehicles and cold ironing. In the next slide, we can see some elements from the NECP, and we can see that there are certain sectors where there are certain directions towards which we could have new investments. One of them is obviously storage, the other one is demand response. You can see in red writing that there are no great changes in when it comes to industrial demand, when it comes to NECP, so therefore there's not going to be any radical changes in the industrial load, but there is a certain degree of demand response capacity which is further enriched as we have the smart meters, and I'm hoping that these are not going to be delayed any further. No, when it comes to the new electrical load, this is more interesting because there are 4 sectors. One of them is cold ironing, electrical vehicles, data centers. As we can see that from the data from the NECP, that there is a certain dynamic, and sometimes this is immediate, and sometimes over, and especially when we talk about the period of support. One cruise ship is 10 megawatts, and most of it is actually during the day when there's a surplus of energy. The base load can also be combined with the there's also penetration of electrical vehicles, especially when it comes to their profiles, which of course depends on the pricing that is going to come from the said infrastructures. The way that we deal with uncertainty, one of the ways that we talked about, that there are new platforms, user-friendly platforms that are being created after a design that is also going to be mentioned by the CEO, that as of next month we're going to have a new PPS platform that's going to allow an easy matching between hybrid assets and consumption and all the different participants. Therefore, that's another available tool. But I would like to say that one of the most important characteristics from the analysis of our own electrical system is that it doesn't only allow base units, base load, but flexibility load. But of course, this curve can also be the curve of a storage asset. But what's important is that it has rapid capacity and also the ability to meet the demands for a certain load over a certain period. These are the issues that need to be taken by investors. And in the final slide, just a brief conclusion. On a practical level, when it comes to market developments, what we believe is particularly important, and we've put great efforts into that, and I believe that we hope that regulators are moving forward with that. We believe that TSO and DSO coordination is important, because the faster this is, then the more efficient it's going to be, and the more likely is that we can actually unlock flexibility resources. You know that we make huge efforts in the market integration in the Balkans, but also when it comes to classes, then what's important is the rapid capacity, the ability to maintain the load for a certain time, the synchronization, desynchronization, and the way that these units can enter the market are with the 4 bullets that you see in the middle of that advice, either with CFD support schemes. Some of them have already been created, and design. We believe that the platform is already, our market is relatively mature compared to other markets, but what's important is the speed of electrification of other sectors, because of course this is going to affect further investments in flexible units. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank the President of the Regulatory Authority for Waste, Energy and Water. There is much that needs to be done, and this work needs to be utilized by the market participants. Now, Mr. Kapros. Well, the issue of planning has a long history, but needs to take account of what is to come. How can we combine what we already know with what needs to work well in the future? Well, thank you for your question. I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. I would like to thank again Theodoris Panagoulis and Energy Press for hosting this 2 days event. In connection with the topic, I'd like to start off with the European Commission. And this has not been a topic of discussion so far. There is the European Directive for Electric Energy that has been passed through the respective institutions, but has not been transposed into national law in Greece. This has happened during the tremendous crisis of the energy cost crisis. It provides for instruments which, if we use them well and provided that reforms are taken forward, we can use this directive. Otherwise, it can as well undermine the course of the NECP and its implementation overall. First of all, the cheap cost of renewables is not passed on to the consumer. This is the first question. Secondly, curtailments of renewables will rise in the future, and this is a very significant problem. We need to address it. Otherwise, investors will draw back. Third, investments in storage, which is very important for the NECP as well as for the energy transformation, are tied with problems. We need here to put reforms into place in order to ensure their implementation. There is this particularity in Greece, unfortunately, because of the old system, the heritage system, but also because of the competition structure. We do have an automatic passing on of the wholesale prices to the retail market. The parts of energy negotiated in the Greek annex is 100%, whereas in the rest of Europe this is a very small percent. And as to the rest, these are over-the-counter contracts, which in turn ensures that retail prices remain low. This is a problem we have been dealing with and addressing in many conferences. 2 years ago, if you'd remember, we talked about the windfall profits. Over the 2 months of summer, July and August, this year, we did have windfall profits. According to my calculations, the marginal cost, and what is marginal cost? The wholesale price, which reflects the marginal cost of production. And indeed, it is the marginal cost. But marginal cost is one thing, and pricing it at marginal price and costing it at marginal price is another thing. If you are a first-year economics student, you learn that when price systematically reflects marginal price, which is higher than the mean cost systematically, then there is a problem in the market. The market is not functioning well. It is an oligopoly, it is inefficiency, you name it as you'd like, but there is no way that the systemic price reflects a marginal cost at all times. And this entails all equipment, the cost of all means to produce energy. During the 2 summer times, this cost was 40 euros low energy crisis, price crisis, and this will also happen if we have this passing on of cost to the retail market. My view is that by building on the European directive, we can build a bilateral system, a bilateral scheme of CFDs and PPAs that is well structured and with many compulsory instruments that would create a new pool that is over the counter. And this is legally possible to do. And this actually means in the retail that the supplier can buy energy through contracts or any other price on 2 markets. In the energy market, we do nothing there. We do not tweak the target model. We do not intervene in the marginal price or to the remit order. Don't ever believe that. Nobody is suggesting such a thing. It stays as it is. But imports, exports, natural gas, peak hydroelectric energy and other flexibility systems are now on board that have to do with this part. And this could be 50%. And 50% of the renewable pool would be over the counter. Just do the maths. Renewable pool, 50% at 50, 60 euros a price, plus 50% at another price, let's say 150 euros. And the mean price, the average price, is lower than the current one. And this is a way to go towards the mean cost. Renewable pool can allow that stable prices are sustained and low renewables prices are passed on to the consumer. I would not go into the legal details that need to be looked into, but it can happen. Secondly, curtailments. You know, we always talk about curtailments. It's a huge thing. And I believe that curtailments are an economic, not a technical. If you think about that, you can see that the feed-in tariffs and the feed-in premiums, those instruments that are applicable in Greece, but in other countries as well, are based on injection, which in turn means that the remuneration is given provided that the renewables are injected into the system. Nowadays, both NSOE and Newberry, the renowned professors were Heathrow from Germany, and we, on our part, in many publications, we do suggest to phase out the injection-based model and turn to a capability-based model. At the time when the CFD is concluded, or a PPA, a pre-calculation takes place, budgeting takes place of future capacity generation of renewables unit, and it is remunerated based on the levelized cost of energy in the long run. And this unit can then be integrated into the HEDNO, into the ADMIE grid. It can produce, and everything can be regulated within the market itself. And this comes on top of the work of those managing renewables, but the PPA can ensure in this way that curtailments play no role in the main remuneration of the renewables investment capital. And this can indicator for stability in the renewables investment segment. And the third question is storage. If you run simulation studies of future energy markets, both here in California as well, in other places as well, you will conclude by saying that we need increasing energy storage, but with every new storage, you use money of, you're cannibalizing, as we say in the business, the renewables investment. Because storage has a profit because of the arbitrage. The difference between low and high demand during the day. But the more storage comes in and the more flexibility comes into play, the difference in price is flattened, and in 2045 it will be completely flat. That is, the storage income is nil, and a rational investor can already see this coming in the NECP. If you look into the NECP, you can actually find that, and then you have no investments. We therefore need to activate the remuneration, the flexibility activation remuneration scheme. It concerns demand response that needs to be put forward on a rational basis. Storage should come into play for flexibility in natural gas storage units, and hydro should also come into play. This could build a scheme with a security clause of the reliability option. Then there'll be a clawback in terms of in case the wholesale price exceeds an agreed price in the context of flexibility auctions. This difference is returned into the market. And then we have a second tool to defend ourselves against price volatility. Renewable pool is the first thing, and clawback of the capacity availability mechanism is the second thing. These are possible in terms of the new directive. We can transpose it into national law based on our needs, and this would allow us to resolve the three basic problems that we are faced with in the market and in the NECP. Thank you, Mr. Kapras. Mr. Tsakiris, how can the European landscape influence this development of the markets? Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulis and his group for this invitation. And this has been an established event. Let's step back and look at the larger picture that is connected to the to our topic, whether the European Union should change its policy in this in the context of the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 landscape. These are the two directions, the two guidelines we're using. We should neither change direction, because energy safety goes through climate neutrality, zero CO2 emissions. And when there was this debate in the USA in terms of the risk, no one can embargo sun because it is of zero cost and zero risk. The whole interaction is of zero risk, and this is, of course, connected with the fact that there are RES, geopolitics and politics, that the European Union is not taking into consideration when it comes to the speed this is something that we should reflect on, we should think about. Not in terms of the direction, but rather in terms of the speed and the impact on the European industry and the deindustrialization of large segments on which European competitiveness is also based. This is something we have witnessed during the crisis, and this is also part of the heavy industry of the European Union. And what is very important to understand in Europe is to understand the carbon footprint of the EU. Even in 2055, even if we reach emissions, we will have globally 9% reduction in emissions. This means that if other pollutants, if large Asian economies do not follow transition, this transformation that entails high costs and opportunity will not deliver the results. And this is very important. From one COP to the other COP negotiation, we see a lot being declared, but less being implemented. This should make us a little bit critical in Europe, and we should change our standpoint that the EU is at the heart, at the center of the world, and that we drive the developments worldwide. The European impact has declined, and I'm saying this in order to take into account our competitive advantage in terms of construction and technology. And this is linked to the Draghi report. And the second thing that is linked to the renewables increase and is tied also to infrastructure is that we cannot have this decarbonization process running at the pace when other technologies do not follow suit. Grid space is not self-sufficient. The regulatory framework should be there to encourage the development. The European Commission itself said that 500 billion euros are necessary in the high voltage transmission networks over the next decade in order to be able to achieve our targets. And this is highly unlikely to happen. The Draghi report, issued in September 2024, is claiming that this could lead to 310 terawatt hours of curtailments in renewables. The second question that is associated with the speed of this transformation is that there are certain aspects of the strategic approach that do not accept the strategic prioritization of carbon capturing and storage. And this is linked to the industry cost. An energy transition cannot happen keeping the cost under control in a socially viable way if economy is not given the time to achieve decarbonization. Right now, in Europe, all efforts are in the Northern Sea, and the Mediterranean is left aside. And we need to open up the cross-border market to Algeria and Egypt. And this is very important in terms of interconnection. And the third aspect has to do with hydrogen. If you look at the Financial Times headlines last week, you'd see the problems with the declining share prices. Hydrogen cannot provide the transformation at the end of this decade or early in the next decade, in 2 decades, because of Germany's And this is also very important. We need to understand Germany focuses on green hydrogen in terms of hydrogen in general, as the US or the Chinese do, and this has impaired the development of the hydrogen industry. And despite the hydrogen bank, we lag behind in terms of what is needed in order to achieve the transition. And the last but not least, a strategic aspect of the critical materials. If you look at the dependency of imports in Europe and the reliance on China, you will see that there is high dependency nowadays compared to the dependency of the EU to the OPEC in 1993, as when we had the energy crisis. At the circular economy and will solve our problem. This is just a small part of what we can tap into. At the EU level, we pretend the energy potential, otherwise we will be faced with problems. I repeat, the supply chain is not something that European companies currently control. It is controlled outside the European Union. This will set the pace. See, for example, the very high tariffs on import of Chinese vehicles. Thank you. Mr. Papageorgiou.
Let's now go back to more the kind of mathematics of the market. Yes, good morning. I would like to thank the organizers. I've only brought one slide, which is going to leave it a little bit in the background, and we're going to go back to it to comment on it. I believe that we have 7 minutes each for our intervention. Mr. Aslanoglu, as you mentioned, for the energy exchange, there's a lot that's been talked about. We've read a lot in media, but also we've heard a lot in the various discussions. Therefore, allow me to say something which is very basic, very important. Allow me, if you're, some of these are kind of a bit mainstream, but I believe that it's necessary. First of all, I need to start by saying that energy in Greece is not an exchange product. The problem is that our name is energy exchange. If we were called the regulator of energy markets, then nobody would be talking about this. Energy is not a stock exchange product for two main reasons. There might be more, but we identified two. First of all, the electricity that we buy is exactly the same that we sell. So therefore, it's the electricity that kind of flows into the kind of the cables. So therefore, this is not subject to any speculative activities, for example, of a share in the stock exchange. And this is where the confusion lies. The second one is that over 95% of the volumes that we manage in the spot markets, we manage them through auctions using the marginal price formation. Less than 5% it's been transacted through continuous trading, which is XP. The target model, the marginal price, pre-existed the target model already from the 1980s. It was found that the optimal model for the formation of price formation for energy markets. The goal of this model is an energy flowing from the cheaper to the more expensive markets. This, of course, requires a series of criteria that need to be met in theory in order to reach that goal. For example, interconnections between countries, the development of national grids, the and also the flexibility of the markets. And this is why, as also mentioned by the professor earlier, and this is why ideas like a renewable pool were not in agreement with this for various reasons. First of all, because you do a liquidity split. Also, you take away the right to renewable projects to go merchant, which means that they cannot go when at the point where feed-in is at the phase-out. The most important is that you give the right investment signals. You give the wrong investment signals, I beg your pardon. This is why we believe that successful interconnection of energy markets requires targeted interventions, just like we said earlier, storage networks. This slide, the idea behind this slide came a few weeks ago, last month, as a result of a discussion that's being had about energy in Greece being more expensive since the implementation of the target model. I've been monitoring the spot market, the wholesale market between Hungary, Romania, Greece and Germany, and to see the spread between Greece and Germany, because Germany is the benchmark of the European energy market. Germany has been in the target model since 2014. We entered the target model in November 2020. As you can see, prior to the target model, despite the fact that prices, you can see in Germany it was around 30-35 euros, we were at around 55-60, which means that it's almost double. As you can see, the yellow line, which is a spread, it shows how much more expensive we were in comparison to Germany. As you can see, the peaks reach up to 90% prior to the target model. From November 2020, you can see two things. The most important one is that the spread, i.e. how much more expensive we were compared to Germany, that's been stabilized at a level below 30%. And as you can see, prices I wouldn't say vertical, but a straight increasing curve since the time of the pandemic. At least this is our interpretation. I do not believe that prices in Germany went up because of the target model in Greece. So therefore, as you can see, prices have an increasing tendency in all the different markets that have been analyzed here. And the most important for us, which, as I've already shared with my colleagues, and I've asked them to keep it in mind, is that in summer 22, at the point where energy markets were at the highest price, we were at 400 euros, and where Germany was 375. That means that the spread between Germany and Greece was at the historic lowest point, which is the low curve that you see. It's a spread below 10%. Never in history there has been a point, at least in the past 10 years, that we were less expensive than the Germans. As you can see, we've also included the last few months of the summer, where spread has gone up to 60%, and you can see that during that time, this was done because gas, which was what had actually pushed prices, it was no longer a factor that affected prices. You can see Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Greece, which is the so Germany was stable because we had to deal with heat waves, lack of water, etc., etc. So this, as far as the analysis of this slide is concerned, I'd like to move on by saying, well, because it was also mentioned by Mr. Kapros, that the wholesale markets and the target model were not designed to reflect the retail prices, so therefore creating a pool that will reflect the renewable prices is good. However, there is a problem because the stochasticity of renewable prices will also create certain issues which have not yet been analyzed, and we do not believe that they will reflect the reality of the market. As Mr. Dragoumas said, in the Greek wholesale market, the renewable prices are very clearly reflected. If there were no renewable sources in the energy mix of Greece, then we wouldn't have hourly prices at 20 or 25 euros. There are already bilateral agreements at the reference, at the cleared price. This is something that has already been discussed already with Mr. Kondoleon and we have already presented to them, and this is something that we're going to kind of deepen further, and there's going to be further collaboration in this. As you can imagine, the percentage of these bilateral agreements that we're going to go through the exchange do not depend on the exchange. We offer renewables, as you know. We are simply a facilitator. We can offer services and tools that can facilitate this transition, and this is as of next week. There's going to be public consultation on the PPA platform so that we can go live in early December. In the first 6 months of 2025, we're going to start launching the 15-minute product in the day-ahead and the intraday markets. We will be ready as of March, but as we need to coordinate with other European exchanges, it's probably going to start around May. And also, as Mr. Dragoumas probably knows, we're ready, and we have made all the necessary changes for the demand response. Therefore, we are ready to offer flexibility. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Papageorgiou. Let's now move on to Mr. Veriopoulos. I have 5 minutes. I'll use 4 so that I can leave 6 minutes to my friend Andonis. I'm not going to focus on the target model. I do not believe that. I think there's primarily how investments are going to survive in this environment. We believe that there's a great question. The question that you're raised is whether there are any changes on EU level in terms of strategy and what's happening to energy markets. There's no shift in the strategy, but there is a shift in the means that are being used. It is certain that there's going to be a focus in flexible energy sources. Nuclear energy is now becoming an integral part of the planning, and when it comes to the means, I would say that the main thing is to change some of the elements of the target model, and I believe that this is going to be done, and that's my opinion. There are going to be some important elements of the target model that will change, and as well as some issues of state funding, because we need to move on to the model having been used in the past. We need to go beyond the kind of technocratic approach. We now have a very important issue that's part of the political agenda of the European Union, which shows the importance of this, and we see that in election results. So the question is how clean energy can reduce the cost of electricity for the end users. And households and businesses, as we used to say in the past. And of course, as part of the electrification of these new sectors of economy. So therefore, no one can say that I have a perfect system in wholesale market. It is completely irrelevant on an EU level. And what's more important is what is the impact on household bills. Our response, our opinion is very clear. In order to be able to give an answer to this, in other words, cheap energy, we need to focus on renewables and storage, a balanced mix when it comes to technologies, support of wind farms, a promotion in the licensing when it comes to offshore and pumped storage, but also an acceleration and a further creation of interconnections and networks. That's one part. The other part, I need another couple of minutes. The other issue relates to solving the various problems related to renewables. One problem is curtailments, the other one is zero pricing. In other words, somebody who wants to invest in renewables, in the past there was a risk about what the price would be in the market. So therefore, there were different, kind of make different calculations and look around and see what's happening. Now there's another risk, there's a further risk. Okay, we've calculated what the market price is going to be, and I have a PPA. Am I going to be able to supply all the energy that I produce? But that's not certain because of the curtailments. Now there's a further risk, a third risk. Okay, we've calculated the prices and we've calculated the output. What I'm going to put into the network. Am I going to be paid for it? Am I going to get paid for it? Or is it going to be a zero price? And therefore, I'm going to need to get out. So you can imagine that creates an obstacle in the basis of Greek investments, which if it's not dealt with, we're going to have some serious problems. This is an existential problem for renewables, and this is why these problems. Changes are necessary, but I'm certain that these are going to be slow and at a higher cost as if these were carried out now. You can see what the response was by different organizations in different countries as a response of the Draghi report. Then initially they were just saying, yeah, this is great, but then they were just saying, okay, I'm not saying that this was the best text that we've had since the beginning of energy markets. So there's going to be a very slow progress, as it happens in the European Union. When the target model was created, and I'm going to conclude with this, not in Greece, but generally, the situation is very different. We were starting from a basis of a use of renewables and moving on from coal, and we were going to have very cheap natural gas from Russia. So the natural gas would be the fuel of transition. So this is the energy basis of the target model. The system, as it was designed, both in theory and in practice, has certain problems when it comes to 70 or 80% of penetration of renewables. No matter how many regulations and no matter how many algorithms you use, there are issues, and these issues relate not only to pricing but also when it comes to its structural characteristics. Therefore, I believe that there are certain changes that are required regardless of whether it is a small or big. Thank you very much. Mr. Kondoleon, I have a presentation. For us who do not know us, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and giving us the opportunity to give you our opinion on this in a difficult period. And I need to stress here that difficult times are still ahead, and after a series of regulatory measures, like the reduction of energy rights in heavy industry of cement, fertilizers, etc., together with the implementation of the cross-border fee, so-called CBAM, which we believe that it's going to lead to the industrialization of Europe. Because in the past we seem to be complaining for no reason. Everybody's talking about manufacturing doing well in Greece. Got a slide here. Yes, there seems to be some kind of recovery when it comes to manufacturing figures. Which includes food industry, the pharmaceutical industry. So therefore we're talking about something different. We have not yet got to the levels prior to the pre-crisis levels. And if we look at Greece, if we look at the situation in Greece, I'm not happy with this. Even when it comes to manufacturing, I believe that certain measures need to be taken in order to improve this. But there are people who can, there are more experts to talk about this. For us, undoubtedly, the high cost of energy is an obstacle when it comes to the competitiveness of the domestic market. And what I'm saying is that it's not certain that renewables and interconnections are going to drive prices down. And quoting Mr. Draghi in his recent report, he said very clearly that this is going to happen when APE is going to start regulating prices in the market. So therefore there need to be investments in renewables, in storage, in flexibility. In our country, prices have always been higher when it comes to wholesale. Mr. Papageorgiou showed a very interesting slide earlier, which showed that prices were much higher before the target model. What does industry, the energy-intensive industries, was paying for that? From the 1st of January to 2023, the market was exposed to the prices of the wholesale market. So what we are asking for here is we cannot approve different mechanisms in Greece of state funding, for example, like carbon leakage, the price is included in the wholesale price. All European governments have this. In Greece it was approved, but now we're hearing that there's no money for this, so therefore it's being implemented, so that we have a curtailment of around 100 million, it's around 1/3, and that's at the same time we've had the funds for 2021-2023. We'd like to thank for the great efforts that have been made. However, law in September, which says that the industry does not have to pay a fee, but now when we see in the different the new provisions, we can see all the transactions up to November, they need to pay a fee, which means that we need to pay back 20 million. Let's move on now to how we can solve our problem and be more competitive. The PPAs with PV-based PPAs, they've kind of highlighted the summertime crisis, which of course is going to come back. And we can see that PV PPA cannot protect us from the prices, the kind of nighttime prices. We've seen 600 and 700 euros, and also if I have a PV-based PPAs and we have the capitalism of prices that we've seen, So you can imagine if you have two competitors, one of them with PPAs and another one with PPAs, I'm certain that the one without PPAs for the next 2 or 3 years is going to benefit. I'm going to move on. I don't know if you've seen this. We've seen that the shaping cost, so therefore the capture price received by a PV manufacturer, has now gone to 50 euros. As you can imagine, this is a huge risk now, and the market is not moving to the right direction, and I believe, and the professor also mentioned this, and I'm really pleased to hear that, because the biggest problem that we see now in the market is the fact that wholesale prices are now passed on to retail, so therefore this has never happened before, which means that anyone can bring prices up as much as they like and whenever they like. For example, when there's a high demand. And this is an example that we've seen during July and August. And if you see what happened in July, for example, you can see in July that we see a gradual increase in the Greek wholesale market. At some point, as you can see, Italy is decoupled, so therefore is using the 500 megawatt line and stays at around 100-200 euros. Greece follows the direction of the Balkans. So if we see what's happening on the 15th of July, what we see here is that while Bulgaria at some point is decoupled from Romania, which raises the prices up to 700 euros, Greece is still interconnected with Greece, and it's also decoupled from Italy. That means that there is still capacity within the interconnection so therefore prices were determined by Greek players, and this is clear to us. There's absolutely no doubt that prices were fixed by Greek players. The same thing happened in September and August. Just very briefly, allow me to say, I believe you're going to have access to this presentation. You'll be able to read it in more detail. We, in support of the Draghi report, there's a separate chapter for the energy-intensive industries, which is more than 20 pages in the report. They're trying to convince us that everything's going fine in Greece, but this is not the case. But if there is a problem in Europe, imagine what this is the case. If this is the case in Greece, where we have 30% higher prices, the flexible demand compensation mechanism is something that we're waiting for. We believe that other industries are going to be part of it, but that doesn't mean that we just show that we can do it, but that doesn't mean that we're going to continue to do so. The demand pooling, there are different views on this. We cannot survive the things are in the market at the moment. We're hoping that this is going to be studied further, and I agree with the professor, and we're hoping that renewables are going to come out of the spot market, and they're going to be through CFD and PPAs. Anyone who wants to have more access to find more details about the presentation, you can find that presentation. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Unfortunately, there's no further time for another round of questions. Thank you very much, and we can now move to the next session.
Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα, με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
Συνεχίζουμε λοιπόν τη συζήτηση.
We'll now move forward with our discussion on the wholesale market and its planning. We'll discuss it with Mr. Alex Papalexopoulos, who is the founder and CEO of Eco International and has played a critical role in the planning and implementation of the target model in Greece. I would like to start off our discussion by a short description on your side in terms of the main principles of the target model design in Greece, and perhaps what differences were there compared to other target models in Europe. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving the opportunity to be here today. It happens that I am in Greece on business this week, and this is the first time that I've been participating in person. Normally, I am joining you online. We are market designers, California-based, and over the last 25 years we have designed 15 markets worldwide, 6-7 target models in Greece, in Northern America, in North America, in Central Asia, and this is our core business. Well, there are certain aspects we agree on in terms of the target model at an EU level. First of all, marginal pricing is critical, and we should keep it and preserve it because it's highly valuable. And secondly, we need to maximize the social impact of the price, and these are fundamental economic aspects in the target model. And compared to other countries in the EU, in Italy, in Poland, in other countries where we have built target models as well, believe in the bidding format at generation unit, not portfolio bidding. Portfolio bidding is not compatible in terms of methodologies and monitoring and supervision of the prime players and what this might mean for the markets. I will delve into that in going forward. We have a really good model in place, but we on the other side of the Atlantic disagree on basic target model components in general. There are no nodal markets. We have nodal pricing, so networks are part of the clearing. They clear many prices, such as in California, in the Mid-East coast, in the East Coast. So networks must be part of that. When we talked with Mr. Dagumas Rai, I asked him, we will include a nodal pricing analysis for the target models. They said, yes, do that, although we knew that we will hit a wall towards other countries in Europe. And then there was the reason we had the energy crisis in California 20 years ago, was the following thing. The forward day ahead, or the intraday models, are different to the balancing energy model and of the ADMIE, and this creates problems. All issues that have to do with scheduling are transferred to ADMIE, problems that the energy exchange should have resolved in the first place. These were issues were addressed, and we had to change our models. We learned from that all models, sequential, day ahead, intraday, need to work based on one and a single model. And this is a main difference compared to the target model. We, of course, have implemented the target model in Greece based on the EU legislation requirements. And then there are other differences, and I've been attempting that in Brussels in studies of RAE. We have already analyzed that, aspects that have to do with the decrease of ex-ante power market mitigation. How is it possible that markets in times of scarcity, such as 2 years ago, or energy scarcity in Albania, for example, the stream flows have changed, they move towards Ukraine without ex-ante mitigation? This is essential for us, for all markets in the US, in Central America, in the southern part. This is a sine qua non. We produce mathematical algorithms, and before clearing the platform, ex-ante mitigation is applied. You can't have 2,000 megawatts at 1,000 euros a megawatt, and this can be allowed. It goes through mathematical screens, and 1,000 euros goes down to 100 euros. We have carried out an analysis in Europe during the crisis as well. And we have seen that if ex-ante mitigation was in place, by analyzing 17 countries, prices would be 25% cheaper. These are the differences at EU, but at national level as well. Based on what the previous speakers say, well, we share that. We agree with all the previous speakers that the wholesale prices should not be passed on to the consumer. This is a given fact. There are solutions to that. What we disagree with the previous speakers, well, we do agree with Mr. Dagumas and Papageorgiou, are the solutions. And the application, in terms of application, we're all right. We can discuss on that. Indeed, there are two issues that arise. First of all, the product that is being traded has different trades, not only in terms of renewables generation at a central level, namely large generation units that generate and inject energy into the unit, but we also of any type, small-scale generations, storage, demand response. I mean, there is a shift towards the consumer, towards the user, who is the one that can schedule the supply, the request of energy. This concept that is being that is described in the guidelines, in the directives to enable access to small users, can that be facilitated through a system that is algorithmically and centralized managed? I mean, can the system operator manage all small producers at a local level? Are there ways to do that, to merge that? Well, what you describe is the total TSO model. Well, TSO model solves problems at the distribution level. We disagree with that. We believe in local markets. We have built DSO level markets. The first of them was a nodal market in England. Namely, we take into consideration the distribution, and we produce LMPs because at the local level, the location value is higher than the transmission. We believe in local markets. We believe in interfacing local markets and the wholesale market. You know, wholesales will always be there, but local markets are emerging right now. So there should be a good supply chain in terms of prices in place for DSOs to communicate with TSOs. This would allow me, as a flexibility aggregator at local level, to participate in a local market, either behind the meter or go to the wholesale and inject my capacity to all markets. But as far as wholesale is concerned, we need to point out that there are solutions to the problems. 2 years ago, we had those windfall profits, as you said, and we don't like that, of course. Many might consider that as a market failure. We do have a market failure. The solution is this segmentation of markets. This is not addressed, this is not discussed in any other markets, only in Greece. We're building markets in Northern America, and the solution we are suggesting to the same problem, because there will be huge profits in terms of marginal pricing, is to build regulated caps into the CFDs. And if the starting price is higher than a certain price, then all money will be returned. So target model, marginal pricing, optimization of social welfare needs to be preserved. We do need the logo for, we do need the signal for optimal dispatch and investments, but huge profit making need regulated caps that are technology based, and this has to take place in the CFDs, PPA CFDs, and this is what happens in other markets. No one says split the signal technology neutral auction. We all want signal from the market. Now we look at what happens on the output or in the input. At the market input, we have ex-ante mitigation. At the market output, we put in place those mechanisms to return money through regulated caps in the CFDs, which might mean, and coming back to what Mr. Veriopoulos said earlier, since renewables are currently faced with a serious issue, if they want to participate in the wholesale market because of potentially low prices. Curtailment and zero prices are indeed an aspect, an economic aspect that impacts business models, also linked to the way that the market operates. So in terms of PPAs and CFDs now, what form could they take in order to be a central instrument for those investments in order to participate in the wholesale market. We agree with the 2 PPAs, we agree to the markets, but the market signal is important in order to, as an index, in order to conclude long-term contracts. PPAs and CFDs are a sine qua non in our view. They need to happen. Within the study we have carried out for RAE, for the regulatory authority in Greece, and we have forwarded to other regulatory authorities in other countries as well, CFDs need to change. They destroy optimal dispatch. If I have CFD I can generate, and my cost would be lower than the market level, and we don't like that. One of the speakers talked about capability-based CFDs, and on the other hand, strike price. We need to look into how we can configure it. Could it be an administrative price? Could it, arise from an auction? Europe talks about a series of shifts that need to take place in the CFDs. We agree. The CFD and the PPA markets are sine qua non. They need to go forward, go ahead. The problem we have with market splitting will destroy the underlying asset. We have problems with forward markets. How could this market, the forward market, work? Liquidity is destroyed. We have no solution to that. This is very important to us. Forward market, not only in Greece, but also in Europe, is illiquid, in lack of liquidity. And we need to look into how we can increase that. By splitting, we destroy day-ahead market liquidity, and the signal is distorted, and this is very important. Right. Let's conclude by discussing the main steps we need to take, considering also the experience of the previous months and years of the energy crisis, so that we can gradually integrate long-term planning. What is the pathway going forward? Well, in my view, the first and foremost we need to do at a national level, we don't need to have an EU level solution, is the ex-ante mitigation, mitigating the power of certain players. This is key. There is no market built worldwide that operates without an ex-ante mitigation. And particularly in a market that is rather oligopoly, and in times of scarcity is where the play happens. So ex-ante mitigation is a measure that can be taken right away at national level. What we also need to take into consideration is co-optimization of We're discussing that in Greece. It's part of the debate. We're not discussing about that in other countries. Splitting the procurement. This leads to suboptimal solutions. We have carried out analyses. We have written papers on that. Co-optimization of those products is very important. And key for Greece are capacity markets with reliability options. Of course, with a cap, right now, we concluded the capacity market operation and design in Denmark. All markets, England, Italy, Poland, they all have a capacity market mechanism. There will be a time where capacity will be a startup feature. I don't know why we're not doing that in Greece. I don't know the reasons, but there is something we need to look into. In the long run, we cannot achieve converging prices if we do not configure our grids, our networks. We have analyzed also the aspects of prices in the Balkan region and why the spreads are so high in terms of compared to Northern Europe. We are the ones setting the tone in the Hungarian market. And we know why input inflow in Ukraine is very limited and comes from the Balkan and not from the rest of Europe. This is a question of networks, of grids. We cannot have a convergence in prices in the long run if we don't repair our grids and converge in terms of prices with Northern Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you for this comprehensive talk. I think we have many things to do going forward in order to reorganize the market, restructure it, to serve, of course, the end consumers and the investors who have to operate in a setting that is secure, where risk can be controlled and hedged. Thank you.
Buongiorno. Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning, my name is Georgios Findikakis and I have the honor to moderate the first section on renewables, having 5 distinguished guests here. The Energy Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Nikolaos Tsafos, Mr. Manos Manousakis, the Chairman and CEO of IPTO, Mr. Stefanatos, who is the CEO of HEREMA, Mr. Yannis Yarendis, who's CEO of the model that we have until today has reached its limits. We have new data, higher risk and low level of certainty everywhere in Greece, everywhere in Europe, including Greece. More curtailments, more time with zero pricing. This is where we facing a situation where the market is being asked to absorb all these new things, but at the same time the government is being asked to create a new framework that is adequate for guaranteeing fairness for the market, but also adequacy of the system. But the most important is that it's not a burden for the consumer, and it can bring low energy prices. Let's just start, Mr. Tsafos, from the latter. We're doing really well with renewables. We have 60% with 60% of the participation in the energy mix. The Draghi report says that this is not enough. It just shows that we have the bigger penetration in renewables, but at the same time the highest cost on the planet. This is something that's also been mentioned by the Prime Minister. So how are we going to move to low pricing? Thank you very much. This renewable presentation being translated into low prices in wholesale and retail. As an analyst, what I see is that first of all, the issue of wholesale in Greece is an issue that we've had very long time. In 2015, we have the highest price in Europe, so therefore we can't say what are we doing now. This is a structural problem that we have in Greece. But let's move on to today. The wholesale price depends on three things: the mix, the geography, but also the competition level. So the mix. We're doing really well with renewables, but when we see Greece compared to other European countries, we do not have bioenergy and nuclear, and we have less water than others. So that, what does it mean? That it means that we are high in renewables, we have less of the others. So therefore, we still have one of the highest percentage of fossil fuel, and especially natural gas. So that what we're missing something else, which means that we have a lot of renewables and a lot of natural gas. As a rule of thumb, the wholesale price is high when we use a lot of natural gas, and it's low when we're not using a lot of gas. This is kind of more or less the rule in the Greek market. Therefore, having a lot of gas brings the prices up. This is when it comes to mix. Now, when it comes to geography, we're right next to Italy. So when we're not the highest market in terms of pricing, it's Italy, and that kind of tends to kind of pull us upwards. And what we saw in the summer, we saw, let's say, you can call it like a malfunction of the market in the Western European market. So if we start looking at where the problem, we see, okay, the problem is here, but then we look at Bulgaria or Romania, they all seem to be facing the same problem. And further, they didn't have the same problem. For example, the Czech Republic or Austria didn't have the same price. So therefore, we see a malfunction of the European system. And why am I calling it a malfunction? Because when we saw this phenomenon, the initial reaction was, okay, the network is full, what can we do? No, this is not what we see. What we see is that for many hours the network is not full during those critical hours, and that raises many questions about the way energy flows within this part of Europe. And this is why there need to be important interventions, and this is what we talk about in the various European energy fora. I see from a lot of traders they kind of raise concern about the increase of imports, for example, in Ukraine, are going to mean that we're going to see the same phenomena. Well, what we saw in the summer had 4 or 5 different parameters. It was a heat wave. We have less hydro projects, and so therefore there's just a multi-factor. So therefore, if one of these factors stays or goes up, we cannot make any forecasts. What we do see is that it wasn't just the raised prices, but we saw prices stopping at a certain level. That's a huge issue for us. And if you look at the Draghi report in its broader sense, it's not talking only about high pricing in Europe, but it talks about big price gaps in Europe when we went to the Council of Ministers in Luxembourg. Sweden, for example, was talking about high prices, but high prices in Sweden, it just meant that it went from 10 to 30. We're talking about a completely different world to what we face here. So therefore for us, it's not just a matter of long-term investments, but also how the market works today. So, and now moving on to competition, because I believe that Greeks in general, what I see is that if we compare the level of competition to pricing, and we just see, for example, Italy, which is very competitive, is chronically short, and therefore Italy is at the other end of the spectrum, almost a monopoly, and so they have a better mix in geography. So therefore, if it means that in the spring I do not need a lot of natural gas and all the different gas players have to compete, then the prices are compressed downwards. If there's kind of regional crisis in the summer, then of course, this, regardless of how many players you have in the mix, the prices are going to go up. Answering the question to how renewables are going to translate into better prices in a reasonable time frame, is there? Yes. First of all, what we've said is that the problem with pricing is the kind of peak hours. If we just look at the graphs from 6 o'clock to midnight, there was a huge increase. So therefore, it's not about bringing the peak down. It's more about how to bring peak time. Of course, that means to look at storage, we're going to look at pump storage, but also interconnection. So therefore, what we need more renewables, because as I said, this as a general rule of thumb, the more natural gas I have, the higher the prices, but also we need flexibility in the system and interconnections, and not just hardware, but also software interconnections. Mr. Manousakis, your predictions when it comes to curtailments do seem to kind of vary a lot. Some of them talk about 9 to 10%, some of them talk about 25% by 2030. And there is finally an expectation that storage is going to kind of smooth the problem, and the new networks are going to help with the situation, and electrification is going to increase demand. I'd like your opinion on this. How do you see the landscape over the next few years? Recently, you highlighted the issue of the siting of renewables. So therefore, instead of the network going to every investor who's chosen a particular place for that investment, to match the investor to the grid space, so therefore have a different kind of knowledge. Could you please give us your opinion both on curtailments, what do you see, and also when it comes to this kind of matching to the grid space? First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation. I'd like to congratulate you on the success of this forum. First of all, the initial comment that you made, that we're now entering a new era, which is not going to be the same, the era of the development of renewables for reaching the 50%. At the moment, we're at the stage where we need to better manage this new reality. We're going to have curtailments, and we're going to have curtailments given the fact that we've taken the decision that we continue to introduce new renewables while we don't have the available electric space. Allow me to explain here that we're talking about different things when we talk about curtailments due to demand, and different when we talk about curtailments due to the available space. Storage, the way it's going to work on based on energy, market terms, is going to mitigate that problem. The IPTO is not going to be managing the demand in order to alleviate the congestion of the network. So therefore, where do we... So that means that in order for new renewables to be introduced, and as very correctly mentioned earlier, renewable energy sources will be able to determine the prices so that we can get to a point that they're going to lead to a cheaper mix for the consumers, and that means that we need to construct a bigger network. However, this is very time-consuming, despite beyond the problem of creating this network. There's also the issue of licensing, and this is an ongoing problem. It's a difficult exercise. It's an ongoing request that we have towards the government when it comes to the improvement of the network licensing. And also we calculated that we need as much time for licensing as much as we need for creating the network. Let's say that, first of all, I understand that you're referring to the kind of fast kind of processes for licensing. That has to do with expropriations of land. In this case, that things do not change over the coming years. Does that mean that investments required for the networks are not going to run in the short term? No, I believe that we need to have a separate transmission system so that we can have a green energy mix based on the 2040 plan. What I mentioned before is that this first wave, and also given the structure of the economy of the country, was that investors, where they considered they found better land that was more financially viable for them, they were kind of introducing renewables there. And this second wave, I believe that it would be useful to think, and I'm just giving that as food for thought, to kind of plan the siting of these renewables so that the construction of this additional space that's required will be lower, the cost of the construction will be lower, and we can reach our goals with fewer difficulties. Allow me to explain the following. The network doesn't mean that, for example, if somebody wants to make create a new facility in Thessaly, it's going to the problem, the congestion that we have, is a problem that we have throughout the network between now and 2030. However, investments have certain business plans that are long-term plans. For example, in Great Britain, there are connection terms for long-term connection terms. So therefore, there's a requirement that the network will already be made. So therefore, I give the connection terms, but that means that you can start operating after a certain time. Yeah, we've seen that connection terms are being given from 2037, for example. So why can we not do the same in Greece? And it's a more of a rhetorical question because you're not representing the government here. We're going to look into this later. Allow me to give the floor to the others first, and we're going to go back to the example of Great Britain. Mr. Yarendis, since you also have a political way of looking at things, is there a future for small investors? And when I'm talking about small investments, I mean primarily the people who are not specialists, and I'm not talking about only the kind of the financials of the investors, but I'm talking about more about people who are not specialists in such a complex issue. Can a small investor, and there are many of those, can they follow these developments? First of all, thank you very much. Congratulations to Energy Press for this well-established this forum, which adds knowledge, and they also help with spreading that knowledge beyond the 50, 100 to 200 experts. I would like to try and answer not based on what you said, the political approach, but more of a kind of technocratic approach, and based on specific figures. And these figures, the way these have been expressed through the different agreements signed between DAPEP and producers and potential producers, give an idea when we see that from around the 28,000 active and non-active agreements that we have, only 1/5 of those are agreements that have been made with incorporated companies. The rest of them, the 4/5 of them, are either with natural persons or with energy communities, which consist of many natural persons or small companies, whether in different forms, which means that a big spread when it comes to those who invest in renewables. We're talking about 28,000 projects, of which around 1/5 of them, so around 4,500 of projects that are part of incorporated companies. Of course, the megawatts are higher, but we can see that in more detail. But what I'm trying to say is that has been, we've talked about energy democracy in the past. Energy democracy, and more specifically in the recent years, has become a reality. In other words, what 10, 15 years ago the thought of somebody investing in renewables was simply a very bold move of certain companies. Over the years, we've seen that this has spread throughout the community. Not these, but last year we've had 2.5 new agreements for energy projects, which means that, for example, an energy community, and you can have 200 or 300 energy communities, but if each one of them is split between 50, 60 projects, then we're talking about 50 or 60 different natural persons, which cover a broad spectrum in a certain area. So how all these different producers have the knowledge and expertise to go into the detail when it comes to the return of that investment. This is something that goes up drastically. And a few years ago, we were talking about renewables, and people were wondering what that was. Nowadays, everybody's talking about renewables. Everyone knows what this is. And a small investor, starting even from a farmer who makes an investment, does not go simply to spend some money that they have on the side, or there's some money that they can borrow, but they will find out, they will learn, they will just start investigating, and of course this also involves all the different developments and engineers, all the people who develop these projects and who manufacture these projects, which I need to say here that the biggest problem that the government has to face is the lack of human resources. There's a huge lack. There's a huge problem, both in terms of experts and scientists, but also for technicians who are going to implement these projects. Therefore, when we talk about this energy democracy of renewables, and we're going to continue to see that. So the answer is yes, but under certain conditions, yes. Because what's interesting for a small investor is so that they can be able to see, they can see a return on their investment. And this is very important. That's why we talk about the sustainability of the special account.
Mr. Stefatos, let's move on to the large players, large investors, because offshore wind farms are a large player business. What do you expect? When are we going to see the large study on offshore wind? Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I'm very pleased to participate. Let me just start off by saying that the need for large players is a natural tendency of this system, because at the cross-border connection level we are competing with other markets, with competitive markets that will allow us to bring costs down. Therefore, we should not regard this as a move from democracy in the direction of an oligopoly, from the many to the few. Small producers might want to think building alliances and become bigger in order to adapt to the changes lying ahead. Offshore wind farms, because of their cost, have to be large. If they're not large, they're very expensive. This is clear-cut economy of scale, because they are demanding and very expensive projects. There are just a handful of players that can build them. The siting aspect you addressed is very interesting. We have a great collaboration with ADMIE, and our program has taken into consideration the capacity of the sites, and this has led us to certain siting proposals. And if I'm right, you're going to have a cooperation with the SPV that is going to implement the study. It was I think exactly 1 year before that we put forward this plan. We presented it and was widely accepted by the market, and I'm very pleased to say that the environmental impact assessment study has already been approved. There is a positive recommendation on its endorsement. We have connection terms, so I'm very confident that right now it's at the ministry, and we are expecting the planning, the spatial planning division's recommendation at the final mark of having an aligned proposal and study with the ministerial decision. So it's been a year since the announcement of the national program in November 2023. Much has happened over the course of this year, and the program has not been put into has not been applied so far. What is the roadmap? In what way will you expedite, or let me put it this way, what is the roadmap going forward in order to have the first offshore park tender in 2027 following this positive news that you shared? Generally speaking, it's not a bad thing starting slow in the beginning, planning well in order to move faster forward later on. We have been able to keep an open ear for objections from many regions, and I'm certain that we have already elaborated satisfactory responses to all issues addressed. No, and the time that was lost due to this consultation process, which was a good thing. While we move forward, cooperating with the market, we're going to build a special vehicle, a special facility. We have invited ADMIE. We are in talks with banks to kickstart the data collection. We have been building on models, so there is a certain uncertainty in terms of the measurements. We need to step on to helping the market by introducing a model. We will be the front runner. We will be taking the investment risk, and we will disseminate those data to all investors. Do you expect this timeline to be shorter? You know, every second week we are discussing how we can win time. There is an operational flexibility in terms of cost and planning speed. So you understand, instead of having individual investors claiming space and time to carry out similar research and have a larger footprint, we will be able to do that centralized, and we will win in all aspects in terms of cost and time. Ms. Galli, last but not least, hydrogen as a solution to renewables generation. To what extent can hydrogen be a solution to RES overproduction in terms of consumption here in Greece or exports? It was some time ago that Germany, most recently, announced an investment, or rather an hydrogen investment of 19 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken. And I recall that during the meetings at the international exhibition in Thessaloniki between the Greek minister and Mr. Habeck, the German side had expressed interest to import hydrogen from our region. So what role can hydrogen play here?
Very much for inviting a gas network operator in the lion hen of the renewable electricity producer. Before talking about hydrogen, let me just make a couple of comments on, let's say, on already how gas and the natural gas grids are, let's say, sustaining a lot the introduction of renewables. So first, allow me to say that I don't agree with the sentence that gas drives the prices of electricity high. At least what we have seen during the summer is that we had an increase of the electricity wholesale prices for 100 to more than 200 euro per megawatt hour electric, remaining stable around 150 in the second part of the summer, while gas prices have been flat, never moving, and less than 40 euro per megawatt hour, and the HENEX gas prices in Greece were even a little bit lower than TTF. So let's say, I have to say that at least when we look at numbers, in this moment we have many phenomena, not only, let's say, the structural cost, of course, of producing electricity with gas. Let me also add that this summer is an example of how much, let's say, the volatility of the renewables have been really compensated by the presence of gas in the grid. Over this, for instance, in the month of September, I was looking at the days in which wind exceeded, let's say, 30% of the energy mix, and I think we can count them on less than the fingers of two hands, while on more than 30% of the days, the production with wind was less than 10%, if not 5%. And gas has contributed gas electricity production from 20 to 60%, so with big swings on a day-by-day basis. And these wings are possible because you have a network which store gas. So we already store renewable in a way. Simply you don't see it because the problem doesn't appear, because the gas is there, stored in the pipeline, and enable the system to compensate the renewables. This has been even more accentuated by the fact that this year we had, let's say, very strong pipe imports and less LNG imports. And why I'm saying that is because the pipe has been very flat this year, because it was very cheap, the Russian gas, flat. But the electricity production from gas is not flat, it's concentrated late in the afternoon. And so we had a big variation of the line pack in the systems. So the system absorbed a lot of gas during the day, in the early hour of the day, and released this gas during the late hour of the day. So effectively working as a storage, again, in this case, for solar electricity. So I think that more and more we need to understand also how, let's say, having an infrastructure which transport and store molecular is de facto already sustaining the electricity grid as it is, not with addition. And so knowing that there is a hidden flexibility that is used without a cost, and or if we exceed the ability to make this flexibility available. And last point before is also that we often observe that when we have a lot of wind, the gas consumption don't go down correspondingly. We have export because we have also locational constraint on where the power plants are located, as Mr. Manusaki said. So let's say the complexity is big. And when we talk, of course, about hydrogen, we talk about something that is a very long term, far away from tomorrow. But certainly, let's say, what we observe today with gas, methane, is applicable to hydrogen in the sense that when you have a gas in the system, like long-distance pipeline, you have storage. So when you convert electricity in a molecular, you make this profile much flatter. And when we look at consumption of energy, Germany has a consumption profile for a gas energy that is 80% flat and 20% flexible. So they needed to receive a flat energy, which of course you cannot guarantee with gas, with wind and solar. And so converting it, I'm not talking about converting it in the hours where the prices are negative. It's not efficient. You need really to think long term to have dedicated renewables, but these are additional renewables that can be exploited, flattening the production profile and creating something which, on 1,000 kilometers distance of pipelines, not only is much more convenient in terms of unitary cost of transportation, but it also provides this storage that the electricity is struggling to generate. So what I think it's important is to acknowledge that already now we have a storage of electricity in the gas system. It's going to be squeezed more and more because the more the electricity demand increases and the more the swing increases, the more our system is stretched. And therefore also, let's say, sometimes we don't make all the elements in the sum. We calculated the sum of the elements of the electricity, storage, transportation, and we forget that there are elements in the sum which are there, but they are there as long as the pipelines are used, so we have sufficient imports, and so we can use sufficiently the line pipe for a swing, and we can guarantee the gas to be there late in the afternoon when the wind goes down.
Okay.
Right. We will get back to hydrogen later on. I would like to ask later your standpoint on hydrogen regulation, if we're on time, with the state. Mr. Tsafos, Ms. Gali talked about the prices and commented on the natural gas prices and had another view on their role. Let's start with that. What's your opinion? What's your take compared to the standpoint of Ms. Gali as to how natural gas prices affect the mix? Well, there is a strong connection, but it's not always there. Summer, I fully agree with Ms. Gali, the natural gas cost had nothing to do with the price increase. But if you see a very picture of how much natural gas flew into the system the next day and what the price was, and do that every month because the price varies. There are months where the price is flat, you know, the price curve is flat, and there are other months that this claim, this argument is not true. But, you know, if there was something tremendous in Northern Europe and the price is skyrocketed to 750, then it's not the natural gas to blame. But when we have natural gas in the mix, we have higher prices compared to other days. This is... Well, let me ask you something that Mr. Manouchakis also addressed. In Great Britain, the system operator has provided connection terms for 2037. And, you know, many are not satisfied with that, but we can see that happening also in Greece. When you have a 45 gigawatt in the pipeline, could that happen? Could that also be the case in Greece? And together with that, I'm asking myself whether the state sends false signals to the market when it allows ATMIE to provide connection terms. If they just announce that this will stop from point on, wouldn't that be a clearer signal to the market? Well, you know, I see two contradictory pressures. On the one hand, we have curtailments we are destroying ourselves. On the other hand, there are people applying in order to integrate it into the system. You know, on the one side, they complain. On the other side, they get into the system. And this is ambivalent. Renewables, where, well, the story about renewables is that you would build the site, you get a tariff for 20 years, and that was it. But now we're moving to another scheme where you have to take a risk, where there's a shift from a risk-free scheme where supply and demand were stable, and we're moving towards a scheme that has risk. It's going to take time, it needs a framework, etc. This is the big bet here. As to how one can manage it, you know, I'm just liberally thinking, why should I determine how much renewables need to come into the system? You do the maths. If you think that the figures are up, then go to a bank, go to an investor and do it. Why should I calculate megawatts that should come into the grid in 2037 and, you know, instruct people? What I'm meaning is that even if it should be clear to know when you will be connected to the grid. This gives a signal. You know, I hear that there are many projects in the pipeline in ATMIE. There should be a clear policy as to when someone will get an answer. I don't know if we start announcing that connection terms will be as of 2042. I don't know, but I hear that. This is not the main problem. Again, the main problem is that we're faced with a new reality as to how renewables are injected into the system. There are so many renewables that cannot work the way they used to work, and this new system is being configured. This is the main difference.
Mr. Manouchakis, what is your assessment when it comes to why there's no self-regulation of the market? How do you explain, on one hand, you have investors who complain about curtailments, and at the same time, in October, when we had new connection terms being asked from PTO for more than 1 gigawatt project, so one more gigawatt. So, yeah, I agree with Mr. Tsafos here. People were used to a particular model with very specific, with a certain profitability rate, and they're just looking in this market to continue with this situation. what we clearly say is that this situation has now changed. We now entered a more competitive market, and we have 2 saturation levels. It's not just the network, and I need to be clear about this, because even if kilometers of network and substations, and there's still going to be problems. This is a multi-factor issue that needs to be taken into account by investors when they make investment decisions. Of course, investors might say that I need to have as much information as possible in order to make the right investment choice. But I don't believe that there is a black box in Greece. So how much the electric space is, how many megawatts the IPTO is going to add by 2030. For example, in every 10-year plan, we say what's going to happen over the next 10 years. This is already known. And of course, we know what the demand in Greece is. And we can see in the national plan, through the analysis that's being carried out, what is going to happen. There's always a risk involved when it comes to energy transition. It's a process that it's compulsory due to the energy crisis and climate crisis, and we all have to manage the situation so that this can be done with the fewest possible losses and risks. I also like a very brief comment on why IPTO requires the legal strengthening, and I'm referring to no, I think it's clear that from the beginning, when the decision was made, that given the saturation of the electrical space, that we allow more renewables, and given the European directive that somebody can ask for compensation, this is what strengthens the government policy and not just the IPTO. So therefore, anyone can just make a decision based on that. Mr. Yarenti. The issue that you talked about, the national account that's going to integrate different elements into one. Allow me to start by the latter and then go back to the former. What has already been mentioned as a proposal is that the special account, ELAPE, needs to be extended and become a total energy account that's going to integrate also the Energy Transition Fund, as well as any other funds available or might become available in the future. So therefore, a successful model of ELAPE can deal with, like it has done, can deal with many needs and challenges, the risks and legislative provisions on Western Macedonia. We're dealing with issue with a very successful manner, which shows that this new model of the energy transition in ELAPE can be extended. Now, when it comes to ELAPE, what I think is particularly important is the sustainability of ELAPE. But allow me to stress this. And for the past 5 years, there has been there's been a lot of investment with some rough calculations that tell us that around 9.5 billion has been invested in renewables. That includes investments in other auxiliary projects or infrastructure projects, networks, etc. So this 9.5 billion, or if you'd like, more than 10,000 projects that there are already agreements for, they wouldn't exist, and this is a new reality. And this wouldn't have happened if ELAPE was wounded, in inverted commas, as it was in the past. Because let us not forget that anyone who operates in renewables has experienced some difficult situations when we had 8 or 9 months of delays with huge deficits, and when we're also facing problems that banks were dealing with problems trying to find solutions that were creating even more problems. What is now important in the past 5 years, it has been a strategic decision for us to minimize those delays. And for the past 4.5 years, all producers are paid with 0 delays. They paid just as soon as it's cleared by the IPTO. This has created a certain investment security, which is a requirement for all these things that we'll be talking about to continue. So therefore, this level of sustainability is what we need to safeguard. And allow me to stress here, make a distinction that we have the accounting deficit or surplus of a LAPE. This is something that's being discussed, but it's discussed on a very theoretical level, on a level, let's say, of kind of planning and design. But what's essential is the funds of the special account. And we've seen with the minister's intervention recently where we've received the 200 million that have been part of the RRF, and what's important is that it will continue. There's going to be adequate funds, which means that they will guarantee the robustness of the special account, that will guarantee the future. So just one final comment, Mr. Stathatos. So, for example, we see that from the US to Europe, we just see investments being cancelled when it comes to offshore. This is a challenge. How are you going to deal with that? Going back to the previous year, where we were receiving a lot of pressure to give licenses so that we can start investment. My position was let us not hurry. The supply chain needs to cover some ground. The cost hasn't come down yet, so therefore the circumstances, I'm not saying that we're in control of this, have kind of worked in our favour in Greece. Even with the current plan, we do not believe that it will be around mid-2027 that we believe there's going to be a tender for licensing. So therefore we have sufficient time ahead of us in order to overcome these variations in pricing. But also that gives us an opportunity to learn from others' mistakes. We need to also take into account the inflation trends when it comes to the cost of manufacturing. I'm hoping that by then we're going to be seeing a completely different inflation landscape, and the efforts being made by different companies when it comes to planning and manufacturing, design and manufacturing, but also the prospects of Greece. And this is very important because Greece is not just saying that we have one of the best offshore wind capacity in East Mediterranean and also the Black Sea, dare say, but we also have to a certain degree, we have infrastructures that's faster and with a low investment cost can be upgraded and support these projects. So therefore we have some objective competitive advantages, and therefore do not see that as a major concern. Ms. Gali, just one final remark. There is investment interest, but also for biomethane from abroad. So we don't have a regulation for biomethane or hydrogen in Greece. To what extent this is an obstacle to what you're trying to do? What are you getting from the investors? Is that a concern for you? So,
concern the fact that pending a clear legal and regulatory framework is difficult to proceed with any kind of investment assessment and investment decision. Let's say certainly for biomethane the potential is there, is not as big as other renewables, but still it's, let's say, something that is a very, very mature technology. So the advantage of biomethane is that it's something for which the learning curve has been widely, let's say, covered by the other countries. Therefore, as soon as we have a legal and regulatory framework in place, I'm pretty convinced that, let's say, the country can start, let's say, getting the advantages of the biomethane economy. And let's say the infrastructure are all already there, so it's just really producing biomethane because it's absolutely the same as normal methane, and so it can be injected exactly like fossil and natural gas into the existing grids.
Μάλιστα. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους.
I would like to thank everyone. We should thank our audience. We could be talking for hours, but unfortunately we have limited time. Thank you again.
Hello. We're going to head to the next section of the conference. We're going to define the phenomena in the renewables, the curtailments, the emergence of very low prices, and at the same time the state has made clear that the new renewable projects will go on without subsidies. So here we want to outline the landscape that these new challenges form. We have together Mr. Aristotelis Aivaliotis, Secretary General of the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Stavros Papathanasiou, Professor at the NTUA and Head of the Ministry of Energy's Project Management Team, and Mr. Panagiotis Ladakakos, President of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. I thank you for your participation in the conference, and I'd like to begin with Mr. Aivaliotis. We see that this year estimates are that we are going to have a huge increase of curtailments compared to last year. So we have more than 3 times curtailments this year. So given that the remote control of the projects are going to delay, and in 2025 we won't have installation of storage units. What do you think are the measures that we have to apply in order to streamline RES curtailments based on the guidelines of the ministry? As regards well, I have a general comment on the system. We're trying every time the state tries to present the situation so that the investors that are already here or want to come to Greece, so that they are aware of the situation. And what we try to say is that we are entering a new era, which is characterized by a chaotic environment for various reasons, and in which era there are three main issues. Renewables are very competitive, so they don't need subsidies. They can operate freely in the market, which means free competition and risk. So we would like to let investors know that there is risk, and I would like also to answer a previous question from the previous panel. It wouldn't be right to set barriers right now to protect the ones that are already protected and prevent new investors and who would like to take the risk and who would like to receive low prices. We as a ministry, we are trying to reconcile many different aspects. We try to protect the consumer, which is our basic concern. We're trying to administer, to manage this new era so as not to have big losses in investments. We're trying to protect the state budget, because if we leave this system, we might get out of budget. So we have different plans. Batteries are coming. Storage will give us a break, but this break is limited because the basic problem of the market is that we have huge production compared to the demand, both domestic and foreign. So currently, I just saw Hedno's bulletin, we have 33 production coming from RES with zero price. And we are safe because we have huge exports. But we shouldn't rely on this. Exports have been saving our situation only for the last few months. But this could change in the future because we are not the only ones in the green transition track. Also, our neighbors are in the green transition track. So there are limits in the long-term solutions, which is storage, exports, and interconnections, and also hydrogen. The biggest storage that I can imagine in the future is that the hydrogen production, provided the technology can give us answers in the interrupted hydrogen production, because until now electrolytes need current and constant operation. We have RES, we have production that will go wasted. We have to find a technological way, this production, to store it in hydrogen and store it, but do it what? We don't have the industrial production that will allow us to use hydrogen. We should send it to Germany. So we are talking about huge projects in the long term. As regards short-term projects, according to the guidelines of the scientific community, what we can do, we might have to re-examine curtailments. Curtailments because of the market and curtailments because of bottlenecks of the grid. Market curtailments will be the biggest part, 85 to 90%. So the only thing we can do there is to review the order of prioritization of energy forms that enter the system. We should always respect union guidelines. There is a lot of protection in many forms of energy production. That could be a help. As regards the second part, let me also say that we have to look if what the system offers is correct according to their contracts. We should manage the situation. We have said to the regulatory authority to have a price system and set penalties to the aggregators that breach the system and the schedule. As regards congestion, which is the smallest part, and for which for reasons of questioning why did we do the overbookings. We did it in order to meet the demands of those complaining because they don't receive electric space. So the state should keep the balance for the ones complaining. So we did this overbooking. We left a legal gap. So we have to see what is going to happen with those reimbursements. Let me come back to the management of this chaos. We feel that a lot of RES producers have added assets. They might have 400 kilowatts. They have added a bit more, so stealing electric space. So we're going to have a serious survey with HEDNO to see which producers have contributed to this kind of theft. And we should define set points in order to control everything. And now the third aspect. We're going to have a weighing system. Today, there are parks where we have curtailments, and there are many parks in low voltage that don't have curtailments because HEDNO doesn't. So we're going to set a weighing mechanism reimbursing those who are subject to curtailment. It's not an easy job to do because we have to have an objective system, a combination of engineers and IT people, and digital system that won't need human intervention. This is what we can do short term, but our biggest problem is that we should enlarge the share. And this will be quite a big help in the future. What will help us is the insular interconnection. It will increase by 20%. We have e-mobility, which is not that fast as we would have wanted to, but we will try by all means to drive electrification of households. These are more or less the short-term projects. Long-term projects and storage we'll talk about later. So what I note is negative prices, clawback mechanism as first measures. Mr. Papathanasiou, in your presentation in the regulatory authority, you said that the basic problem regarding curtailment is the breaching by aggregators because there is no remote control of the projects and because there are no financial incentives. You have already submitted 3 proposals to the ministry. How can these proposals solve the problem? Thank you for the question, Mr. Deligiannis, and for the invitation from Energy Express. I believe that Mr. Ivailiotis laid down the issues. They are quite complex to explain in 5 minutes, but I will try to approach this. First, we have to understand how we experience today the curtailment problem and what's the future. The curtailments that we have ahead is not a grid problem. It's a problem of energy balance. We see them primarily in the day market, but also in the balancing market. Although we know the reasons before real time, we end up dealing with them as a management issue by set point orders because they were not managed correctly while planning and scheduling. And why is it so? Because the distribution programs are not applied because we don't have the technical systems for the supervision, and because there are no incentives to apply them. The future will continue in this direction. The main volume of curtailments in the market will happen in the market and will be quite high. We will have a curtailment volume in the balancing market, and we hope that the redistribution need will be low, and it should be low, otherwise more serious problems will arise. And at the end, a small need, real-time curtailment, which is today's reality, which shouldn't be as it is. We have identified, after long discussions, and codified these concerns. We are in the stage of developing a principles text for the difficult issues of curtailment, identifying the typology, their distribution, whether they should be reimbursed or not. And we have submitted the proposals to the ministry, which are in 3 directions. The first one tries to return to the regular situation on the curtailment management. So they are recognized within the markets. They are applied by the participants. And this happens through a grid of incentives, including both negative prices in the balancing market and charges. Has to do with the management and the controllability of the projects. For real-time management when this is required. There's a big discussion in the market. There have been legislative provisions. Our proposal is updated with a more refined way, because that's very difficult to do. The target is to expand the controllability of the project so that the security of the system will increase, and to have a more fair distribution of the projects to be curtailed. And we have also submitted a proposal for a mechanism which is going to be drafted for the redistribution of curtailment. So any asymmetries in the project's management, which will exist no matter how good systems we have, so that this injustice will be remedied, corrected, as regards the state support. This mechanism is a redistribution of the money given to the projects and not the revenue of the market. So we don't intervene in the market operation. If these things are done, we're going to get into a regular situation with no concerns whether I am entitled to get reimbursed. In the framework of market intervention, it's very important to have to create a volume of distributed RES portfolio so that any curtailment required in the balancing market to be based in the framework of the markets in a competitive way and not create a problem. This needs time. We hope that within 2024, until the end of the year, we will have the ministerial decision and all the proposals. The approval will need other measures as well. We believe that we can have this within the first 6 months of 2025. The clawback mechanism, which is very important for the everyday operation of the projects, as far as legislation is concerned, it will be finalized within the next 3 months. As regards implementation, we will have to work on that. We believe that curtailments in 2025 will be cleared until the end of the year, so by 2026. So you see that from the beginning of 2025, all curtailments will be subject to the mechanism. This is the target, as long as we have the legislation in time. Thank you. Mr. Lavakakos, how do you see the landscape regarding curtailments in wind energy? And what is your opinion on the 3 proposals? Thank you for the invitation and congratulations for the successful organization as every year. First of all, because you mentioned a number of curtailments, and because we try as a wind sector to record them, in the wind sector the situation is much worse, but not 3 times. Until now, we estimate curtailments in the wind parks of high voltage, where the operation of set points is already mapped. So it's a bit more than 3.1%. Last year it was 2%. I don't say that it's a small number. It's a big number, but it's not 3 times compared to last year. We have to recognize that the sector has been really patient, awaiting the ministry's initiatives. I heard what Stavros said, that we need time. And when you hear this time issue, you get scared. I don't think that we have a lot of time, at least for short-term interventions, because patience, we don't have patience anymore. We see injustices in certain projects categories. Let me comment on the 3 measures that have been presented. First of all, we have to see detailed text, to see the implementation details. In the details lies always the problem. So if we don't see the detailed texts, and if we don't see texts signed, we cannot be sure about the details. So I'm going to comment on the basic principles as presented. Clawback mechanisms, very important. That was a mechanism that we had proposed because wind parks are the ones subject to the greatest degree of injustice. This can be implemented, and I believe that we should see retrospectively how what's the situation going to be with projects, because they have been running for some years, and this injustice and asymmetry is really unfair. The second part, all this infrastructure that we have to build on the thousands of projects on the middle voltage, so that they can be controlled. This is very important. We have also stated that the last 2 years, it should have started long before, because we all knew that at some point from arrest penetration, onwards, we would have curtailments. So HEDNO is really delayed in this issue. And when, in the last minute, you set very tight deadlines, we have the current situation. I think today the deadline expired. I doubt how many of the projects have been able to submit the solemn declaration. And HEDNO doesn't have the infrastructure on the other side to manage and monitor this project. So what we do is we run after the projects and after the unrealistic deadlines. What is going to be done? Another extension of deadline with penalty is going to apply. The penalty might be unfair. It might be a scaled penalty, because if you set a deadline that the market cannot meet, why should they pay a penalty fee? Anyway, I believe, and Stavros, you have to see this, there are many project categories. We don't talk about the issue of EU regulation implementation. The EU regulation, whether we like it or not, provides for certain priorities. There are projects before July 2029 which are priority in dispatching. So for these projects, we should have an extension without a penalty. For projects after 2009, we could have a small extension of deadline. So we shouldn't deal every project in the same way. We should do it the other way around. Because they have higher tariffs, they should have tighter deadlines. We should be careful. It's one thing what we think is politically correct, and another thing is to abide by the EU regulation. It's two different things, so there we have to strike the balance. Yes, we have to comment on the regulations. Let me finish first. The third aspect is the role of aggregators. It's really important. They also should operate according to the market rules. We're yet to see where the whole situation will end up with the aggregators. Let me also add something for all of you here in the audience. At the same time, with all these actions, there are many texts subject to public consultation, and I personally see that they don't get the efficient attention. For example, we had the public consultation for the reference load. Reference load is the methodology which we should use during curtailments. We disagreed with this proposal of HEDNO. We had another mathematical proposal for the calculation of curtailments. There was another consultation for the topic of balancing markets and the role of aggregators. All these do not get the right attention. But we have to see all these issues that form the whole picture. We should all follow these consultations and give us as market representatives so that we can form opinions and statements expressing your issues and problems. That was my first comment. I think we're running out of time. Shortly and very briefly, Mr. Aivaliotis, as regards the promotion of storage without regarding legislation, you have set a limit of 600 megawatt. I would like to see first what will be the acceptance of the program which is financed by the Recovery Fund. I think it will be 350 megawatt. This is This has been recorded in the project description, but it might be higher because it depends on the type of companies. We have the target of 4 giga batteries until 2030. We have given standalone from the recovery fund. We give this 600 for parks, so it's 1,000 to 1,500 for the standalone projects, and the rest will be some hybrid projects. The direction is that we're going to be aggressive. We will test the market because we assume that a market without subsidies will be ready, and with the current price structure, there will be an increase in the investment interest. We will have the ministerial decision soon, around 1,000, 1,500 megawatt. We will have a very tight time frame, 12 to 18 months. And what is left to decide is the way we will define whether it will be based on characteristics, on the parameters. This will be agreed with the interested parties. Generally, we will solve the problem in the short term. At some point, the elephant in the room will be the demand, and this is the big risk for RES. Mr. Papathanasiou, would you like to comment regarding the rules? But I would like to ask you about storage. Should there be measures regarding their geographical location?
In this environment where we live and RES are operating, it's a case of zoning. It's not a problem of local networks. Therefore, whether that's in Kalamata or in Alexandroupoli, we're going to have the same result. So therefore, if we accept the fact that gradually there's going to be a saturation of networks that has regional characteristics, then of course it makes sense to start thinking that this storage volume that's being developed, how it can be incentivized so that we can have further development in areas where we expect more networks, assuming that we can have industrial activity in these areas. This seems to be nice on paper, but in reality it's very difficult to plan. So therefore, on the other, I would like to also stress that the biggest problem is the huge delays when it comes to the management of a production of renewables. When in 2020 we made the first analysis on behalf of RAI, we did it with a penetration of 60%, and you had 1,700 megawatts of storage, so that we could keep it under 5%. Of course, we don't have any of the 1,700, so this is something that we need yesterday. We need as soon as possible. Now, allow me to say a few things about the Regulation 943 and a concept of priority that it gives to certain projects. So dispatch is it's the management of curtailment and to guarantee the safety of the system and the network. Regulation 943, Article 12, gives priority to projects prior to July 2019, which were prioritized, which is the majority. It's the biggest volume of that. And small projects which are under 20, 200 or 300 after 2026. So that has to do with the end-of-day market. So while the aggregator portfolios are being curtailed, there seems to be some there seem to be exceptions for them. So now when it comes to guaranteeing the safety of the system, the Article 33 of the regulation does not offer priority to these projects, which means that they're all subject to redistribution. So therefore, however, it just gives a certain order based on the typology. So there are co-productions that are being prioritized. This is something that needs to be recognized and it needs to be adhered to. Now the extent to which, when it comes to this redistribution, nobody's exempt, and this translates into anyone, whether that's 20 kilowatts or more, then we also need to take into account the complexity of the project. We talk about tens of thousands of projects, which in order for them to be part of the redistribution system, they need to be have capacities of sort of telemonitoring, and so this is a difficult task, and this is why we're going to say that above a certain capacity, projects will be part of the redistribution regardless of the time that these were created, and under a certain limit this will not be part of the redistribution. But the implementation of that system or the redistribution, in both cases we need to have the right infrastructures, we need the aggregators to have the right platforms, but also the operators to have them. Our biggest enemy here is the figures and the speed in which we need to implement that. There seems to be a certain degree of incompatibility between these things, so that we need to take that into account, so that we do not ask for things that cannot be achieved. Now the question who should be first, second, third, and what are reasonable extensions and what are the deadlines, and then that's not easy to determine. We need to see how exposed they are to the market. We need to take into account technology, because it's in some cases it's easy, sometimes it's not. We've spent a lot, we've talked about it a lot in our team, and of course it's going to be announced. Mr. Ladakakos, a very brief response because we've gone over time. The prospect of Greece becoming an exporter, Mr. Avaliotis also talked about exports. Under what circumstances can this help with the reduction of curtailments? First of all, I agree with Stavros' analysis, but we all need to have a kind of same understanding of when we talk about distribution and when we talk about redistribution. Let us not forget that when we talk about redistribution, the regulation provides for compensation for certain projects. So therefore, we need to look at the issue holistically. Now, when it comes to exports, it's true that the narrative of becoming an exporter in the coming years is correct, and we support it. Of course, this is not going to happen just because we say how good it is. Of course, this is going to help with the reduction of curtailments. However, in order to become an exporter, that means that every country is going to operate in a very competitive environment. But an exporter will be the one who can offer energy at certain times of the day to the companies that it's interconnected with. Of course, this requires a lot of effort, taking into account those facilities that are going to bring the cost down. And let us not forget that the real value of a unit and a kilowatt has to do with it's very much linked to the captured price. Because I often hear that PVs have the lowest cost, but that doesn't mean that we need to the LCOE. We need to look at the LCOE of a PV and a wind farm in relation to the captured price, because when captured price when you start becoming an exporter, is what's going to bring revenue to the country. Otherwise, there's no point exporting at midday. In other words, giving energy for free. That was just a very brief comment, although this is a very huge discussion that could take forever. Thank you all for your participation in the panel. Thank you.
It begins with a burst of sunlight, illuminating the opportunities of today's world. We harmonize with the symphony of energy transition, whether realizing a distant dream or succeeding beyond our grasp. The sun continues to guide us in our commitment to clean energy conversion. Determination to discover new frontiers. We continue exploring. Move beyond boundaries. Perfecting even the smallest details. In the pursuit of excellence, we endeavor to increase our merit, to be more reliable, more efficient, and create prosperity. We continue delivering upon our core values, sincere and pragmatic, precise and open, innovative and respectful, customer-oriented. Building more lucrative, healthier, and smarter solutions. To pave the way for a greener future. Sungrow, clean power for all.
Ναι, ακούγομαι.
Can you hear me okay? Before welcoming my guest, I'd like to ask for the participants in the next panel to get their microphones so that they get ready. Mr. Paoxedino, Mr. Karidas, Mr. Handavas, Ms. Zacharia, and Mr. Lumakis. So I have the pleasure and honor to have a brief chat with Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, the CEO of PPC Renewables. PPC has always been part of this discussion, and I'd like to tell you that when Mr. Mavros took office as the CEO for PPC Renewables, we had an initial meeting, and the things that he mentioned as goals of PPC, it seemed to be impossible. I did say at the time that I couldn't believe that these things could happen because by then we couldn't really see these things being possible. But I need to admit that at least based on what he said at the time, they reached those goals, and that's why, Mr. Mavros, I'd like to mention this and congratulate you on this. So welcome. Thank you very much for your kind words. No, it's reality. It's exactly what happened. No, it's a matter of teamwork, and we have a very good team, and that's how we can move forward. Now with a more kind of global angle that you have, and just a few days prior to the next COP in Baku, I'd like you to tell me whether it's true that what we were talking about, that the future of energy is green. Would you say that it's kind of becoming a bit more grey, so therefore there's de-acceleration of this green transition, slowing down of this transition? First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the organization of this forum. I need to say that the future of energy is here, and the immediate future is certainly green. And now, with the upcoming COP and the previous COP, if anyone reads how Simon Steele talked about who's responsible for climate by the UN. He talked about the beginning of the end of fossil fuel, and if anyone looks at the figures, and I'm not going to talk about Greece, which is a very impressive figure. If we look at on a global level, it's clear that we're moving to the energy transition, green transition, very strongly. Of course, the different geopolitical circumstances occasionally they create certain conditions that we need to adapt to. So we're talking about adaptation rather than the kind of greying of the green energy, as you mentioned. So we're moving on with the green transition. What we need now, we need a flexible generation. Of course, the transition fuel, which is natural gas, needs to be strengthened, and this is how we need to move on. The broader goal is that we shouldn't be kind of looking back. So basically what was signed in Paris in 2015 is that we do not want an increase in temperature more than 1.5% compared to the pre-industrial time. So therefore, this is something that of course, it can have fluctuations based on the geopolitical situation, but I believe that we're moving on time. And I think that in Baku, there are going to be discussions about the distribution of soil resources. I imagine that there's going to be a distribution of 7 billion euros every year. And of course, that doesn't mean that that means a lot to Greece, but they also need to go to developing countries, and this is where I think the discussion is going to focus in the next COP. So summarizing, I'd like to say that it's not only about the future, we're moving on to the green transition, we're talking about the immediate future, and the long-term goal is the overall transition, the overall green transition. But on a European level, we see a certain level of skepticism when it comes to the necessity, but also the speed of the energy transition. With the new European Commission, do you see possibly some elements of going backwards? There is a certain degree of skepticism that comes from the geopolitical situation. However, if you just look at the two reports, Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta, the two reports that have been compiled recently, which give a lot of emphasis on competitiveness and how the European economy in its entirety is going to move forward in the future. What we see is we talk about competitive industry and therefore competitive electricity. They do require the energy transition, and they require more funds than those which are now going into the energy transition itself. And linking it to Euroelectric, that recently published the Grid for Speed report, we need 57 billion euros in networks in order to move forward. So therefore there is a need, there is a very specific need. There are different reports and studies that show that in order for Europe to kind of move forward, so there's not the one paying the bill, because it's because what's happening in the Middle East and Ukraine, it's actually the European citizens who have to pay the price. And that means that more funds need to be allocated so that the European economy can become more competitive. We are in the right course. New decisions are required. I think we will move to that direction, but I believe that we're in a good course. Let's now move to kind of our situation in Greece with two things. First of all, we have the PPC that has kind of spoiled us, if you like, in terms of continuous announcements of acquisitions and penetrations of other markets and expansions, etc. Tell us a few words about your targets and whether we're going to hear any kind of news in the near future. First of all, the PPC group has its own Green Deal. From the beginning, we started with a very systematic methodology of our own green transition. So therefore, you know that the plan of the group for the closure of fossil fuel facilities has been there from the beginning. However, because we hear about acquisitions, etc., but allow me to talk more about the strategy. We're talking about organic development, so therefore the utilization of our own projects. This is something that's very dynamic, and it seems to be with the creation of emblematic projects and the creation of a huge capacity, and especially in Southeastern Europe, where the PPC group is one of the most important players. So therefore, one of the pillars is strategic development. The other pillar is the co-creation of projects. At the moment, we have strategic partnerships with very big groups in order to make this development a reality. And the other one, of course, is acquisitions, which are required together with the other two pillars in order to create the mix the way we've planned it. So therefore, we do not stop there, and the reason we don't stop any of those three is that because we need to serve, we need to kind of meet the requirements of the business plan, which has to do with what the PPC has been doing for the past 30 years in Greece, but also with a broader strategy in the broader region of Southeastern Europe. And let me remind you that when it comes to renewables, we will have very soon 6 countries. We are in Greece, in Bulgaria, Croatia, Italia, Romania. Remind you that in Romania we started the construction of a new 140 megawatt wind farm, which is an emblematic project, which is something that we need in the context of interconnections. We also completed a transaction that's going to be with acquisition in Romania, and we're going to see in all these geographies that I've just mentioned very soon, we're going to see new projects unfolding. So therefore, yes, we will continue on all 3 pillars, meeting the requirements of our business plan. Well, you haven't given us any news. Oh, well, I've just been a bit more general. I think it's good to keep it as a surprise. I'd like you to make a comment on what we've been hearing since this morning about the environment in which the different renewables investors are operating. I'm talking about curtailments, I'm talking about zero or negative prices, the difficulties for developing the business plans, the way they were designed based on the different fundings, etc. Of course, as a PPC, you have a very special position, but I'd like your view on this new environment that the investors are required to operate now. And one thing that I need to stress out, yes, we have a special position as the PPC. Yes, the PPC historically has had a very special position, and I think we have that because we've worked to this direction, and I'm talking about the verticalization and the utilization of this. So therefore we are moving on with our plan, and we continue to develop. Of course, we're not talking about an environment that we had 5 years or even 10 years ago. We're not talking about an environment with guaranteed prices or a guaranteed penetration to the network. This is a situation where that requires large investors with specific targeting, but also the support in order to create the right technologies and storage networks, etc. So therefore, there are 2 elements which I believe that investors need to look at ourselves to. One of them has to do the funding of the projects, to what extent these are funded by kind of own funds or external funding. And the other thing, of course, is the technologies into which investors are investing. What we talk about when we talk about monoculture, we need to see a mix of different technologies, and this is what is required. I believe that investors need to align themselves to the goals of the energy transition as to the mix of technologies and the more targeted model. When we talk about this mix and the new technologies, when we're talking about the green mix, this comes hand in hand with two hands. It's essentially the creation and the development of networks, but also the flexible generation in the whole region, but also more broadly in Europe is required, and is required to be able to support the stochasticity and intermittency of generation, and for those technologies to work hand in hand. This is very important, and this is an element that we're going to put a lot of emphasis on. With this, Mr. Mavros, will allow me to close this discussion. Thank you very much for your participation and your support. Thank you very much.
Του επόμενου, παρακαλώ να ανέβουν οι συντελεστές του επόμενου.
Next panel, and I'd like to ask Mr. Yannis Gelou from Helexpo, while we're being prepared here, to give us a brief information on the exhibition, the Helexpo, being organized on the 13th to 15th of March. Yanni, you're already here. Okay, great.
Με τη σειρά. Πώς είναι η σειρά?
Εδώ είναι ο κ. Παπακοσταντίνου, πρώτος Καρίδας.
Πάντα φιλόξενο το βήμα.
Always very welcoming this forum, and Mr. Panagoulis, of course. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you give us. This is a very important forum in the area of renewables. What we want after the first event, this year's event, we want to establish this spring meeting in the area of renewables, this time in the city of Thessaloniki. And Helexpo go through different industry events to inform people on the new trends and present innovations and give a platform for networking, and through that achieve the kind of ultimate goal of development of the industry and the businesses in general. This is what's being planned by Renewable Energy Tech. We're not going to repeat the statistics of the first event that was organized last spring. I'm not going to refer to the more than 210 exhibitors, more than 50 events, more than 500 B2B meetings that we managed to organize in collaboration always with one of the biggest energy portal, which is Energy Press. But I'm just going to give you some information about what we're planning for the 2025 event. First of all, we're going for a bigger event space, so we're going to have an increase of about around 33%. So from 7,500 square meters, we're now going to 10,000 square meters for the event in 2025. Now to this, if we add the parallel organization of the Forward Green event, if we add another 3,000 square meters, we're talking about 13,000 square meters of exhibition space for those two events. Two halls dedicated to renewable energy tech, and a third one that is going to host the Renewable Energy Forum, and of course Forward Green. In order to support this international kind of orientation, this is the feedback that we had from our participants in this year's event. We are not limited to the different collaborations with media in Balkan countries and Southeastern Europe, but we also started a roadshow with the first stop in Romania, where we participated in an energy fair, and we had contact with more than 30 companies from countries like Romania, Turkey, China and Germany. We've also presented renewable energy tech in Madrid at the thematic group meeting in relation to sustainability Enterprise Europe Network. In fact, the annual meeting of this thematic group is going to take place during the energy tech in Thessaloniki. Next stop of the roadshow is in Milan, and as part of the Enterprise Europe Network meeting, and with the annual conference in Budapest for this network. At the same time, we support the organization of these events. We have one of the supporters is now the Hellenic Federation of PVs, representing producers from Xanthi to Crete, and of course we're going to continue with the supporters that we've had this year. Some of the key indicators for this year's event. This event, Forward Green, is now going to a third cycle, and the second renewable energy tech. The first one had 64% on new exhibitors compared to the ones Forward Green. Why would anyone choose Hell Expo? Because for the past 100 years we serve exhibitors in the right way, so therefore when we looked at the satisfaction, we had 100% satisfaction from the FEB, and 100% of the exhibitors said that they managed to achieve the goals that they had when it comes to promotion and networking. 82% of exhibitors said that they achieved the goal of finding new clients abroad, and 96% about finding clients within Greece. 98% has already said that they're going to participate in the next event of 2025, while 96.5% said that they would speak positively about the event to other players in the market. And of course, another thing that is very particularly important to us, we need to say that this is a certified event when it comes to its sustainability. Networking, promotion, advertising, new B2B meetings and collaborations. In a few years the platform will open, and I'd like to ask you to visit it and participate, but also be informed and also present the different innovative solutions that you propose to the market. All these things are going to be found in Renewable Energy Tech, together with the third meeting forward. We've already started with the registration because the exhibitors themselves they've come to contact with us and asked us to expedite this process. Just like some of them say, if you're going to be participating in one exhibition, then this is the one. And thank you very much for your attention.
Hello from my side. I'm glad to be the moderator of this panel. We've heard a lot of interesting things until now, which are the basis not only for a fruitful dialogue, but also for comments. We've heard about overbooking, curtailments, negative prices, but there are many also projects that are going to be decided shortly, and other projects that are going to be interconnected. So the landscape is quite complex. But we have here in our panel a dream team which has top people of the sector that will help us in this topic. We have Mr. Victor Papakostadinu, CEO of Motor Oil Renewable Energy, Mr. Yannis Karida, CEO of Renewables and Energy Storage Kopelousos Group. We have Mr. Aristotelis Hadava, CEO of Principia Group, Mrs. Stella Zacharia, CEO of Optimus Energy, and Mr. Stelios Loumakis, President of the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Energy Producers. An applause for our panel. So this is a great opportunity to see how the market thinks, how they think of the future, and which are the developments anticipated. I will begin with Mr. Papakostadinu. You are one of the leaders of the market, and obviously you know very well the parameters. So it will be very interesting for you to tell us what are the challenges dealt by the RES sector regarding the issue of curtailments, of negative prices, and how this will impact the projects. Thank you. I would also like to thank you for the invitation. It's good to talk, to be the last to talk before the lunch break, because everybody has already answered the questions. Last night I made some notes of what I'm going to talk about today. But I'm leaving all these notes aside because all the previous speakers have covered all the subjects. I will make a small summary, but since we know the topics and we discuss about them so in such detail, why are we still talking about them? We talked about everything, about the energy sector, which is the cornerstone of international growth, for the need of renewables. 200 countries gathered in Abu Dhabi in December. IA announced that we are going to have 2.7, not 3 times, but it's good enough. And half of this development growth is going to come from China. I refer to this because the world around us changes rapidly. A few years ago, China was making much more coal plants than the whole of Europe. But now China is the leader of the green transition, and I believe we are in the correct track. In our country, the situation has changed. Everybody agrees. We don't have the tariffs, we don't have the security. We have to take our risks. In every panel, you mentioned the word risk. And many of the speakers, and Mr. Tsafos as well, and Mr. Manosakis too, and partly the Secretary General as well, that there is no reason to be concerned about the investor. And I really believe in that. The problems that we have to deal with, we have to deal with them as investors. The demand will not increase. The market is still limited. We have to increase demand. It will increase. We all take our risks. And by taking the risks and entering the market, we see the curtailments we see negative prices. This is a risk that we already have. We sell our energy and we don't have security. We're looking for off-takers to commit for 10, 12 years. There are very, very few. Nobody will take this risk. It's not easy to take this risk. Mr. Kodoleon said that this morning. I disagree with him in many matters. I disagree that a consumer cannot commit and remove the risk in the long term, but it is a fact that in such a difficult landscape, it's very difficult that you will expect from someone to commit for 10 years. So you have to develop the skill to manage the energy you produce. We cannot do this. Not everybody can. I agreed with the question, but I disagreed with Mr. Giaredes, my friend, about the energy democracy. As long as we had the tariffs, yes, that was also the character of the investment. I had a colleague investor who had built 3 wind turbines for his children. Now, you don't even imagine to do this. The complexity of the market, what was mentioned in the previous panel by Mr. Mavros, how many out there understand this terminology and this subject? Very few. It's not everything for everybody. Investors don't need protection, nor by the negative prices, neither by curtailments. The state must ensure to have markets operating. That was said by Mr. Papalexopoulos. The market is the beginning and the end, without limitations, with behavior control, but with no restrictions. And the rest of us will take our risks. We should not try to protect the investor because we don't need to. This is the thought, my thought as a result of what I heard this morning. And I agree with that personally. And this is my position in all the problems that we face today. You're absolutely right. The investor doesn't need protection. I think that we all believe the investor usually has much better knowledge than most of the decision makers. As also a party leader recently said, let us fail. The investor might be successful or not. They don't need protection. They need knowledge of the rules, stable rules, so that they can take the risks. You're absolutely right. We need forceability, transparency and flexibility when the conditions change from the state. And speaking of risk, do you think that this risk is going to be higher by the time, or in a great extent? Because our life is very complex right now. Starting to do investments of hundreds of millions and not knowing what you're going to do with the energy you're going to produce. You don't have any clue. And if you think that you were going to find like dozens of industries to sell it, you're wrong. Banks were very late in realizing this, and now they're retreating. Because a bank will not take a financial risk, a commercial risk, which means that you expect that your investments will have a return that will represent this. One-digit ARR, when we have the stable tariffs, does not exist anymore. And this is my message to you. We had a golden era of the developers. License it and somebody will buy it. License it and somebody will build it. This does not exist anymore because there's no subsidies. There's very few people being able to take the risks. We should take them. Some of the people being able to take the risks are in this panel, and the risk is very high. But I understand that it is a risk that you can take. Yeah, since we are in this panel, we have chosen this job. We are going to manage the risk with the way that we should, as in every other economy sector. Show me an example of another economy sector that has such a regulation, such tariffs. Everybody in this life takes risks. But in energy, numbers are really high. You're very right. No risk, no glory. Thank you very much. Let's move to Mr. Caridas. You have a very interesting project going on, and I would like you to talk to us about it. I'm talking about GREGI, that's going to change the geopolitical importance of Greece and its energy importance in general. I would like to take the podium, please, for a very brief presentation. Thank you. I would like to add to our discussion another perspective, which we have thought of many years ago, and given the development of the energy market, both in Greece and internationally, now these kind of projects are the future for everyone and for Europe, within which, as a member state, we act and operate. And I'm talking, as you said, about the electrical interconnection of the Egyptian with the Hellenic and the European power systems, GREGI. I will not get into technical details, I believe we already know it. I would like to focus on what we believe that GREGI means for Europe. It concerns the direct interconnection of Egypt with mainland Greece, with undersea cables of total capacity 3,000 megawatts of exclusive transmission of green energy. It's a project that has been integrated in the first list of PMI projects, common interest and mutual interest projects of the European Union. Another project for which we have published the proposal, and we have gone to the second stage of the tender with the pre-selected surveyors, which is the first outline of the delineation of the seabed. And the second one is the cost-benefit analysis. We all know, and the previous speakers, we've talked about the targets for the 55% cut in CO2 and the multiplication of renewables. All these targets are quite optimistic, and we would like to accelerate them, acknowledging the problems for their achievement. GREGI, which is an interconnection of a European member with a third country, is the answer to one of the most important problems for the achievement of the green targets of Europe. Before, a few months ago, there was a research of McKinsey outlining the problems of this effort. And one of these most important problems, which we experience more or less all the investors investing in development projects, is the constantly decreasing pace of available land for the implementation of renewables projects. And what do I mean by available land? Land that you can license and install a project. And the available land is limited in European level, both for the due to the environmental and political reasons. So we understand that in order to accelerate this effort and the achievement of the targets, we have to expand the energy boundaries of Europe. So the first pillar of Europe is the connection of Europe with green energy. So we have to produce or bring to our territory this green energy. And this is the target of GREGI project. So by bringing 3,000 megawatts of green energy, we facilitate the targets of mitigating the climate change. 3,000 megawatt of pure energy can replace yearly around 5.5 BCM of natural gas annually. So you understand that it's a very powerful tool for our country and our neighboring countries, the ones who can supply energy from GREGI. With an interconnection, we reduce the need to have local reservoirs of alternative energy and backup solutions. And something really important is, apart from the apparent energy environmental benefits, the possibility of such an interconnection to provide enhancement of the grid stability. Looking at the big picture, we all see that also the energy market is heading to globalization. So we as a country need interconnection, and GREGI results in the interconnection of markets and less pressure in the markets, benefiting the end consumer. The benefits are clear for the Greek industry that have another alternative for better prices, and also for our neighboring countries. Apart from the energy and environmental benefits, we also have two benefits for our country. It will create many new workplaces. We also create the possibility for Greece to become an important energy hub of green energy in the southeastern Europe and Mediterranean. So this means that the role of Greece changes in our neighborhood, which results to the enhancement of the national security and the power of the country. And this geopolitical aspect, which is really important for Europe, is based on the fact that GREGI is the cornerstone for the creation of green avenues interconnecting Africa with Europe and the Northern Europe via Greece. So we believe that GREGI is the drive, the guideline on how Europe should direct itself in this effort. Lastly, I would like to mention the support green energy in Egypt to supply GREGI with green energy. And we as a group, we have started the development of a portfolio up to 9.5 megawatt. Most of its part will be wind energy, so that we have available green energy supply, so that we have a base load profile of energy supply. I will not get into more details. Thank you for the attention. Thank you, Mr. Karidas. Your presentation was very interesting, and I believe that it's a project that will change the energy map, and we're going to return on this subject. Now I'm moving to Mr. Hadavas, who has a double role. He's CEO of Principia and then CEO of Solar Power Europe, so he can give us his experience on the developments at the European level, what we can expect, solutions that have been implemented in Europe. Mr. Hadavas, the floor is yours. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be joining this conference this year. I believe that it's well known that the road to the energy transition is the one that we have to follow. The thing is, at what speed, and how fast do countries understand the benefits of this transition. I heard the previous speaker talking about China, and I believe that it's one of the biggest changes we've seen the last 2 years, because currently there's a trend of demonstrating, mostly from skeptics of the green transition, the argument of why are we in a rush as Europe? We are the 7-8% of emissions. Whatever we do, we're not saving the planet. China, in the last 2 years, has had great progress in green energy, bringing a lot more megawatts compared to Europe and the EU. This shows us the great difference in terms of speed and mentality change, especially for a nation as China, which had always been supporting traditional energy forms. So this shows us that they have understood and have approved, and they are running for the benefits that we have been talking about the last 20 years, that the green transition, green energy, is the one that gives us competitive advantage as an economy. So they are going towards that direction. Europe does the same thing with its own problems, on the other hand. Europe is an organization with the main problem being the 27 member states. So decision-taking in a family of 3-4 members, they cannot decide on where they're going to have lunch. In a family of 27 members, this is very, very slow. So that's why the European economy is problematic at today, because of the lack of cheap energy that we got from Russia all those years, and this is a factor delaying the developments. On the other hand, in all member states, we're breaking our records every year. We're expecting the demand to rise in the next years. So I believe that Europe is in the right direction, but is moving slowly. In our country, we are experiencing a lot of these problems, at least in administrative level. We see that we agree that the green transition is the way to go. The last 20 years, we have seen great changes in many investment sectors. Equipment costs, project costs, all those are quite lower and help investments, and potentially the consumer will have a cheaper energy. On the other hand, we see many things that are not the same as 20 years ago, because 20 years ago it was easier to develop projects. It was easier for the society to accept the project. You had a public sector that in many cases was faster than today. So I believe that we did something wrong there. The last 5 years, although we did many steps, we attracted many investors, we didn't have the optimal planning, both in technology selection and regulation selection. When a law changes, when we have constant new ministerial decisions, when the landscape changes, this creates problems to the environment, and such as discouragement of many investors, the curtailments that we're experiencing. And this curtailment issue is one of the problems, and we were one of the countries that we had started thinking about the issue of storage and how we're going to boost it. I believe it was in the 2020 that we had the first committee of the ministry, and still 5-6 years later, we don't have storage units. We have much more curtailments than last year, and we expect many more in the next year. And we are awaiting to see which will be the transparency framework, which will be the reimbursement framework, why another project is subject to curtailment and I am not subject to curtailment. All these are concerns for the investors and the companies. And I believe that the government should intervene there and provide solutions. There are steps taken, ideas, proposals, but they're not moving that fast as we would have liked. We're waiting to see. Indeed, the situation is quite difficult. And my next question will be, how do you foresee the demand? And if you believe that these difficulties are short-term or long-term. In the meantime, I'm moving to Mrs. Zacharia. She's the representative of one of the leading aggregators. I would like your opinion on the situation, Mrs. Zacharia. I thank you on my side for the invitation. Every year the conference is getting bigger and the topics are more and more complex. We are past the era where renewables had the only risk of how much wind or sun we are going to get. We are in much more complex situation with many developments, but unfortunately not a clear landscape of the rules by which we have to work. Specifically, the next 2 years, until we have the first batteries that we are expecting, we're going to see insecurity for the producers. Within this time frame, aggregators, I am representing Optimus Energy, they are called to perform even more tasks, provide even more products, because it's very important that both the markets within which we're going to sell the products of the producer, the way and the strategy by which we're going to sell it, and with which other products at the same time we are going to reduce the weighing costs. Already Optimus has launched a new product in its portfolio, demand response, in cooperation with the customer portfolio of Iron and our supplier, which is SimPower. And now we are beginning to participate actively in the demand response market, and we are examining the different opportunities that exist. Within the next few months, we hope that we will start with a distributed portfolio, and when the time comes, we're going to get into the utilization of batteries. Now, as regards curtailments and all the framework that we've been talking about and which we are expecting it to be published, there might be also a consultation. This situation creates a high complexity for our work because, as it was correctly said, there are curtailments that might be required for reasons of market and curtailments that might be required for reasons of redistribution. And now I would like to make a comment for the role of aggregators. Aggregators until today operate totally legally according to the market rules by which we operate. The market schedule is not a book that we must meet. We have a production, we must foresee it and sell it with the best possible way to the different markets. If our prediction is not good, we're going to pay that in the future. So our work is absolutely correct. If the rules change by which we operate, our strategy is going to change as well. We believe that in order to be obvious which curtailment is necessary, we will have to see the new prices in the balancing market, and at the same time monitoring from the regulatory authority and the ministry of how this gradual integration of the participants in the new environment is done. It's a very demanding environment, both for the producers that have to make many investments, they have to increase the insecurity degree of their investment model, financing of this for these investments. But it's demanding also for the aggregators, because they have to have the technological solutions that will allow all these actions to operate and function safely and offer the service in the correct manner. This is not simple. There are many details. We also need additional tools to reduce the balancing cost and offer, through the participation in the balancing markets to the producers, so to offer also a weighing benefit, so that they won't only lose from the curtailments, but they will also have a benefit by offering this service of a gradual reduction of their production, which, together with the service of reduction of load, so we have cash in the balancing market, which is what we want, and it's the thing that will reduce the cost for the consumers. This is our strategy as a company. This is what we are preparing for the next months and the next year. I would also like to say that whichever discussion on ad hoc penalties for things that are outside the markets, they only create problems for us. It's a situation creating a series of barriers in our way to build an optimal strategy for the best possible result. We have to follow the market sizes to allow the negative prices in the balancing markets and monitor the developments. Thank you. This was my first remark. I understand that one request is not to get, you request less state intervention, but on the other hand, there's always the question if the market can operate on its own. So yes, this is a balance that we have to strike, and supervision is required. Now I'm moving to Mr. Loumakis. Mr. Loumakis, you heard the previous speakers. What is your opinion on that?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and the success of this Energy Press Forum. First of all, in the past, I was the only one talking about curtailments, but I can see that people are not talking about the cost of the PV, but they're talking about the elephant in the room, which is demand. Of course, there are I just need to start from a positive figure. Renewables at the moment, 15, 16 giga that we have. If we're talking about wind and solar, or whether that's new or old, or the cost for consumer about 9.7 per kilowatt hour. Because the media is not going to find that. There needs to be some kind of, you need to use the right kind of modeling for that. If we look at biomass and biogas, then that goes up to 10.7. And of course that raises the question that the consumer pays 15, but then on top of that they pay for EDMEAR, which is 1.2 cents per kilowatt hour, and not the 1.7, which is the base rate. So therefore, because 50% is res is 50%, so therefore consumers send 15 plus 2.4, that's 17.4 per kilowatt hour. So while renewables take 10.7, there seems to be an accounting deficit. Of course, the money goes to suppliers, and there's some kind of profit there, and that's why there are additional charges by the government. I'm just saying that so that people know where the money comes from. So in total it's 10.7. This is much below, and it would be good if that could passed on to the consumer without a deficit for a LAPE. And I'm saying that so that people don't actually blame a LAPE for that. I mean, we are 10.7 and the consumer pays 10.4. Some additional details. There is not much to interpret because the European directive is already in the government gazette, and it's been this is not something completely different. It relates to what, as the professor said, the projects prior to July 2019, as long as no new connection terms are required, up to 400 kilowatts, and in 2026 for new ones below 200 kilowatts. Another thing is that the distribution is something that's done by the operator and not the exchange. So therefore the operator looks at the distribution and as well as the minimum requirements for the systems to operate. Now when it comes to redistribution, it has to do with the bottleneck of the network. I've heard some estimations that talk about I believe that the target model is not very clear about what is an economic solution. So it just makes it easier to kind of counterbalance the issue of projects that enter the intraday market, which cannot be distributed. So the fact that something is part of the intraday market, that doesn't mean that it needs to be redistributed. So if we want to look at the prioritization of distribution, it would be good. And as I've said, as far as the rest of it is concerned, I believe that the problem is mainly to do with demand. We've forecast that we're going to have curtailments of at least 25%. This has to do with energy regardless of storage. No matter what storage we have, 25% of the energy generated, regardless of the national plan, that's going to lead to a curtailment, an energy curtailment of 25% in those projects that are not prioritized. So there's no excuse for small, medium or large investments to say that this is not part of the business plan and then in the future say that I didn't know about it. Of course, it's clear that the market is going to be more in favor of the demand and not the generation, because it's what actually pays for all this. Those who've been in the market for many years, we've seen where renewables was something that needed to be generated, whereas now it's energy that's not being utilized. Of course, this now is the operator who gives the connection terms that is required to solve the problem. And I hope that in the case of the IPTO, that the new connection terms that they give, and especially the different agreements that are signed, they have the right degree of flexibility when it comes to the absorption of demand. Because if they've all been put in the same basket where they had a deterministic agreement, like for example in 2020, 2021, that did not foresee the kind of bottleneck that we've experienced later on, without differentiating between the projects that are going to come out when there is a bottleneck. Of course, regardless of what is legislated in Greece, this is not going to be overcome. That's why the IPTO should have new versions in their agreements that reflect the situation, so that the investors can actually see and judge whether they want to continue with the project or not. You're absolutely right. Yes, risk is going to be taken by the investor, as long as they know what this risk is. We have a couple of minutes each, about a minute and a half. That's why I'm going to have one more round. I'd like to start with you, with Mr. Papakonstantinou. What Mr. Kondoleon said. You said that you disagree in relation to the fact that there shouldn't be any long-term PPAs on the side of the off-takers. Very briefly, what's the reason? I didn't exactly say that. And the risk management is the A to Z. It's the most important thing when it comes to long-term investments. It's what I ask as an investor, and what I would also ask as a consumer for one of the key elements of cost. I totally understand that the cost of energy is a survival issue for many energy-intensive industries because there's direct competition. I also understand that all this mess of the last few years when it comes to the regulatory framework, and we have changes every 6 years, we have limits, and we have PPAs which cannot be implemented. All these things make everyone, and especially those who have to kind of pay for them, to hesitate to commit in the long term. For this to move on and see the reduction in cost and manage this level of uncertainty, we need to take certain measures when it comes to risk management, and this is why PPS and CFDs, as previously mentioned, is the way forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Karidas. Very briefly, you said you talked about the network stability. If you could just talk about this and how this is also going to upgrade the Greek market. Without going into the details of the technical parameters, an inter-DC connection between two asynchronous systems has the benefit of adding stability to the network. This means that beyond the direct benefits of offering the market with clean energy, another important thing is that Greece's ability to have also from a third country clean energy at competitive prices, and especially at a profile that is close to the Greek one, together combined with the domestic production will have the ability to supply energy not only to Greece but also to Northern Europe, because as we know there is a demand for clean energy in North Europe, and also for derivatives, for example green hydrogen. GREGI is going to play an important role in the upgrading of the energy market in a country so as to become a hub, and a green energy hub, which of course increases the security of our country. GREGI has been carefully designed in order to safeguard exactly this. So that this is rooted in a way that we avoid certain tensions in the region. So therefore it's a very important geopolitical tool for our country. The fact that part of the energy is going to go to outside the borders of the country is also going to increase the overall balance. So GREGI, apart from the fact that it can safeguard the safety of energy planning, it can also strengthen the economy and protect it from the fluctuations of CO2 and natural gas, but also all the different geopolitical disruptions that we've experienced in our region. Thank you very much, and we wish success. Mr. Haddavas, just one final comment on how do you see this, the development of this demand, as this is a critical parameter. Demand is, I personally believe that demand is going to go up. However, it would be a great failure if it doesn't go up, because the increase in demand is not just to satisfy the needs of generators or to not have that many curtailments. The increase in demand would mean that the country is moving swiftly into the electrification, which means that it becomes a more competitive country, and its economies and its industries and the way we operate, and the cost for the consumer that's going to go down. And then of course that means that we will have managed to deal successfully with some of the issues that we're dealing with. We will be able to have electricity for the industry, we'll be able to have new data centers in Greece, we will manage to have more renewables, electric vehicles, etc. So therefore, if we do not achieve that, it's not just the generators will not have anyone to sell the energy to. This is just a very small part of it. It just means that we're going to be a second or third tier economy. And this is a great opportunity for us to become a modern economy. Yes, this is a national issue and not just an issue for the energy generators. In the same spirit, because I've made a few notes on this for us too, this is very important to make efforts for an increase in demand, so that there is the right visibility, but it's equally important to have a shift to demand during midday. There need to be efforts so that demand is shifted during the hours that there's an increased renewables production, because regardless of how much storage there is, I believe that it will not be able to follow the development that we've seen in the national plan. Just as an example, to mention that in March 2023, when the main curtailments in renewables started, and I will only talk about solar because that's where the main problem is, we had 5.5 gigawatts installed, At the moment we have 6.7, which means that we have an additional 1.2 in solar. This additional 1.2 is curtailed, which in the beginning it was just a few hours, and now it's just becoming more. In 2030 we'll talk about 13.5 gigawatts, which means that from it will be an additional 7 from March 23. So we're talking about very large figures. So regardless of how much storage there is, we need to have a shift in the demand. I think all this is required in order to have the kind of optimum result. And yes, and I imagine this is where the government needs to create the right incentives, whether that's for data centers or any other forms of demand that can increase the demand. Just a couple of observations about the two different categories of investors. One of them is the local government organizations that ask the ministry to exceptionally bring the virtually net metering and not net billing. Whether we have virtual net metering or virtual net billing, there's not going to be any difference, because whether you have net metering or net billing or PPA, it's regardless to do with distribution. So with the imbalance that we have between supply and demand at the moment, there's no point looking at models that are not going to offer any solutions. The second thing, and it's a message to the investors, is that the effort being made by the aggregators for the prices to stay where they are is not going to be adequate in the future. In the future, they will be saying that, you know, when it's below zero, please do not take me in. And that's why aggregators are going to separate portfolios, and they'll be able to go into the market regardless of that kind of clearing prices. So there will be portfolios that will require prices to be above zero. This is going to that means that there's going to be a bigger deviation between the price an aggregator takes from the national market. We're also going to find ourselves in a situation where if we move on with CFDs, that's going to confuse the market even more. What is the criteria that the operator can use for prioritizing projects? We're already way above the demand. We haven't seen the demand coming in the past 15 years. Let's just hope that it comes first, and then we'll see what we do. But I think we need to be prepared that what the aggregators are already doing is not going to offer a solution. We've been following the different consultations when it comes to the penalties for aggregators in the case of any breach. Of course, you know, these penalties need to can counterbalance the benefits that an aggregator might have by breaching the terms. And I think at least in solar, is taking into account the entry point of the curtailment. I think there's a lot of detail. We're going to look at the exact wording, and we're going to offer a position, because of course this is not negotiable. Thank you very much. It's been a great panel.
Ακούτε. Λοιπόν, τώρα όπως έχετε δει και στο πρόγραμμα...
As you've seen in the agenda, we're now going to have a lunch break. I'd like to tell you the following, that straight after the lunch break, there's an interview with Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Skylakakis, because today there's been a cabinet meeting and also a discussion in Parliament. We've asked Mr. Skylakakis, he's going to be here when he comes, but we're going to continue with our agenda. We're going to interrupt our agenda. We're going to have the interview with Mr. Skylakakis and then continue. So therefore, after the lunch break, we're going to continue with Mr. Makrisopoulos and the panel. Thank you.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα, με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
It begins with a burst of sunlight, illuminating the opportunities of today's world. We harmonize with the symphony of energy transition, whether realizing a distant dream or succeeding beyond our grasp. The sun continues to guide us in our commitment to clean energy conversion. Determination to discover new frontiers. We continue exploring. Move beyond boundaries. Perfecting even the smallest details. In the pursuit of excellence, we endeavor to increase our merit, to be more reliable, more efficient, and create prosperity. We continue delivering upon our core values, sincere and pragmatic, precise and open, innovative and respectful, customer-oriented. Building more lucrative, healthier, and smarter solutions. To pave the way for a greener future. Sungrow. Clean power for all.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο κι εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Introducing the next generation HPPC cells, ultra-high efficiency, utilizing brand new silicon wafer tie array. HIMO 9 delivers exceptional performance, achieves remarkable efficiency and superior power. Optimal degradation performance ensures consistent high power generation for a lifetime. Ultra-low temperature coefficient. HIMO 9 never compromises with high temperature and power generation. And current non-uniformity risks are effectively mitigated. We anticipate every risk in a world of uncertainty. Surpassing industry standards, assure quality with digital manufacturing and AI-driven inspections, guaranteeing peak performance.
Ο κόσμος αλλάζει με ενέργεια από τη φύση. Ο κόσμος μας αλλάζει ραγδαία και η ανάγκη για καθαρότερο περιβάλλον είναι πλέον επιτακτική. Φανταστείτε μια οικονομία, μια κοινωνία όπου τα οργανικά απόβλητα από αγροτικές, κτηνοτροφικές και βιομηχανικές δραστηριότητες μετατρέπονται σε καθαρή ενέργεια. Η μετατροπή οργανικών αποβλήτων σε ενέργεια συμβάλλει στη μείωση των ρήπων και ενισχύει την κυκλική οικονομία της χώρας. Παράλληλα, με τη χρήση φωτοβολταϊκών συστημάτων και μονάδων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας, η Ελλάδα μειώνει την εξάρτησή της από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και επιτυγχάνει ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία. Η ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς συμβάλλει στην οικοδόμηση ενός καλύτερου και καθαρότερου μέλλοντος, εφαρμόζοντας τεχνολογίες που ωφελούν τόσο την οικονομία όσο και τις επόμενες γενιές. Με τις καινοτόμες λύσεις που προωθεί, όχι μόνο προστατεύει το περιβάλλον, αλλά βοηθά την Ελλάδα να πρωτοστατεί στην πράσινη ανάπτυξη και την οικονομική ευημερία, βάζοντας την στο χάρτη των πράσινων περιοχών της Ευρώπης. ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς. Πράσινο παρόν, καθαρό μέλλον.
Η ηλιακή ενέργεια, η αποθήκευση της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας και η ηλεκτροκίνηση αποτελούν πλέον τον πυρήνα της ενεργειακής επανάστασης, μειώνοντας το περιβαλλοντικό αποτύπωμα και δημιουργώντας ένα πιο πράσινο μέλλον. Η ENG, μία από τις σημαντικότερες εταιρείες στον χώρο από το 2006, εξειδικεύεται στην ανάπτυξη, κατασκευή και συντήρηση φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών, συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και σταθμών φόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων. Μέλος του EcoEra Group και με γραφεία σε Αθήνα και Θεσσαλονίκη, έχει αναπτύξει περισσότερα από 700 ΜΒ φωτοβολταϊκών εγκαταστάσεων, 300 ΜΒ συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και έχει εγκαταστήσει πάνω από 400 σταθμούς φωτοβολταϊκών. Αποτελεί τη νούμερο 1 εταιρεία λειτουργίας και συντήρησης φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών με περισσότερα από 700 έργα υποδιαχείριση. Διαθέτει πλήρως εξοπλισμένους αποθηκευτικούς χώρους 800 τετραγωνικών μέτρων. Διαθέτει κέντρο ελέγχου και εξειδικευμένο εξοπλισμό για την βελτίωση της απόδοσης των εγκαταστάσεων και το πιο εκτεταμένο δίκτυο τεχνικών συνεργατών στην Ελλάδα. Τα 2 τελευταία έτη, με την επωνυμία ENG Charge, λειτουργεί σταθμούς ταχυφόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων με μερικούς από τους μεγαλύτερους σταθμούς στην Ελλάδα σε στρατηγικά σημεία ενδιαφέροντος. Ως αναπόσπαστο μέρος της εταιρικής ευθύνης και της περιβαλλοντικής φιλοσοφίας της, η ENG
Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι, είναι ήδη εδώ.
The minister is already here, the Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Theodoros Kyllakakis. We would like to thank him because he has a very tight schedule today. There's an ongoing discussion at Parliament. There was also a cabinet meeting this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for being here and for your effort to be here with us. Thank you very much. And with all the lights that I have shining on me, I feel like I'm going to be interrogated. You're going to have a mini interrogation by us, but the whole kind of energy world is here, and I believe that if they had the opportunity, they would be asking you lots of questions. But we're going to try to have your views on some key questions. We'd just like you to explain to us something on what you mentioned in the recent weeks about the kind of aggressive investment cycles that need to be taken into account by anyone who's involved in renewables and energy transition. What do you mean by that? I mean, yes, we are going to have aggressive investment cycles, and that's exactly that. Why are we going to have that is more of an important question. Something that we all need to know, and I think we do, but we need to understand it more as an economic term. That any production activity that has marginal or kind of zero cost, by nature, they're more aggressive in economic cycles than compared to activities that have a significant operating cost. So renewables, they have that characteristic that the marginal cost is very low. That has two consequences. One of them is that when you move out of tariffs and you go to the market, it's more beneficial to sell short-term, even at short prices, or even zero prices. That's one impact. That's a global phenomenon. We're not reinventing the wheel here. And the second one, that the financial return is not equal to the kind of natural one. So what the amortization and some kind of investment activity with an operational cost is completed when it leads to further investments. When you have very low marginal cost, you're waiting for the natural amortization of this. So therefore, if you have 50% of the efficiency of your PV, for example, then it's more beneficial to kind of leave it there, and so that it carries on making money, even if you're selling at very low prices. So, of course, as renewables are going to take more space into the energy mix, then this financial amortization is going to go down, and we're going to move to a phase where we're going to have a natural amortization. Now, this amortization, the natural amortization, is not very clear what it's going to be. In other words, in how many years would one want to change to? So all this leads us to a very different economic cycle that we've had traditionally in energy, based on thermal energy that had a high operational cost due to the fuel. Added to this, we also have a plan as Europe and as a plan for the whole planet as well, that requires us to forecast supply and demand with a lot of accuracy. Of course, this doesn't happen because we might have a demand which is a lot more gradual, it's a lot slower than previously forecasted. And the same thing can happen with the electrification of transport or the electrification of heating. And you can have an imbalance between supply and demand that is due to the fact that you're being asked to predict two uncertain courses. One of them, of course, includes technology, because, of course, we also need to take into account the changes in technology. So, therefore, there's an uncertainty that comes to do with the investment course of renewables, how much it's going to cost, for example, for offshore compared to onshore. I'm just talking about one example of uncertainty, but also the uncertainty of demand. All these uncertainties, that means that's an aggressive economic cycle. Based on what you were saying about demand, how there's going to be a shift in demand, we've heard you saying that how we can move from the kind of nighttime to daytime. I'd like you to kind of make it a bit more clear. How do you imagine this to happen? How can you see that shift? Not in the second phase of the electrification of the country after 2030, but in this first phase up to 2030. And also you described a new landscape. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about the market. When you say this is the end of the tenders and end of fixed tariffs, can you just give us a better idea of what this landscape is going to be like, since there's going to be an end to all this? And also, to add to this, is there, as an economist and as a person who's worked in business, is there a sustainable investment activity in the country? Well, obviously. Let me just kind of start backwards. The end of funding is just that's the end. That's going to mean two things. First of all, you're going to have faster growth. And this is not an oxymoron. Where the market needs, you're going to have faster growth. And of course, you're going to have so therefore, you're going to have a slower uptake of renewables. You're going to have faster increase of wind when it comes to demand. That's one aspect of it. Now, what can we do when it comes to demand? One of them is obvious, which is to shift the demand. And of course, the big shift is not from nighttime to daytime or a combination of this. The main shift is from going from the 50% of energy for businesses, which they now have smart metering, and they can go to a different kind of billing. And of course, that offers more incentives even for small businesses to shift its demand, because that is very much related to the cost of that business. So therefore, the orange bill is going to take up more volume compared to the domestic ones, the household ones. Now, I talked about the increase in demand. The increase in demand requires a series of other policies. We're kind of currently processing these policies. We're examining them, and these are just not things that are happened they're going to happen overnight, because they require a certain amount of time, but they certainly include the ability to produce, to utilize this energy in terms of industrial production. For example, if Germany needs hydrogen, then this might be a way of utilizing this demand. But the requirement of this is that the mix that we're going to create with the different renewables, with the different cables that we're going to use, with the kind of storage that we're going to have to cover more time during the day. The main mistake, the main error that we can have in our system is this kind of crazy curve, which is what we see now in DAN. And there's a big deviation. This deviation, this gap is harmful for everyone. So we need to smoothen this curve during the operation of PVs. That means storage, desalination, industrial activity. Desalination is also another tool that is very much linked to what we do with water. So therefore we're talking about a mix. Yes, storage and pumped storage and batteries, which we are now liberating. Here's, for example, is something where we're going to accelerate this process because of the of not using subsidies. With this new law, that's going to move forward more swiftly than the batteries that came with tenders. However, the general feeling is that, for example, with batteries, with the first batteries that have been licensed and they've kind of moved on from the first and second tender, and of course we should have some kind of investment activity now. Yeah, that's a very simple reason for that. When you have a subsidy and a technology that's going down in price, it's more beneficial to just go on the last day. But we don't have connection terms. Yes, it is also the connection terms that we're accelerating. But the subsidy is something very specific. If you receive a subsidy at a certain point of time and you have 18 months to install, with prices going down in the meantime, and then you're going to have 15 years ahead of you with what you've installed, are you not going to wait as a business person until you have the best possible technology, given the subsidy? It would be like giving money away. And there's a reason why this happens, because if you give an extension, then this extension needs to come with a reduction of the subsidy. Mr. You're saying that this new law is going to kind of reopen the game with batteries. Mr. Evaliotis was saying this morning that the reason for that this is for standalone batteries is going to relate to 1 to 1.5 gigawatts. I'd like you to give us a bit more detail in terms of the criteria for this, but also, do you believe that there will be an investment interest in the scenario, for example, that there isn't the investment interest that you expect? Is there a plan B? The necessity comes from the investors, because if you have overinvestment, the slowing down of the demand, then that's when you need to have batteries installed, so you don't have curtailments. It's as simple as this. We liberalized this, and when did we do it? Because timing is very important. We did it when there was the big decrease in prices, because if we'd done it before, there'd be no point. Our assessment is that there will be interest. However, the market will respond in itself. Generally, I believe in markets, and if the market does not respond, that will mean something. Well, let's just see that. You mentioned earlier, you talked about more kind of quality electricity, a better mix with a bigger participation of renewables, and also with the high intensity of PV that we've seen in the last few years. Is this something that's going to continue? Is it possible that there's going to be some kind of prioritization in the connection terms of PVs, of wind over solar? I'm not ready to respond to this question. In practical terms, a system that puts too much emphasis in solar, it's a system that is bad primarily for solar investors. These are the ones who kind of primarily bear the impact of this, because solar have a more predictable duration of operation. So therefore, it's much easier to, when there are too many, to just go to zero or negative pricing or even curtailments. But also when you're talking about PVs alone, or there's this kind of imbalance when you have an excessive growth of PVs compared to wind, there's something else that happens. It's difficult to export. So if you want to export a cable, it needs to be full as much as possible, so that you can actually, there's any point in making it and constructing it. If you only have PVs that have a capacity factor, let's say of 15%, and I'm just giving you that as an example, it could be 15 or 16, then a cable cannot operate only with that energy if you want to export that energy. So therefore, it's beneficial for everyone, both for investors for PVs, to have some kind of balance. This is what I believe. Now, how this is going to happen, to what extent there's going to be pumped storage or batteries or wind farm or PVs or interconnections, this is a very complex issue, because there are also local reactions. I'm sure everybody here will remember about my statement in Parliament, that when I said that if I hear listen to all the MPs of the opposition about the places where there shouldn't be any renewables, then the only place left, it would just be on my head. There'd be nowhere else to put renewables, because no one from the people that I've met is not telling me that their place is something very special and it's going to affect the kind of the aesthetics of the landscape. Wherever you go, you get the same kind of response. However, I find it difficult to understand how the landscape is not affected by a gas station, but is affected by a wind farm. I think it has to do with how people feel that this is to their benefit or not. To their benefit on a very personal level. What's in it for me? If there's nothing in it for me, then why do I have it? I think this is the main kind of thought behind it, and that creates a serious problem in the penetration of wind energy, but also a greater problem for the system. And for the PVs, we have a whole discussion about the high productivity land, and of course the fundamental argument there. It's from 2009 to 2021. There was a reduction in agricultural land by 6-point-something million hectares. All the PVs that we've put and the ones that we're going to install in the future, if we go ahead with the national plan, it's not going to be more than 400,000. So therefore, put away 6 million, and we're going to use only 450,000 up to 2050. So what's your problem? And nobody's listening to this fundamental argument, and I'm referring to the opposition. And I keep repeating the same thing again and again, as if there's a completely disconnect from logic. What you said earlier about wind farms, and I think it's related to the prioritization. I understand what you saying is that the real issue is not, you mean that even if there was a prioritization for them, something that of course that would just create, that would just change the balances in the market. Again, the real issue would be a political issue. That there's there's a bigger delay in the connection terms for wind farms because of the reactions from the local communities. But also we have a market in wind that is not going ahead. But allow me to insist, I think I'm not going to respond anyway. Well, anyway, let's move on to the next question. I think you've been clear. Often you criticize, you say that the government, often there's criticism about the government being more favorable to larger investors and the small ones who, it's not that they don't have the guarantees, but they don't have the financials of the bigger investments. They do not have the same kind of margins that bigger investors have. What do you have to say to that? First of all, I need to say that in Greece of 2024, this is a paradoxical view for the simple reason that the ENG has gigawatts of renewables, mainly with small investors. So therefore, the 8 of the 14 are with small investors. Now, we're talking about the future. Now, if you had 2 and 12, then you would just say, yeah, okay, you're favoring the big investors. The second one is that when we talk about energy democracy, then energy democracy, in my opinion, is talking about an energy system that is favorable for the consumer. But if it was favorable for a small investor who, for example, has 400,000 to invest, a consumer, the average consumer who's going to indirectly pay a small investor who has 400,000 to invest, what kind of income are we talking about? The average income is 1,250 euros or 1,300 is going to be soon. So therefore, you go and tell a consumer with an average salary of 1,200 or 1,300 euros that this is the economically more powerful and the kind of least powerful is the investor who has 400,000 to invest. Does that sound socially fair and democratic? I think to me that kind of raises many concerns. So I imagine that the 1 megawatt and the 500 kilowatt, of course, you know, they're not going to, it's going to be that anyone who has a good, a positive business plan can move forward. I would also like you to respond to the criticism that we've heard about our country lacking behind when it comes to self-generation from small units in comparison to other countries that do not have the same solar capacity. Self-generation requires a different profile. Self-generation with 15% capacity factor, it just means that the other 85% of the time you'll receive your energy elsewhere. So therefore, the question is there a subsidy that's kind of hidden there? A subsidy that's going to be paid by another consumer, which, as I said, is someone who's receiving a salary of an average of 1,200 euros. So you basically say, okay, self-registration with net billing, yeah, 1,000%. But once you talk about, if you talk about self-generation with net metering, this was required in the first phase because when there was a limited share of renewables, this was covered by the market without any hidden subsidies. But if it goes from 60 to 80% and you have zero prices at midday, then when somebody would go and invest in self-generation, in reality is not going to be making any money if they went to market, and they're going to survive only because they're going to balance this energy which is worth 0 with another energy that's worth 250. Why is that socially fair? Because, as I said, this is a price that's going to be paid by a consumer who only has 1,200 or 1,300 euro of income. But given the fact that the change is already there and net metering is a thing of the past and has already been accepted by the market, the question is more about whether net billing as a process, as a formula, which has not been finalized in its details, if it's going to be done, if it's going to be structured in a more attractive way, so for example without having an amortization over 15 years, but so that there can be a benefit to the system. The theory that the amortization of 15 years is no point, and that means that you're talking about an amortization over 6 or 7 years. I think the question is more about who's paying for this amortization. I think this has to do with this is linked to your energy profile. If your energy profile has a consumption that can be shifted, if you can create energy communities that can aggregate the demand, and that would be very important if our energy communities could focus on demand response. And why is that? Because energy communities, by nature, they need to be collective communities representing interests which cannot be aggregated by large companies. This, for me, can be a role for future energy communities, and something that we need to encourage, for energy communities to be able to represent the interests of consumers, who can also, of course, use self-generation based on the energy profile, and not based on subsidies. And even if we do use subsidies, and yeah, they might be needed, especially in this area, there need to be subsidies that are going to play a supplementary role in the right energy profile, and they will utilize both self-consumption, also self-generation and demand response. This needs to be calculated together, because if the energy community can only make PVs, and you have, just give you some basic figures, we have like max demand 5.5, 6, we have 8 point something for PVs, and in the next couple of years that's going to go up to 13, 2.5, 3, we're going to have 13. And then you come to me and you say that this person is going to put an additional PV panel, when at that point the price is going to be 0 if they have if they go for dynamic billing. We need to find a combination that makes sense financially. Our energy system is far too big for it to be grown as if it doesn't have an economic dimension, but only a political one. And at the end of the day, when the energy system fails, of course there's a political dimension to it, because when consumers pay high prices for energy or high prices for subsidies, because let us not forget that we have a bill of 800-900 million euros from all the subsidies. So therefore, designing a system that is financially efficient is the most democratic thing that one can do when it comes to the energy system. Making one comment, we cannot oversee the fact that the installation of small PV stations scattered around the network also has other benefits, so we don't need to see it only in terms of the financial figures. The response is that all these things can be quantified. There isn't anything that is just magic. It can be quantified, and it's history specific. We cannot talk about as if we're not going to have the 13 gigas of PVs, because we are going to have it. So therefore, how can we talk as if we don't have it? This is what we need to avoid, and we need to avoid it so that we can have good investments. Good investments are beneficial primarily for the investors. A bad investment, listen, Greece has been through a huge crisis, which of course hasn't been forgotten by anyone. Not enough time has gone past. What was behind this huge crisis? One thing, it was just bad utilization of resources. The resources were utilized based on political criteria, forgetting the economic criteria, and economy seems to be taking its revenge. One final question. You're talking about the rationalization of the system, and rightly so, but I need to go back to a question that I also asked Mr. Tsafos earlier. Why is the government continuing to send a signal to the market for investments that are not going to happen, and it's not making it clear that applications for connection terms received by the operator have a limit? Would that not be more fair and more clear if such a signal was given to the market? If you haven't received a signal all this time that I've been talking, you need to check your aerial. Well, I'm saying that because there seem to be more and more requests. No, I think we have a 70% reduction in guarantees. So what do we say to investors? Because these cycles are going to continue, there needs to be a certain degree of patience in the market. It is a market that requires patience. We need, because there are plenty of people now who have moved on a lot in their investment plans. We cannot devalue the real effort that's been made, because there will be an increase in demand. There will be the islands, the interconnections, there will be large industrial investments, for example hydrogen. We'll have, and at some point there will be the energy transition, and through the so it's not that this is the time to make a lot of money. There are times that we need to accelerate to utilize investment opportunities, and other times that you need to slow down to utilize those investment opportunities. At the moment, the advice is slowing down, and without destroying the value that's been created. And we, on our part, with many different ways, through storage, demand response, encouraging industrial investments, promoting interconnections of the islands. We're trying to alleviate those cycles, and our main priority is to make the cycles a little bit smoother. But for this to happen, that is something that needs to be done by both. As you say, it takes two to tango. Of course, we're not going to receive a dance award, but that tango needs to be danced. Mr. Minister, I don't know how hopeful these things sound, but I think the signal has been clear. Thank you very much for today's discussion, and I hope that during your term in office, things move on beneficially both for the consumers and the economy, but also for the investors. My opinion for the consumers is that there will be a big decrease in the price of natural gas. Consumers, and there's going to be, of course, more renewables, there's going to be a favorable environment for the consumers. The key is to keep the health of this meter in this difficult phase of transition. Thank you.
Dear friends, we move on with our schedule. So we enter the section number 3 on the revision of the National Energy and Climate Plan and the new investment landscape, how much RES and of which technology can our country afford, conditions for achieving the targets with sustainable investments. We have an initial presentation from Mr. Alexandros Makrisopoulos, Head of Energy Modeling Ricardo, operating in the Greek market. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Konstantinos Eleftheriades. He may step on the floor so that they will continue the discussion. Mr. Makrisopoulos, you may take the floor. Can you hear me? Yes, you can.
Καλησπέρα σας.
I would like to begin my presentation saying that it's very difficult to talk after the lunch break because we have all eaten. But I hope that the minister's discussion has awakened you a bit. So most of you already know energy modeling that for the last 20 years has been operating in expertise in electricity and energy in mathematical models, the most important of which is PRIMES, which has been used for many analyses and surveys of the European Commission and of many European governments, as well as of by many private companies internationally. The last 1.5 years, E3 modeling belongs to the family of Ricardo, and this allows us to develop new products and services. The last years, we can see that the internal energy market in Europe will play a crucial role in the green transition. Electrification will increase market volumes. Expanding interconnections will broaden the market. The renewable energy domination will play an important role in the energy mix, and that means high randomness and variability. Storage technologies are emerging, and they will be even more important in the future, as well as other markets will be equally important, like the balancing market and the reserve markets. The wholesale market directly impacts the retail pricing. So under these conditions, the organizations participating in the electricity sector, they are called to take strategic decisions for their decision, such as assessment of different investments, configuration of bilateral agreements, SFD and PPAs. So electricity market outlook will help these options. It's a subscription service offered by Ricardo, which gives a forecast for electricity in the future, as well as other products as Primes and IEM model. We have this model, Primes IEM, which simulates the electricity market, both medium-term and long-term. Using this model, we analyze in the electricity market outlook in depth the new NCEP, and we offer an in-depth analysis of the impact it will have on the electricity market, both medium and long-term. Using this tool, the Primes IEM model, we build additional scenarios that can cover potential situations of the electricity market. The user of the Primes IEM model has also additional surveys available. The user has also the possibility to create their own customized scenarios, which reflect the perspective of their own company. A very important feature of the electricity market outlook is the interactional platform. The user can have access to all data and reports that we upload, which are also interactive. They can create their own dashboards and reports so that they can have easy access to some metrics that are important for the user, and also analyze and create their own diagrams and compare the data available. But because we're now in the section of this forum that regards the NPC, I would like to give you an hourly simulation of the national plan. One first key takeaway is that there is a need for an optimal mix of RES as well as storage technologies so that we avoid excessive curtailments and extreme price fluctuations. A second key takeaway is that revenues of RES exclusively from the wholesale market seem to be insufficient to ensure a stable capital recovery stream for RES. And the last and most important key takeaway is that there have been very important assumptions for the imports and exports of electricity, which are aligned with the system requirements. So we have high exports of electricity at net load valleys and high imports of electricity at net load peak times. I would like to call you to meet outside and for you to contact us through our email. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και από μένα.
Good afternoon. I'm Konstantinos Eleftheriadis. I am the energy partner of Deloitte. I would like to welcome you on this third section. We're going to talk about a very important topic. We have the new energy and climate plan. We're going to discuss how much technologies and RES our country can afford. So I believe that it's going to be quite interesting, this part of our discussion. I would like to welcome our speakers. I will begin with Mr. Zarogiannis. He is advisor to the Ministry of Energy and head of the NECP working group. Mr. Dimitris Kolios, head of business development of Light Source BP in Greece. Mr. Tamvakis, head of corporate development in DEPA Commercial. Mr. Spiliotopoulos, head of SSE Renewables for Greece. And Mr. Zikos, who's the chair and CEO of Enercoplan Group in Greece. Good afternoon. We're going to start from a presentation by Mr. Zarogiannis. Mr. Zarogiannis, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. This year's forum coincides with the completion of the revision of the NECP, which lasted for more than 2 years. It's at the stage of legislative approval and submission to the European Commission. It has this plan has many aspects. I will talk about its technical and bureaucratic aspect during my presentation and as a basis for our discussion with the other speakers in the panel. This plan is a national strategy for the achievement of climate neutrality until 2050, with cornerstones like the reduction of CO2 emissions. It's the roadmap for the energy transition, which is on track. And this plan gives us the pathway for the next 25 years. Because it's a long time frame, we have tried to divide it in 3 periods. Until 2030, 2030 until 2040, and then until 2050, beginning from the most direct period of time. In this first period, the basic targets for the reduction of emissions is the further penetration of RES in the power production, combined, we've heard it many times today, with the storage development and the electrification of other sectors, resulting to increase of demand. Electrification of transport. We have a milestone, 2028, which is the delignification, and we're now entering the use of new technologies like biomethane, hydrogen, and we also develop infrastructure of the electric system and the overall energy system, resulting to the decarbonization until 2030. In the next period, we focus on the electrification of the sectors of transports, of road transports. We hope to achieve this until 2035. Huge RES penetration through heat pumps. And there we enter in a wider use of new technologies like hydrogen, biofuels, and we reached 2040 to electrification of production. During the third period, after 2040, we have the period that when we expect to have the decarbonization of the rest of the industry, maritime, and the market, which will be developed until then, and reach the climate neutrality, which is the general target for all EU member states. A special reference, because of the topic of today's forum and this panel, focus on power production. I would like to reiterate some topics. We talk about doubling of installed capacity of RES until 2030, leading us to a percentage of penetration RES to more than 75% until 2030, and until 2050 we will reach roughly 5 times of the installed capacity of RES. At the same time, we expect the storage to grow. If that doesn't happen, we won't have RES. 6.2 gigawatt until 2030 is an ambitious target, but realistic, based on all the policies and measures implemented. So as to have 100% penetration, we need long-term storage, which in relative units that will be developed and will be available in our system after 2030. Important is the rise of demand. We heard it many times today. If demand won't rise as we expect, we will not have the grid space and the revenues needed. Demand increase, which is also stated in the national plan, to more than 130 in 2050 is due to 2 reasons. The first one is that the country is expected to become an exclusive exporter until 2030, and with much higher volumes of exports until 2050. This will happen mainly due to the grid expansion. We need one more grid, as Mr. Manousakis stated, both in mainland and in international interconnections. Domestically, we have important grid upgrade projects, both in the distribution grid investments and the transmission grid upgrades, and in the insular interconnections until 2030. This is very important because that will increase the quality of supply of our islands and will decrease the cost of the final consumer. And an ambitious plan of international interconnections with neighboring countries, or not that neighboring countries, that are now in the pipeline. At the same time, the second reason that we expect demand increase is the electrification of the sector. One of these sectors is buildings. We see that heat pumps is the new technology. And road transport, where e-mobility is the mature technology that will help the decarbonization of light road transport, but also heavy road transport, excluding some special categories of long distances. And one last comment on investments. All this transition requires investments, both until 2030, but also until 2050. Here we see an indicative distribution. I would like to state that all these investments, they're not all, they don't belong all to energy transition. They are measures that would be taken anyhow. They don't all belong to our national plan. The household upgrade would happen anyhow. So part of this share is the investments that have to be done because of the energy transition and the measures implementation and the targets achievement defined by the national plan. Thank you very much.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
We thank you very much. And I believe that although we saw many things in your presentation, I have to ask that we hear about the energy mix, wind and solar parks. Which are the criteria according to which the selection of criteria was done? Yes, thank you for the question. The national plan begins from the end to the beginning. So it has to show the achievement of climate neutrality in 2050 with the intermediate milestones. So the plan has to show the climate neutrality. The technology mix defined in the plan has taken into account several parameters. The main one is the maturity of technologies today, or its maturity plan for new technologies, and correspondingly technology costs. They are selected, so from now until 2050, the more mature technology that will help us to the reduction of emissions, and they enter, and other technologies enter the mix, whose cost is expected to decrease later. The biggest percentage of emissions reduction is due to the power production from RES. So many power producers today are integrated in the national plan with small volumes, 1 or 2 terawatt hours of hydrogen, exactly to be tested, to develop the expertise and develop also the value chain, which is very important for Greece, and become part of the solution, reaching the complete decarbonization in 2050. We have 2 big companies in our panel which move forward with their projects, and they are the ones implementing the projects, both wind and solar parks. I think that I have to ask Mr. Spiliotopoulos. You know that there is concern, we have discussed about it, on the mix, wind or PVs. Please tell us your opinion and concerns. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Thodoris and his team and the photographers right in front of us. I have many concerns regarding the national plan, and what we see today is an overheating of the market because we are directed to the RES technology and the PVs technology. And one big part of the curtailments that we see today is due to this overheating. What we see today is that a new energy mix is built, which has nothing to do with the previous national plan and nothing to do with today's national plan either. We all know that there are surveys showing that the energy mix provided in today's plan is not the optimal mix that would result to the most cost-effective for the consumer and to less curtailments of energy. We would like to see an energy mix showing security. We know that given the demand and the increase of demand in the future, the first thing that we have to look into as a strategic measure is to minimize curtailment and decrease of storage needs, which would lead to a curtailment reduction. I will reiterate what the Minister said, that we want good investments for the investor. This is a good thing said by the Minister, but we see some signals from the market that are not current. In 2022, there was a decision about priorities on the offers for interconnections. The signal is, many had analyzed that decision. So the signal was that all high priority categories were full of PVs. We all knew that 80% of the interconnections for the next couple of years would go to a certain technology. So what we see today, it was a signal that we had since then. And many of these concerns had been communicated by us. And what do we have today? We have a new national plan. But if we see the numbers of the installed capacity, we will see that the national plan's targets will be achieved in a couple of years, but the PV's targets will not be reached until 2030 or 35. So if the situation continues as the market is right now, the targets will not be reached, and we will be talking in the forum about the energy mix, and this will result to the increase of the cost of the energy transition for the consumer, for the companies, for everyone. Something which is not reasonable is that we abandon the cheapest energy that the consumer has, the green energy. And we have high wholesale prices. All that I am saying now create insecurity in the market. We see curtailment increase. We see that the energy mix continues to be unstable and will continue to be even more unbalanced. And as a country, we don't learn. I would like to remind that in the past, the policies and decisions have changed for the investors. I read in the press that maybe the wind parks should be prioritized, and maybe the ministerial decision should be changed. My first thought was, okay, at last there is common sense and common logic here. And as an investor, in the middle of a policy we have the last years, we will have to change it again and take new measures. These are my concerns. Dear Kostas, we will continue this discussion afterwards. Thank you very much, and I would like to pass to the next speaker, to the light source BP, Mr. Kollios. What's your opinion on this? Because this imbalance is also your concern. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's important to talk about how RES will be further developed within the national plan. We are a company developing some projects in Greece. We contribute to the achievements, to the targets. We have a project of 110 megawatts in Kozani. In the final stage. We build a second big project in central Greece of 560 megawatts. We have a substation of high voltage in Kozani, and now 2 more are built in central Greece. I understand this. We can deal with the issue of imbalance in the projects because all rest should be controlled. The batteries will come, so we will all be heading to that direction. Grid imbalances will decrease. Regarding the national plan targets, the PVs will achieve the target. 13.5 gigawatt will be achieved even earlier because we already have 8 gigawatt of installed capacity. But we have to install batteries. We have problems in the further RES penetration. We've talked about it many times, and we should direct ourselves to the solution of these problems because we have insecurity. We have curtailments. We have to install batteries so that we can control curtailments. We have to have grid investments. But there are also topics where the local communities resist against the projects, so delaying the wind parks. Wind parks have many problems in the recent years from the local communities. So we, as representatives of the sector, we have to inform the local community. We have to understand their concerns and make clear to them that there's nothing to be afraid of, and it's a project of mutual benefit. We have also to focus on the advantages of the PVs for the local communities, and we should make the local administration and the local citizens supporters of these projects. Greece has a solar and wind potential. There is an investment interest which we must keep alive and deal with the problems of the sector. And the national plan's targets can be even more ambitious. We're not used to having issues with the PVs. We were used to having problems with the wind parks. But I agree that we need to inform the local communities. So if PVs come earlier and the demand won't increase as expected, I wouldn't like to see the model development of the business plans. For sure, it's going to keep us busy. We also have DEPA and Mr. Zikos in our panel, and Mr. Tamvakis. Mr. Tamvakis, you're making many projects with biogas. How do you integrate all this in your strategy? In DEPA Commercial, we believe that we are in a very important period of of the sector of our country. We need to address the problems of the past. We have ambitious targets in storage, which require strategy and investments. We are in an era of many changes, of insecurity. The Greek market, energy market, is changing in order to optimize our energy efficiency and stability of prices. So we need a very good planned strategy for the improvement of RES. It's important to understand that the issue is not only the volume of the produced energy, but also the stability of the energy offered to the companies and to the citizens in affordable prices. Our country is called to achieve a very complex combination, interconnections for the uptake of RES. These technologies have to be integrated in order to avoid this phenomena stated by the previous speakers, which is the interrupted production, which is a challenge for the grid. We need to upgrade the regulatory framework in order to facilitate new investments, transparency and competitiveness in the market. This should involve the participation of all parties for the success of the energy transition. In DEPA Commercial, our priority is the development of RES projects. Within this framework, we expand our green portfolio and we develop PV parks of 1 gigawatt in the country. And we have started the installation of the first 500 within the 2025. This is only one part of our strategy. We don't forget how important natural gas is. We participate in the new thermal unit of power production of Alexandroupoli of 840 megawatt, and we participate in one more new power plant in Albania. We secure the sufficient supply of the country with natural gas, combining long-term supply contracts with the gas pipelines. Before I finish, I would like to remind that Greece's energy transition, it cannot be done only through the investments. We need all interested parties to participate, from the regulatory authorities to the citizens. The role of the state is to ensure that all steps taken is compatible with our commitments. Our target is dual, to contribute to the national efforts for the energy transition in a sustainable way and to reinforce our country's position. In our company, we care for our operations to create added value for the local communities where our projects are implemented. Thank you very much. Both Mr. Spiliotopoulos and Mr. Kollios refer to different problems and risks faced by RES. How do you see these risks?
Well, risk management is a fundamental part of our strategy, all the more in an ever-changing environment such as the energy environment. We implement a risk analysis throughout all steps of the project, from the initial planning up to its final implementation, assessing technological, technical, environmental and regulatory risks that are imminent to this project. We also pay attention to societal aspects of our projects. We work closely together with the local communities to ensure acceptance and support by the local communities. Our strategy lies also in differentiating our investments, both in terms of the regions and in terms of the technology used, to reduce risk because of technological or problems. We are reassessing and reevaluating our projects in order to step in when necessary. And ultimately, we acknowledge the importance of flexibility in a sector that is technological advancements or new facts, new circumstances, and thereby ensuring the stability of our investments and their implementation. Well, it looks like a rather advanced monitoring of risk. This is a risk-oriented approach. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Mr. Zikas. If I remember that correctly, has submitted 15 projects at 2.4 gigawatts of capacity in pumped storage. This is a rather large investment plan. Pumped storage steps in very strongly to the NECP, to the National Energy and Climate Plan. These are very important projects combined as standalone or combined with RES projects. I'd like to tell us more about it. Well, pumped storage started 10 years ago with Terna, the great Amphilohia project that is being constructed. Unfortunately, the instructions in the government of Mr. Peristeris were not taken into consideration at the time, and if that had been the case, there wouldn't be a curtailment right now based on the revised NECP that is in the pipeline and will evolve in a positive way. Pump storage will play a substantial role. First of all, we are talking about projects with the significant added value that can ensure negative prices in the ENG in increasing energy capacity, facilitating the introduction of new RES projects. The mix, more or less, will focus on wind projects over time, and a certain balance will be, we will strike a certain balance. It will take a little bit of time, but it will come. Other groups will invest as well. PPC is already doing that. Others will follow. Batteries is a good thing, but unfortunately, they cannot offer all that many advantages, but they will certainly help. And because of the large interconnections that are to be implemented, will play an essential role in going forward. We have already discussed a lot about this, and perhaps we should note here that combining pump storage with wind projects provides a particular benefit to consumers in terms also of the final price. Would you like to elaborate on that? Would you like to tell us how we end up in a better benefit by combining those two technologies? Let me start by saying that wind parks and pump storage, we can see that when the wind is blowing, the energy price in the NX falls. And pump storage will be a very cheap energy carrier and will be baseload. These will be baseload stations going forward, and the final consumer would also benefit from low prices. And I think that this will be on track, certainly in the near future. It takes effort, but will happen. Let me turn to Mr. Kolios. Mr. Zikos talked about the batteries, told us, batteries are very important, pump storage is very important. Perhaps they serve different roles. One can address seasonality, the other can address intraday needs, is very important. You said this is also a pillar you are focusing on. How do you include that in your strategic plan? We as a company have a 250 megawatt battery portfolio, primarily near projects we're implementing in substations. We now see that the battery tenders will evolve 500 megawatts through 3 tenders. The third will come at the end of the year, and investor incentives will be provided for functional aid and support, or in terms of the capex. We'd like to see what comes next after the state aid, that, as the minister said, will stop. There won't be any new tenders after that. Issue with the batteries is an issue of finance. Banks right now are rather skeptical to fund batteries because there is a certain and clear horizon in their investment plan. I would suggest looking into the batteries that will be developed without any state aid and how this can be combined with European allowances, European aid, if this is possible. I think this is also a concern of the banking sector, because it is connected to a risk that the banks weren't used to taking. Mr. Spiliotopoulos, we addressed concerns, we shared our ideas on wind and PV projects, if you would like to sum it up in 5-6 sentences and proposals, would it be proposals for a different mix? How would that look like? Well, we're a British company, and I was thinking of looking at what the British do, the Brits do. They are preparing a similar NECP. Much is happening there. There is a sentence saying that lessons learned and the problems addressed in other countries, and Greece is included in there. You know, the lesson learned from Greece should not happen in Britain. There are 3 things that stand out in the English system. They try to balance all technologies. They have offshore capacity, they have nuclear capacity. They're also introducing onshore into their mix. And the second thing that stands out at Prime Minister level is to speed up the process for new transmission lines. As Manusakis said, in Britain, this is an issue for the Prime Minister to promote, and then we have the issues of transmission. Let's come back to our country. We have no time. We need to take steps based on the tendency of the energy mix shift. It won't be a long time until it's very late. The ministry has to take measures. As a first measure, and I think it's a plausible measure, deployment of RES should go along the NECP target. We cannot continue with 80% OPC. RES, 80%. It can't be that 80% is served through just a single technology, and this is fair to address. We're talking about licensing issues. Those that have been dealing with PV and solar and wind licensing know that within a year you can build a PV ready to build within a year, whereas you need 6 to 7 years to have a ready to build wind farm. The more the time passes, the more we see horizontal restrictive policies being implemented that are making the situation even more difficult. If the ministry won't take measures, things will get worse. And there are regions in the country where we have not harnessed the wind potential. All of us, all those that are dealing with wind farms, we have implemented in low wind potential sites because there were less social reactions, because we had a quicker process. We need to take into advantage the 10-year ADMIR plan and focus it on high wind potential areas. And Eastern Thrace is a high wind potential area that has not been exploited, has not been taken advantage of. That's all my part. Let me just pose the same question, adding the following. I think in Spain, if I recall, a measure has been taken where one can combine projects under the same connection terms. What could we do more in Greece? There is a tendency, there is a trend in Spain, in Portugal as well, to proceed with hybridization. Already built projects can integrate other technologies and storage technologies, building on the connection point and perhaps 5% surcharge. And this helps towards the discussion for the best energy, RES and wind mix. I think it's in the right direction. This could be indeed adopted in Greece as well to give impetus, using a slightly different mix to strike a better balance. Right. Mr. Tsamvakis, let's go back to natural gas. The minister said that natural gas prices will go down. Within this energy transition, natural gas has a significant role to play. How do you see this combination of natural gas, energy transition, and renewables? Look, natural gas plays a significant role in the energy transition as a bridging fuel, providing the necessary flexibility and stability to the system during low RES production hours. RES, renewables, are highly dependent and reliant on the environment, so we need a green fuel as a stabilizer. At DEPA, we acknowledge this need. We invest in infrastructure and solutions that enhance the stability and the energy supply security of the system. Nevertheless, we understand that transition to an energy mix requires reduction of natural gas-based emission reduction. We focus on greener gases such as biomethane and hydrogen. DEPA Commercial is promoting partnerships with research centers and international players for the deployment and advancement in the hydrogen sector, and is already an innovator in terms of infrastructure at the consumption points. Thereby, we hope, when we believe that we're providing solutions, enhancing the energy security and helping our country towards the energy transition. And I guess the differentiation between energy sources is very important. I think about what has happened with the extreme weather conditions in Spain, and I was wondering what would happen if, because of water scarcity, we have no water. If water is not there, if hydroelectric power plants are not working, what happens? What happens at the morning? What happens at the evening? I think that what all said, enhancing the mix, enriching the mix with the biogas, with wind projects will help towards this direction. But let me pose another question. I think that wind and solar projects are, more part of our everyday life, whereas pump storage is a novelty. It's not that new, but perhaps not that widespread, very large projects, Mr. Zikos, with high benefits, but associated with a high capex, with large costs. Are there funds in order to build such projects? The largest pump storage project is 2 gigawatt built in China, as high as all the projects you are implemented. I know, let's wait and see. In the UK, the government has decided to set specific thresholds for pump storage to go ahead. In Sweden, they're talking about 1,000 megawatts. This is a tremendous figure, but is associated with the mechanical equipment rather than with other issues. Funds are there because of the RRF, funds are there because of the annex, funds are there because of the demand response aggregators. There are plenty funding instruments and many combinations that can be achieved, and the more things evolve, the more these combinations will materialize. Certainly, a large part has to do with the energy exchange prices, to the extent that the energy exchange price will work as it should work. Those that are losing money because of curtailment could benefit through pump storage and battery projects at a certain fee. And then there's the RRF, that is funding 50%, and EU aid to individual projects. Well, Mr. Zaragianis, let's sum it up. We started off with the ministry. Let's return to the ministry. We have heard, many comments about the mix, the wind and solar about large projects, about strong financing needed in order to achieve those targets. We need to do much. Who is paying? Who is deciding? Who is the decision maker? Who is going to cover the cost? Who is going to foot the bill? Society, consumers. Let me start with a comment regarding the debate and the concerns arising due to the NECP mix. This was part of the consultation of the draft bill that ended like a month ago. There is no perfect energy mix. Any combination listed on the NECP would be wrong on the outset. And the reason for that is that we have to look at the NECP as a roadmap as to where we should go, and over time, uncertainty and the quantification of the NECP model might be put into question, whether it should be half megawatt, more or less than half a megawatt for PV or wind power. This is debatable, but based on the demand increase level and based on interconnection and electrification of the sector, we believe that this is the volume of megawatts we need. This is a takeaway, parallel to the RES, we have to consider offshore wind farms post 2030. We haven't addressed that. Of course, we're looking at mature technologies that are at a certain pace of deployment and development. But over 3 years, in 3 years' time, the NECP will be revisited, and we will have to look at a different mix based on the data at the time. We have to focus on that. The investments required have significant domestic added value. We need to identify sectors where the domestic added value can increase, building value chains, increase, offshore wind farms can contribute in that. Within the NECP context, we have drawn up a socio-economic impact based on the figures invested per sector. We see that annually 6 billion added value beneficiary to the economy, 200,000 new jobs, additional jobs to support the development of those projects. These are very significant numbers that are relevant to the market. Who is going to cover the investments? 90 billion or 300 billion until 2050 is not money that will flow from the state pocket. There are EU resources, there are national resources provided for co-funding of green energy transition technologies. This volume is a volume of numerous volume of billions. We are not in the phase of lacking money. We're rather at the phase where we have to use the money we have in the best possible way. And funding the NECP is a matter of funding in private investments through new or existing instruments and vehicles over the existing funders such as state, EU or banks, in order to leverage funds for these investments. We have a capex-heavy model, but at low OPEX. If capital-intensive investment takes place, OPEX is significant. We know that. We know that from the renewable sector. You know, an EV has a smaller total cost of ownership rather than conventional cars. Same goes for heat pumps and other technologies, where I mean that the state has a significant role to play here by mobilizing funds, but the private economy has an even bigger role to play in leveraging funds for realizing investments. This is a very important benefit, 2 to 3% of the GDP on an annual basis, if I understand it correctly, that will stay here in Greece. I'd like to thank you all. I would like to thank you all in the audience, and let's move on to the next session.
Συνεχίζουμε στην ενότητα 4 με θέμα...
Let's move on to the fourth session titled Regulatory Licensing and Policy Framework for Smooth RES and Storage Development, Investor Interest from Foreign and Domestic Players, and the Need for Proper Operation of Installed Units in the New Setting. I think there is a session, this is a topic that complements other topics. I'm joined by Ioannis Haralambidis, Director of Licensing and Registries at RAE, the Regulatory Authority for Energy, Ms. Guinea, who is the General Manager of Network Trading Operations at HEDNO, Mr. Varlamis, Head of Sales, Southeastern Europe at Jinko Solar and Vice President of the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies, HELAPCO, Mr. Zafiropoulos, Vice President of Foreign Energy, Mr. Hourmouzis, who is the Head of Sales Division at Protasis, Mr. Paris Patchouridis, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Votis, as well as Takis Saris, CEO at UV Hellas. Good afternoon. Didn't follow the order of the panel speakers, but you might want to allow me doing this in order to start the discussion. The experience from the RES and the PV and the wind capacity deployment and development focus on this issue. The issue of our session, the close connection between the regulatory licensing and policy framework with the investment framework, whether this will bear fruit or not, in terms of quality as well as in terms of its duration. I think there are issues that we all can identify and everyone can contribute in our discussion. We have an energy market under a constant shift. Qualitative aspects are to be taken into consideration. The Greek energy market, let's focus on that, features storage systems that are in the pipeline, and this raises questions, this raises challenges as to how these systems will behave within the grid. And having said that, let's start with you, Mr. Haralambidis. Considering the hat you have within the RAE, you can acknowledge that many steps have been done in the licensing of RES projects, also in terms of storage, and in particular in terms of the regulatory authorities' role in general. Are there any issues, are there any steps you identify where you can step up the process? Well, good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this forum. The regulatory framework was restructured with the law 2645 concerning the licensing, the producer licenses, and their objective evaluation. Within the next 3 years, as of 2020, the market took up. We had many licenses of PV and wind projects being issued, and until 2023, there were 100 gigawatts of renewable project licenses, 33 gigawatts wind and 60 plus gigawatts wind. Well, we have 100 gigawatt, and the question last year was, based on the NECP, it was 30 gigawatt to achieve the 2030 and beyond targets. Will investor interest be sustainable or not? After 1 year, within the 3 cycles, February, June and September, more than 500 applications, more than 583 megawatts have been considered. On top of the 100 gigawatt that need to close, the law 4685 beyond the simplification of the scheme requires connection terms with the ADMI, a timeline for that. 2020, we had the bill, and within 36 months, 530 applications, 9.1 gigawatt were cancelled, were withdrawn. The license mix is different this way. Last year we had wind power, 33 gigawatts. We have now 32. There is a larger differentiation in PVs, 63 gigawatts last year, 50 gigawatts this year. In terms of PVs, there is a shift in the mix. Many PV projects became 11 11A. So these are RES projects with a storage capacity. 2023, there were 72 applications, 5 gigawatts of 11A license type, 290 applications, 15 gigawatts right now. This showcases a shift based on the deliberations of the ministry in terms of the licensing or of energy storage behind the meter in order to flatten the curve between demand and supply. 15 gigawatts of licensed projects in the pipeline until they are finally licensed. And then 71 projects of 11B type, RES with storage and absorption from the grid. Now we have 200 applications at 5 gigawatt, and here we can see a further shift. And all this combined with the next day of the RES potential. We have 14 gigawatts right now in operation. 15 gigawatt projects under connection terms, and their implementation is undergoing, and 50 gigawatts in the waiting list. And they have they're awaiting, they're pending at ADMIE or at HEDNO for connection terms. There is a numerous number of projects where the licensing process has been concluded and the connection terms process is underway. Based on the RES operator data, there was 320 megawatts from August 2023 to 520 right now, whereas PVs from 6,200, 7,950 megawatts. Demand remains stable, so over the near term, curtailment will be more than certain. Another issue that has arisen is related to the injection of projects that have connection terms from the past. Under this law, they could submit a folder for a installation license. A significant number, 70 projects, 1.4 gigawatts, are repealed because they couldn't keep this milestone. Certain space, grid space, will be freed there for other projects. The 4951 law established the regulatory framework for storage in 2022. As a result, 1,150 applications for storage stations, 53 gigawatts, of which 48 are batteries, and the rest is pumped storage. In terms of pumped storage, 2 tenders have already taken place. 710 megawatts at an average age of 50 megawatt per year, and 47.5 megawatts for the second tender. And the third tender process will be put out based on the facts right now. The Government Gazette issue will be published next week after the final endorsement by the Parliament. And the tender closure will be around Christmas for those that would like to gain licenses for lignite areas in Macedonia and Megalopolis. 4-hour capacity batteries, €200 capital aid, and €145,000 per megawatt per year allowance. This is the framework right now. And based on the strict milestones provided for by the law, you need to pay attention as an investor, because milestones are lost and then you lose the ability to apply.
We continue with Mrs. Guinea. I would like to ask you, which is the response of RES producers to the requirements of the law, given that we have this decision for the extension of the projects. Good afternoon. It is true that we have a big challenge, the continuation of the high rate of RES stations installation. We have an efficient control of high production compared to load. It's a frequent phenomenon leading to the requirement for curtailment of production in order to have the balance between production and demand and ensure the smooth operation of the system. To smoothen this phenomenon, we need to take measures both from the production and from the load side. Prerequisite for the production control is to meet the deadlines for the installation of remote supervision equipment in order to have a set point for the reduction of production in real time. Currently, many producers are curtailed, so they have an advantage to install directly this equipment. I want to note that after the 1st of May, HEDNO has responded very quickly to prepare to accept these applications. Within a few months, we prepared the specifications, we distributed them, specifications for the routers, we supplied the routers, we ran the tenders, we created the system for the applications to be submitted. And we are also in the procedure of the tests so that the remote management will be ready by the mid-December. Unfortunately, producers did not respond in the expected time. It's only a very small percentage of producers that have declared readiness, less than 10 producers in total of more than 1,000 parks. And this is our concern. In order to be able to help, apart from the extension of the deadline from the ministry, we are going to run a communication campaign, something we did also in the summer with the new regulation of protections. You know that we had this issue of re-regulation both in July and August. In this effort, we did 3 cycles, communication cycles, with all the producers. We contacted them, we explained what needs to be done. We set up a team for producers' service. We answer at their emails, we give clarifications. So we have set up a team which is here to support this effort. The same we will do with the remote supervision, because we saw that the response is quite low. We will begin right away from next week a communication campaign for everyone, asking what the concerns are, highlighting the procedure, navigate them through the application in order to reach the next milestone, which is the 2 months extension of the deadline. Do you have an estimate of the response currently? From the 1,500, 600 parks, which are the big projects, we only have 9 requests. Also, I must say that the estimation is not very positive and optimistic. Let's say that the response is low. Thank you, Mrs. Guinea. We will come back during the second cycle of questions. Let's move to Mr. Varlamis. We can focus on the investors' interest and focus on the topic of storage, and if you estimate, and how do you estimate, if interventions are needed in the regulatory framework in order to enhance storage. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and the participation. Every year we say the same things, but we highlight them because this forum is an institution, and I congratulate you and your team and the team of Energy Press and Mr. Panagoulis. I believe that the entire market listens and discusses and wants to know what is going on. From my side, having listened to the previous speakers, I believe that in Greece we like dilemmas, PVs or wind, old or new, batteries or pump storage. And each time we try to argument in favor of one technology or the other. In my opinion, after a certain point, markets should be left free, and the market is the one to define which direction we shall take. For example, going back 5 years ago and trying to explain the situation of the prices of PVs or the storage systems, or how fast storage systems have developed, we wouldn't believe it 5 years ago. Also, I think that we are going to be impressed by the number of systems, storage systems, that will come in the future, and they will be connected. Also, in terms of efficiency technology. So we have to compare wind to wind. We have to compare same technologies. So PVs should also look into their own development. There have been made mistakes in the PVs when we let more than 4 gigawatts to take grid space, talking about electric democracy. So having small projects in communities that had totally different beginning. And now I hear about funds buying energy communities. So each technology should look into their own mistakes and how to foresee and optimize market conditions. Obviously, market goes into a situation where we will see storage systems, mostly batteries. PVs for the next 2 years will be installed. We will see a decline in the market, but at the end of the day, if someone believes that they can come with a technology, a PV technology, advanced PV technology, advanced battery technology, and compete the old PV technology and produce cheaper energy in the long term, then we should let them. That's our approach, and this is something that we knew all these stages of the market 5 years ago. We already knew that we would come to a saturation point, that we would have less demand than production, and we cannot have safe we cannot have a safe place in the market and in the businesses. Somebody that has taken a loan under some terms, these terms will have to be met, but they will have to know that there might be the potential of curtailments. So going back to the question if the small investors should be aware or not, somebody who is doing business, they should know everything, every little detail, and should have an outlook, a forecast of the future risks. Thank you, Mr. Varlamis. Mr. Zafiropoulos, let's put into our discussion the role of aggregators. I believe it's a main factor, a main player, because their participation increases. How do you estimate their role in combination with a future penetration of storage system, which they will be integrated in a general portfolio managed by the aggregators? Thank you on my side for the invitation and the participation. I'm glad to be able to talk with people from the sector about the sector. As aggregators, we are a company built up by people of the sector. We are all engineers, active engineers, so we know the situation from the start. If you could speak a bit louder, please. You can understand that as active engineers, we know the situation from the beginning to the end. So all 9 connections that the previous speaker referred to. The aggregators have a very important role in the market, and we have more tasks that have to do with management of the portfolios. But we, based on the law, we are going to continue to do our job based on the conditions of the market and also prescribed by the legislation. But we have a great difficulty to train, and I've already said that before, because the market needs training. We all have to be trained, we all have to talk, we have to participate in consultations, because through these discussions, and I will agree with the previous speaker, somebody is naive if they are not aware of the overproduction, of the low demand, the energy prices that end up to the consumer, and the aggregator has to manage this situation with their portfolio and integrate it in certain conditions and get the maximum benefit for their client. The aggregator is a co-manager of the curtailment issue, and they must do this task. But the aggregators are also called to receive the complaints. Nevertheless, there is investors' interest. Our role is difficult, is serious, based on the legislation, and aggregators are called to manage clients that are also medium, small to medium. 1/5 of the portfolio are big companies. The rest 5/5 of the projects are small and medium enterprises. So we are here also facing our difficulties. We want to talk about the situation openly, and for sure we can make it. But I repeat, the market needs training because the situation is totally different. We will have the chance to get into details about the aggregators. Mr. Hormousis, you're operating in the remote control and remote supervision. I would like to hear your estimation about this procedure, because we have heard about difficulties regarding equipment availability of workforce, knowledge on such systems, plus the operation. Good afternoon. As you may know from our cooperations, we are in the market 22 years on surveys and offering integrated solutions both in Greece and abroad, in RES projects, in industry, in refineries, in data centers, and in distribution and transmission grids. Protasys has a leading position in RES since 2006. We have a set of solutions and surveys in our portfolio meeting the needs of the producers and the aggregators. As regards the legislative framework and the equipment for remote monitoring, Protasys has a technical proposal covering most of the parks, complying with the requirements of HEDNO, and covering also the producer regarding the future requirements without any additional cost. At the same time, we offer after-sales services, technical support, training, and a wide range of web services. As regards the parks that should comply, there are thousands of them, out of which the biggest had a deadline of today, and as we've learned, they haven't met the deadlines, and the rest are more and have a deadline mid-September. Now, the number or the deadlines are not a challenge themselves, but the problem is the big number in a short period of time that creates this problem of synchronization. From the publication of the legislation, Protasys has proposals in hundreds of parks, and I would like to highlight that having accepted many applications, we have catered for sufficient reserves. In order to answer more in concrete, there has been a delay in the market, which has started after the summer months, and more in parks with a deadline in October. What we saw there is that their installation has already started, even as it is obvious they won't comply with the current deadline. For the month of December, many have started the installation of PPC, but as I already said, the number is big, and the deadline is a problem, and I believe that many parks will not comply with the deadline. Thank you very much. We will come back to this. Mr. Patsouridis, we discussed about this earlier, but I think it's good to repeat it. The operation of a project with or without storage is not limited when plugged. There is a continuation that is now apparent given the curtailments and the time of operation of the project, because some of them are more than 5 years. So their operation is getting more important. I would like your opinion on this. Good afternoon. This is true. And having heard all the panels today, the truth is that there's not confusion, but we prioritize power plants because we deal with them as investments. This is self-evident for big energy companies, but I believe that as the landscape is today, it's not self-evident for those who have invested their money and are in the procedure of having 1-2 stations. I will agree also with Mr. Liarelis. The biggest producer in Greece is not in this audience, and this producer is Hedno. And the people behind those projects have dealt with the situation only in terms of investments, but they have not realized the culture and the mentality. So that is the technical requirements, and they haven't adopted to the market needs. Yes, this makes the situation more complex. We have to adopt to it. The good thing is that via the Greek market, we get to solutions, whether it has to do with the installation of remote control. We also have a solution developed since this summer, or whether it has to do with the adaptation of the operation. In order to adapt to this market landscape, we have to make virtual power plants, be able to adapt the park operation in a way that can follow the market requirement. For sure, we will need more investments in storage systems. Something else that I would like to note has to do with whether through the national plan or the RAI we set the targets in terms of capacity. But what the problem is energy. And based on this, we should look to the future. What's my point here? So a station already installed, and we see it on paper as a unit, a power unit, it's not self-evident that can make available its energy as planned. We see, and because we had the experience from the installation of RTUs from Hedno in facilities where we didn't have participation, there are stations that have not been mapped or are not well maintained. It's a condition that if we do not deal with it in time, in the near future we will have an operational problem. They won't be able to operate. So it's good to have a facility of 16 gigawatt. It's good to want to have 19 until 2030, but the essence is to be able to operate. So in these projects, we should have a regulatory framework of these parks, mainly because energy companies can comply easily. But there will be also smaller companies that we will have to train them or create the framework within which they can operate. Thank you. Let's move to Mr. Saris. I would like to ask you, you are a company, you're a developer company. How has the investors' interest developed the last years, especially focusing on PVs of large scale? The foreign investors' interest. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. We are here since 2008. We know the market really well. We have experienced it with all changes. I would say that I can distinguish 2 or 3 periods that changed the investors' climate, environment, or the investors' approach, and mainly foreign investors, compared to the market. Initially, there was a market that allowed the implementation of a project through a single road, which was the tenders. Tenders that were admittedly very successful and allowed the investors, domestic and foreign, to turn their interest to Greece. It was a period with characteristics such as tariff. We had a tariff for 20 years. so insured revenue. We had a healthy market. The acquisition price from the investors was reasonable. I would say at least 5 and even 10 times lower than today. And the price of projects constructions, there was a market that was supported throughout the chain. Everyone had this reasonable margin that everyone should have in the market, and everybody was happy. The subcontractors, developers, investors. What was the incentive for the market? The stable regulatory framework, the stable tariff, and obviously the projects in Greece, due to our location, these projects are efficient. This period, characterized by this single way of the tenders, continued, but also developed, changed. More investors participated in the tenders. The tenders were pushed downwards because the only way to go to the market was to get a tariff. And we entered an environment pretty fast where prices through tenders dropped significantly. And that was problematic for the projects because the rest of the conditions didn't change, so developers' requirements were the same. Construction requirements remained the same. Equipment prices remained the same. Maybe they were a bit higher even. So the prices from the tenders pushed the financials of the projects downwards, and this created a general pressure downwards to the developer and to the construction chain. But the market existed, was still healthy, with the characteristic that it continued to be revenue risk-free. The investors were happy, so the market was healthy. How did the situation change? When another way was given to the projects to enter the market, and that was done through the opportunity of the bilateral contracts and the opportunity to enter the wholesale market. And that changed the market from a market that was equally weighted between foreign and domestic investors to a market that was only oriented to foreign investors because the conditions changed. Security, tariff security was lost. The project had higher risk, so bank was hesitating to finance the project. Foreign investors had an advantage because they knew from other markets. They may had also access to cheaper money. So this mix changed, and we started seeing projects and successful purchases by foreign investors. But this market also balanced. It was a market that still operated with different characteristics, and the domestic investors trying to develop their own projects in order to avoid the high cost of paying a developer. It was a market that we had got used to with certain characteristics and which operated. The drastic change happened when we all realized that there is a problem that appeared with a bottleneck in RAE and HEDNO, because there were many applications for projects and licensing and interconnections. which did not go forward. Why? Because the foreign investors, for which the environment was friendlier, so they entered aggressively in the market, even in projects that were obviously not well developed. And that created the bottleneck resulting to the ministerial decision for the prioritization, and the landscape changed. So what did these priorities do? They gave an exaggerated value to the interconnection projects. Developers saw this as an opportunity to make money, and most of them lost the biggest part of their portfolio. And the investors saw an opportunity to push prices downwards, presenting these projects as high-risk projects. And then we had the war in Ukraine with high energy prices, giving the possibility to the investors, because they wanted higher revenue from their participation in the PPA, in the wholesale markets. So they wanted to get the biggest share of the market in the big projects. The ministerial decision, however, was accompanied by some other characteristics. The project with that received final connection terms, and all this situation pushed the cost upwards. And currently, we face the situation where the market tries to find its balance. So everybody is scared of everybody, and the investors are looking to see how the situation will evolve, and everybody waits for something to change. So this is the balance that we are now, and it's quite weird. It doesn't help the purchase and sales, but it is estimated that they will move forward. We have to see. For sure, domestic purchase and sales go forward, and from vertical players that were prepared to deal with the situation. Thank you, Mr. Saris. Mr. Patsouridis, the systems of remote control and remote supervision. This procedure is underway. Please tell us your opinion and which problems can be solved, because these topics also concern the future of the project. Generally, it's good to be open. Since the announcement of the specifications of HEDNO, we tried to approach our clientele and have a procedure with new stations that were not in our portfolio. And in the beginning of September, we had sent 1,000 overs, and the conversion rate was 0.3%. And we did all we can to give market a financial solution, because compared to what we heard, I think that we were at half price from the price that was heard back then. So it was not the cost, the issue. The investors thought that they would get an extension. It also has to do with the culture, because most of them thought that this installation was an investment that would make them lose money, because the park that would not be curtailed would get into another state. This is the way the market faced the situation. we can respond to a very large number of situations, and I was from the ones that said that if there is an extension of deadline, it should be horizontal and with no penalties. It should be a reasonable penalty specified, but if we do it horizontally, for sure we're going to end up 2 months after talking about the same problems. We should say that this equipment gives us the opportunity to offer more functions. So this is connected to what I was saying before about the operation. The availability of equipment exists, station availability is there. Installation market after the deadline of August has dropped. The rate of installations has dropped. There is equipment availability, and I believe that it's an investment decision and regulatory framework, unfortunately, because from the beginning it was vague if there will be a penalty of the equipment installation. Mr. Hormouzis, if a producer installs the equipment, then what should he do moving forward? There are many solutions in the market, other tested and other created after the issuing of the legislation from companies with bigger or lesser experience. The important thing for the producer is to find a trustworthy solution from an experienced company that will exist and will support the investor and the producer on his side. This has not been developed after the legislation, but has been implemented and developed in many parks connected in the HEDNO IPTO network and other operators abroad. Other parks that are more demanding, technically demanding, and exactly because the PowerPoint controller has been installed in parks connected to HEDNO, it has to comply with RFG and be certified. The PowerPoint controller, the power plant controller is certified and has successfully completed all certifications. Particularly important for the producers and their capacity is that our PPC has an algorithm, control algorithm, which at any time can achieve the maximum capacity at the coupling point, according to the set point defined by HEDNO. The producer will also meet the future HEDNO requirements, for example, frequency control, operation requirements that do not apply today, but I am sure that they will apply in the future because they are derived from the REG requirements. There's already the available and the required equipment, and it's going to be activated for our clients without any further cost. Mr. Zafiropoulos, one of the challenges is curtailments. I would like you to tell us your experience. Sometimes aggregators find a barrier from the producers, but I believe that the curtailments issue is a challenge. I've been following you and listening to you about the curtailments, and you always use the term parks. I am an engineer. We don't talk only about PV parks. It's also wind parks and many other power plants. So the producer it would be good to resort to a specialized company, because the interconnection of a PPC might be easy. We also advertise the Public Power Corporation, but in reality it's power plant controller. I am an engineer and specialized in this sector. So in other stations, it's not that easy. Not only PPC should participate, they should use their own specialized personnel in order to set and to do the configuration of the station, compared to the orders of a remote operator, weather aggregator. Be careful, these stations are really particular. So we, as Forena, we also contacted our clients. We tried to persuade them for the speed of the situation, both because of the summer period and the reasons already stated. The response was very low. I think that now everybody is going to be rushed, as you have written in an article which has not been published yet. But we are going to have a great benefit as an aggregator. It will be difficult for us to implement it, but the benefit will be that we will have a real-time information in a specific time frame. And I would like to say something that you should note. We should speed up the issue of the use of the 15-minute time frame, because it creates a lot of trouble for us aggregators. We don't disagree. My only objection is that specialized personnel should be installed, so that systems can be interconnected to our systems, so that we can also give what we are supposed to give. But it's not only the PVs that we should be talking about. Thank you. Mr. Varlamis, we talked about the investors' interest, and it's quite high with the gigawatts that you have in queue. But there is also another point, recycling, especially when talking about PVs. What's the situation there? Because it's an issue that we have always been trying to find a solution for, but we still don't have a clear answer, ensuring both the previous and the next ones. This is recycling is a long story. The problem is that we have a EU directive. Every electric device imported in an EU member state has to pay for a recycling fee. Not only in Greece, it's European-wide. I will not talk as a representative of my company. I will talk as a representative of the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies. Until 2020, there was no system for the collection management of PV, so we didn't pay any recycling fee. After 2020, the first recycling system was licensed, but a very small fee has been paid, around 150,000 euro. This is something that's a problem that we've actually didn't deal with. We must pay the fee, the penalty. There are 100,000 panels that should be managed, and unfortunately, currently there's no solution apart from the political solution. The government should take the decisions so that this money is collected, is paid, and used in the future for the panel recycling. The structural error of the EU is that for the rest of electrical appliances, you have to pay the pay-as-you-buy system. In the PVs, not the batteries, this is another issue. So for the PVs, we should pay as you use system. So within 10 years of operation of a PV, the investors should pay the fee, and there should be a system collecting the money and managing it. This has not been done yet, and it's an issue that should be addressed. As for the batteries, the investors should know that recycling fee should be paid for lithium battery, as well as lithium import tax, which is 2.24%, and which should be paid by the one doing the import. Mr. Guinness, what changes should be done in the regulatory framework in order to facilitate the market? Because we don't have a lot of time, I would like to comment on two things. I believe that there were penalties, quite clear, that the station will stop the injection to the grid. And although it sounds quite difficult to be implemented, it will be implemented. Not entirely, but this is provided. And on the other hand, as regards the investors, it's in their favor to install the system, because it's much better to have this management rather than having the current situation where the injection is stopped violently. And it is in the disadvantage of the facility and in the entire RES production station. Another thing that I would like to note, and I believe it's very important, it has to do with the timing. HEDNO has committed to a plan that cannot be met if 1,500 set points appear to be connected to the grid on the 31st of December. So we have committed to a flow that will be irregular. We should accept the compliance request and check on site if compliance is there, and then proceed to the connection to the grid. We should confirm that there is compliance. But if we receive 1,500 or maybe 20,000 parks, well, we have also the aggregators part, which is smaller, but we have a total of 7,000 set points. We cannot connect all those set points.
I would like to conclude the second round of questions with Mr. Haralambidis. The law that is being discussed, providing for 11A, 11B projects for standalone battery funding, how do you see that as a regulatory step? Well, it is in the right direction. There are many PV 11A, 11B, 11 gigawatts and 5 gigawatts respectively, and investors might be willing to opt in for alternative storage schemes. 11A, 11B are highly likely to receive connection terms rather than other alternatives. 50 gigawatts certainly licenses would have to be amended for standalone, for pure storage. And then there are RES projects that can add storage schemes. There are many projects right now under this category. And there is another point in the draft bill. Half a megawatt was relieved from a letter of guarantee. Right now, the whole capacity is subject to a letter of guarantee. And this is so because out of the 600 applications, 300 applications were below 0.5 megawatt, just to capture space. As of the new law, a letter of guarantee is introduced, and there are also PVs receiving subventions from the RAE in technical lakes. This regulatory framework provides for 80 megawatts, 6 megawatts per park in technical lake projects are aided. So I believe these will evolve, and this will also help resolve the land use problem. I think there is no time left for questions. Just wrap up. I think what stands out based on the RAE figures in terms of licensing and as identified through the interventions of the private sector, becomes clear that it needs to be supported and complemented by interventions, by measures in the regulatory framework. Mr. Patsoridis has already addressed that, based on the evolution of the remote control and monitoring systems. This is just the last development. Mr. Haralabidis identified others as well. And this big issue of recycling that remains open. It is discussed, but has not been resolved. And then there is another key question we will be dealing with over the next time, is how all these will be implemented. The aspects that Mr. Zafiropoulos raised, the workload on the part of the aggregators, and a series of questions are to be addressed. It is not written on paper yet. Having said that, I would like to thank you for participating in this panel and wish you good afternoon. Dear friends, we're moving on to the last session, a very important one concerning to the financing of RES and storage plants in light of new developments. Based on the discussions I have had with the panelists and the people presenting later on, I'm impressed by the fact that things have changed, but still there are very important solutions and options that will keep your attention. Ms. Maria Koulouvari, Director at TAPEEP, Guarantees of Origin and Electricity Disclosure, titled Auctions for Guarantees of Origin that have already been put into operation. And then we have further discussion and presentations on financing RES and storage plants. Ms. Koulouvari, you have the floor.
Σας ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
I would like to thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. I will talk about the auctions for guarantees of origin. What are guarantees of origin? These are electronic certificates issued for renewable generated energy. Those certificates are issued based on standardized products. The Senelec product EN 16325 is applicable here. Each of those certificates or guarantee of origin leads to 1 megawatt hour of electricity accompanied by data fields linked to the energy origin and the source that has been used, the biomass, wind, etc. And a series of other data. VAPE is the guarantees of origin operator in Greece, has been certified to the ECS AIP standard, and we are connected to the European hub, allowing us to transfer guarantees of origin to other registries. And as said, the electronic registry of VAPE complies to the 16325 standard about the data of source origin, as well as other data and other aspects on the preconditions of participation. The new law has provided for guarantees of origin to be auctioned. These are guarantees of origin produced by RES generations that are associated with DAPEP and HEDNO and ADMIE as of the 1st of January 2021. DAPEP has set up a regulation that has been endorsed by the regulatory authority. I would like now to present the results of the auctions. Auctions happen online in an environment that is compliant with the needs of the regulation, and it is a pay-as-bid process. The conditions to participate for those that want to auction, they have to be listed with the participants registry. One of the preconditions is for them to have an account of guarantees of origin. It is an electronic certificate. Within the registries, they should be registered. For a participant for an interested party to participate, have to have a registered guarantees of origin. The listed interested party expresses interest and they submit a participation guarantee. Within 30 minutes and an option for extension, they can trading takes place. Once a year, we have a starting price being announced for the next year. The auctions happening this year had been announced approximately in March. It took place in June, in October, and the last auction will be at late 2024. We said 30 minutes of the trading period, starting price, and each participant within these 30 minutes can submit numerous offers, but just one offer, the latest offer, is the valid one. Each offer replaces the earlier ones. Guarantees of origin are issued on a monthly basis for them to be auctioned. They are products of guarantees of origin. The products auctioned by DAPEP are threefold. The first package concerns PV plants connected to the interconnected site. The second is wind farms installed and connected to the interconnected system. And third, guarantees of origin from wind farms on non-interconnected islands. Each of those products that has guarantees of origin relates to production of electricity for a 3-month period. At the end, after the auction takes place, the guarantees of origin are awarded to the bidders, to the highest bidders. We have a natural settlement whereby each participant receives the guarantees of origin for which they have paid and which were awarded. The natural settlement, the physical settlement, considering that guarantees of origin concern a monthly generation, guarantees of origin of the latest month within the 3-month period auctioned are given to the highest bidder. Within 12 months, guarantees of origin expire, so the most recent month's guarantee has the highest economic value. The auctions that took place this year were, first of all, 26th of June, then 10th of October, excuse me. And on the two left columns, you see the guarantees of origin auctioned and the average price, the mean price. The first auction was relating to the interconnected PV system, 648,411 guarantees, 0.37 euros price. These are the first auctions we are doing, so I have experience that we're drawing. There are auctions in Luxembourg, in Croatia, in other countries as well. Guarantees of origin are auctioned from stations that are under state aid, and the prices auctioned, the auction prices are at the same level of similar auctions happening abroad over the same time frame. You can see here price fluctuation of the guarantees of origin over a 3-year period. Through the French guarantees of origin registry, on the upper table you can see auctions as of February 2022 until October 2024 concerning wind projects per auction. You can see the price range in which guarantees of origin were auctioned. You might be able to see it or not. There is a price hiked late 2022, early 2023, but from then on prices are at the level of the guarantees of origin we are auctioning. Wind projects on the upper table, PVs on the lower table, from the same auction house, that is the French registry. Then there is another chart, the volume of guarantees of origin being auctioned since 2019 until 2024 at EU level from different auction houses. And of course you see also the prices. There are packages of guarantees of origin of the same technology, and the volume of the guarantees of origin auctioned started with 39 terawatt hours in 2019, 2023 60 terawatt hours, and 2024 50 gigawatt hours until now being auctioned. Since we're talking about storage today, allow me to comment on that as well, on the storage of guarantees of origin, although this is not associated with auctions. Right now we have stations behind the meter. There is a storage station installed. Guarantees of origin can be issued for those relating to the energy injected after having taken out the energy used, which might have supplied the station on site. This delta of the injected to the consumed energy is marked and comes with a data field in the guarantee of origin, indicating that this energy has been produced using our renewables, but it is not clear whether there is storage behind the meter. And going forward, if internal meters are installed, both at the production station and the storage station, we will be able to distinguish between the two sources, and we will be able to issue for the total amount of energy generated from renewables and injected into the grid, accompanied by a data label indicating that this energy has been generated using RES, but without storage before injection. And then there is another part that will be marked up as having been stored before injection into the grid. In the future, when storage stations will be standalone, will be injected into the grid without a RES generator station behind the meter, we will be able to issue guarantees of origin. Storage stations injecting into the grid will be able to demonstrate that they have renewable energy generated guarantees of origin issued then from the storage station will have the same traits of the guarantees withdrawn, and of course new unique single numbers and a production date. And of course the guarantee of origin will be marked up with the comment that these energies have been produced from a storage station. Thank you for your attention. We would like to thank Ms. Kolivari for sticking to the time. I'd like to thank her for the essence and the content of her presentation. I would like to welcome now Kostas Deligiannis, my esteemed colleague who's writing on the Energy Press, moderating this panel along with Ms. Foleva, Mr. Riga, Mr. Basili, Laina, Messini and Patsopoulou to join him on the stage. In the meantime, Mr. Evangelos Gazis, Head of Southeastern Europe at Aurora Energy Research, will start off with an introductory address with the first presentation. Mr. Gazis, please come on stage, and I would like to ask the participants to join us also, the panelists to join us on stage. Hello. Thank you, Mr. Panagoulis, for the invitation, and I would like to thank Energy Press, of course. I would like to thank you all for staying until this late time. I will try to be brief and as interesting as possible. My name is Evangelos Gazis. I'm head of Southeastern Europe, Aurora Energy Research in Southeast Europe. The Aurora Energy Research covers the entire Southeast Europe, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and all Southern Balkan countries. For those of you that who don't know us, Aurora is one of the first and internationally renowned services provider, consultant services provider in the energy sector and the energy market sector. We cover the entire market segment, wholesale, balancing markets, natural gas, hydrogen, anything associated with energy, you name it. Well, I will address today developments in the financing environment for RES and storage, and our target is to understand how this is tied to funding and licensing. Let's start off with RESs and how these participate in the market. Traditionally, renewables participated in the markets through tariffs, feed-in premiums, feed-in tariffs, and CFDs, which actually secured funding and flows, money flow over time, reducing the risk and securing financing, because there was a certainty in terms of money flows going forward. These instruments have been decreasing, and there is even greater susceptibility to the market risks. Within merchant revenue models with full susceptibility, loans are very difficult. The PPAs, the long-term contracts, can ensure stability for part of the production. Risk is there, but of course these facilitate long-term stability and loan taking. Starting off with what RES economics drive in the merchant exposure, you can see here Aurora's forecast in terms of the prices, the baseload prices, and special prices for PVs and wind farms, with blue and green respectively. What we see here, that there has been volatility, there have been ups and downs, and in the future there will be relevant volatility. What we see over time is a stable reduction trend in prices, owing to how we look at the natural gas and coal markets. What one can also see is the special PV and wind prices. As to the baseload, there is divergence. We talked about cannibalization, PVs generating more energy and receiving lower mean prices. For PVs, this might be 58%. At the same time, what you can see with an asterisk is that the levelized cost of energy of such a facility is way lower than the special price. These projects are projects one can invest on, and you can see also the return on investment relating to PVs and solar and wind powers, over 10% for a merchant asset in Greece. For PVs, these are even higher until 2035. What is the case with loan taking? Loan taking is very important because it reduces the mean financing cost. You can see that on the left-hand side in relation to the weighted average cost of capital and the leverage. The funds coming from debt, from the loan funds. If we start without leverage at 11%, this might go down up to 8% if there is a 70% leverage. How such a leverage can take place? There is no such opportunity in Greece right now. The banks are reluctant. In other mature sectors in Northern Europe, there can be a leverage of up to 30%. What indeed can change and provide long-term stability is an option of a PPA. Leverage will go up to 70% and have an 8% weighted average cost of capital, as said. Let's look at the storage system and batteries. Things are much more complex. We have different money flows. Developers and investors attempt an optimization of batteries over different markets. This scary slide showcases not that we're trying to enter each market, but rather to showcase how different this is from country to country and how it changes when battery capacity grows. 1 hour, 2 hour battery and 4 hour battery capacity. Yellow highlighted energy arbitrage costs. Orange highlighted those from capacity markets, and blue highlighted from ancillary services capacity based. In some countries, ancillary services are prevalent, in others arbitrage is prevalent. Capital market revenues are very low, which is very important later on, talking about the revenue stability. And one can also see that larger batteries are reliant or dependent on arbitrage rather than capacity payments for ancillary services. And this gives us an outlook of how things will develop. What we wait to see in the balancing markets primarily is a cannibalization case, as in the like in the renewables. We have a cost reduction when the first storage systems are introduced and flexibility reduced is lower. On the left-hand side, the congestion in over different markets, and on the right-hand side, how this manifests in different markets. In Poland and France, the mean revenue per kilowatt currently, or for systems injected over the next couple of years, and a trend up to 2040, a reduction up to 41 or up to 47% revenues from different markets. Mainly because of the congestion in ancillary services. How this is linked to financing. There is variability on the one hand. On the other hand, we have to look at how much of that revenue is secured going forward for a bank to build a loan based on that. Contracting is key here. How much of that is contracted, of those revenues are contracted? Because the primary stake for a bank is to see if the revenue can exceed the debt cost. DSCR is a factor we take into consideration. Debt service coverage ratio, compute as the ratio of cash flow available for debt service to debt scheduled for repayment in each period, and this determines leverage. If we are fully exposed, we have a full exposure to market, we expect a DCR of 200%. This decreases when you have contracted revenues. If all revenues within a contract are in a contract, this can be considerably decreased, increasing the loan taking in a finance scheme. How can you achieve such a contracting? There are different contracting paradigms worldwide. There are three families. First of all, capacity markets. This is the way some markets have helped themselves in Great Britain, in Ireland, in Poland. Long-term contracts, capacity contracts, independent of how a battery works. So they just pay in order to be there, to be available. A different type of contracting is what we've already witnessed in Greece, CFDs, long-term contracts. Again, where there is a requirement for an operational similarity to the rest of the group assets operating in the market. And there is risk. You might have a downside if you surpass, or you might have added revenues if you surpass the group. And there is a third option when CFDs and capacity markets are not available. And the third option are offtake agreements. Capacity markets and offtake agreements can be summed up in the following two slides. Capacity markets are available in some markets only. And what is very important there is the derating factor. What revenue a battery can take from a capacity market revenue. Derating is associated to the volume, to how big a battery is, and this is shown on the upper right-hand side slide. You have a battery derating factor, a large one. What is also important is how many batteries are available within a system. The target of the capacity market is to secure balance of the market. If there are many batteries, the next one in line is of less value. When there are less batteries, you have a high value. When market is congested, the capacity revenues might go down, as is the case in Ireland. Last but not least, a offtake agreement example. Let's look at the US. There are not that many examples here to showcase. Let's look at an offtake agreement from Texas. What you see here is how the revenues of a battery look like in a fully merchant model. Central, high and low examples. You have an MPT IRR from 5 to 31%. This is a quite wide range. DSCR is at 2, so the leverage achieved is up to 20% best case scenario. If you have an offtake agreement, a 7-year tolling agreement in place, then what happens is that you have stability in revenues over the first 7 years, and less than the central, but still there. And then you have less exposure. And you have a leverage of up to 50%, thus lowering the loan, the debt cost and the investment cost, and the MIRR. Equity RR is 9%, but of course you might lose if markets are high. It goes down up to 18%. All in all, you have this opportunity, this option of loan taking, and this facilitates opening up the market. Project IRRs are superior for fully merchant assets, but they cannot ensure financing. And fixed price PPAs can positively impact the bankability of renewable projects and increase the project's cash flow, increase the potential debt component to over 70% of the capital structure. And likewise, storage systems, batteries. In this case, contracting is very important in the 3 options we already addressed. And as CFDs will not be used anymore, you need the tolling and offtake agreements. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα και από εμένα.
Hello, my name is Manolis Kalentzakis, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Business Development at the Energy Exchange, the Greek Energy Exchange. We'd like to briefly present the PPA platform of the Hellenic Energy Exchange. We have been discussing over the last 2 years in the context of the Renewable Energy Forum as well. I will try to be brief. Looking at the time, the PPA platform is actually a website where demand and supply in terms of PPA contracts meet. It is a meeting place where we can post our offers, our supply or demand offers, bids, and we can also express interest in an offer that has already been posted within the platform. Part of the NX offering is a template contract we have drawn up together with our legal consultants and financial institutions, and based on the input of a financial advisor, we have put effort there to draw up a fair contract, a fair agreement that can be the basis of the negotiations that would follow after the matching of interest within the platform. Who is eligible to become a participant? Producers, traders, aggregators, suppliers, self-supplying consumers, and final consumers. In essence, we do not exclude any entity that might be interested in demanding or selling, in buying or selling energy from our platform. Let's have a look at the timeline of the offer and expression of interest. The first step is for a participating member to post a buy or sell offer. The participant can choose commercial terms through drop-down menus based on the research we have carried out as to the most significant terms that govern a PPA agreement. These terms are different in terms of buy and in terms of offers. Offers are then displayed anonymously, namely, behind every offer, as we'll see in the next slide, you cannot discern who is the participant offering. Based on those offers, in the offer table, participants have the option of expressing interest and announce or indicate the terms, the set of terms they would like to negotiate on. We have added this feature in order to avoid circumstances and cases where there is interest for negotiation. This can be announced to the offerer, and the member that has posted the binding offer can then decide whether they would like to uptake or reject the sale or buy offer negotiation provided. Upon the expression of interest, the identity of the interested party is revealed, the identity of the offerer and the interested party, through an announcement by the PPA platform. We will be calling the parties to enter into negotiations, bilateral negotiations, and we provide them, as said, with a template contract which they can use if they'd like to do so. This is not a requirement, but it's a base for negotiation and aims at simplifying the task for all parties, for the seller, for the off-taker, be it an institutional, financial institution or a financial consultant. And if you have a bilateral agreement outside the platform, we enable them to conclude the contract, but then have those terms being included in the platform.
This is the basic view of the platform. On the left, you can see 4 views: PPA market, my offers, the interest submitted, and my contracts. In the PPA market table, there is a distinction between sell and buy offers. So it's easy, depending on what we're looking for, either off-take or promote and sell our project, to go to the respective tab. And then there's also a series of parameters indicated without having to click each offer and see its details. Here we see a sell offer where we can see the RES technology, an estimated or actual COD depending on the stage of the project, its duration, an estimate of the annual volume, etc. if a party is interested in the basic characteristic of the offer we see here, they can click on the I symbol and get more information on the offer. As you can see on this slide, where you have the option to express your interest on the PPA offer displayed. If you click on the I'm interested in this offer, then a new menu opens where the party can choose those parameters they want to negotiate and write a comment, informing the one that uploaded the offer about their intentions. Here we can see the view with my offers. It has to do with the offers that I have uploaded as user in the platform, where by clicking on each offer, we can see on the right-hand side more info on the expressed interest for this offer, and we can click accept or reject, depending on whether we want to reveal our identity to the interested party. On this slide, we can see my interests view. Again, we can see the interest on the central part, the interest we have submitted for an offer, and by choosing the corresponding interest on the right-hand side, we can see more details on the offer, on the related offer. As you can see, we also have a very clear indication of whether an interest is pending or it has been accepted or rejected by the potential contracting party, counterparty. I think I have one more minute. So on the next slide, from the next week, we are going to start a new consultation in the Hellenic Energy Exchange on issues like the operation regulation and decisions of the energy exchange that have to do with the membership, technical details of the platform, and pricing. On the second week of the public consultation, we would like to have a workshop for those interested to participate and see in depth quite a lot of information on the platform and ask questions and comment on it. And by the end of the public consultation, which will last for 2 weeks, we're going to start onboarding process. And then during the first 10 days of December, we would like to go live with the PPA platform. That was all on my side. Thank you very much for your attention. We begin our last section of the first day of our forum. So from the PPA platform and continuing on which can be the commercial, the trading models for the next investments to be based on RES and batteries, given that the government has declared the end of the era for the subsidies, as well as on which financing tools they can be based. Mr. Athanasios Cholevas is here, Head of Sales of International Markets of the National Bank of Greece. Anastasia Riga, President of RES Operator. Mr. Vasilis Lainas, Mr. Konstantinos Basilis, Mr. Giorgos Messinis from Grant Thornton, and Mr. Nikolaos Patsopoulos from TUV Hellas. Thank you very much for your participation in the conference. I would like a first opinion from everyone. Are the conditions mature in the Greek market for a further penetration of commercial models like PPAs or other alternatives? And on the other hand, if licensing, financing for the standalone battery installation can be an efficient incentive for investments. Let's begin with Mr. Cholevas. Thank you for the invitation. What you just described is to the point. The market and the regulatory framework of the work is very changing. We have many projects maturing and losing the guaranteed tariffs, or they come to be financed without being able to have the flexibility that was given in the past. Having a guaranteed tariff or a price through a governmental subsidy. This has set new conditions in the market, and on the other hand, we have consumers, companies that have tightened the criteria. So how the companies to be financed will be more stable in the future environment. The National Bank, the last 7 years, has a pioneering role in the renewables. We have participated in most of renewables projects, and we want to continue with the same momentum on the storage financing. Our role ends there? No. We have very early realized that we want to undertake the energy, the role of an energy company in the market. So the last 5 years or 7 years, the National Bank of Greece is a member of ECC and the Hellenic Energy Exchange, offering the possibility to clients of the Greek Energy Exchange to clear through our bank all exchanges in the Greek Hellenic Energy Exchange. So we give the opportunity for the clients to clear their exchanges and transactions. On the other hand, the market develops, and we want to see how we can help on our side to the future developments. We see, as we said earlier, that many industries examine the ESG part. So they have set, we have set a target as a bank on how we can evolve this management. What are the alternatives offered? The market is beginning to negotiate some bilateral agreements, PPAs. But what's the ecosystem that exists? And how can we have a company to finance? We have 3 options. Either somebody comes through a corporate PPA, will be able to get the financing from the bank. There are projects that unfortunately are at the merchant risk level, so it's very difficult to finance them. And we also see a mix of these 2 alternatives. Then the industrial clients, they also try to position themselves in the market. They are in the market risk, so they're not out of it. We see lately many energy suppliers getting back to the market and offering contracts more than 1 year, but very hesitantly clients start accepting them, or also the industrial clients examine the corporate PPAs part. Do we have enough contracts in the market? There is a lot of discussion. We haven't seen its development as fast as we have wanted to. What's the reason? Mostly the reason is the relation between the 2 counterparties. Because it's not equal. We have very big producers that go to medium industrial partners in order to have a higher price. And on the other hand we have big industrial clients negotiating with smaller producers so that they can have a lower price. So it's two different powers that's difficult to combine in a contract. On the other hand, something that's played a crucial role is also trustworthiness. We receive many projects to be financed through a corporate PPA, and this results to a risk for the bank. We finance it, but we take also a risk to the off-taker. So this combines and creates an extra layer that the bank has to assess, and usually for a period more than 10 years. So this creates a lot of hesitations for the development of this market. What's our proposal as a bank? What we've done the last 2 years, and currently we offer this innovative product, is as pioneers in financing, so having on one hand most of the energy producers, then we did a record of the consumption of our company clients. So we saw that the corporate clients have at least the biggest percentage of consumption in Greece. So the test that we did, and then we made it into a product, we wanted as bank to combine our capacity and as a mediator to combine the two parties and offer a new product. So what we offer is a financial product, so we don't enter in the energy consumption and energy delivery. This is head-nose responsibility. So the bank comes with a bilateral contract with the trustworthiness of the bank, and for a 10-year time frame, offering this to both sides. So we have a product that can be built independently, meeting the needs both of the producers and the consumers. The National Bank of Greece doesn't come with a proposal that will cover the entire market. It's a hybrid proposal offering alternatives and offering cash flow in the market as well. The positive of our proposal is that we have a precise financing model of all renewables based on our product. And on the other hand, we give the flexibility to the customers to have a constant energy price from 1 month to 10 years. Forward starting, we can do everything. It's very flexible. And on top of this effort is that together with advisors that we had together, that we had with us from the start, we have built a contractual framework based on documentation, so it's quite fundamental in the market and easy to use, so that we can make something that commercially is right and also implementable. Is there a market response to this? We've seen a great resonance. Obviously, the industrial clients matches their profiles, because all industrial clients have a stable profile. So our product gives this alternative to be able to pre-calculate the costs. For industrial clients, the final cost has an energy price from 20 to 30%. So the 1/3 of the price is energy. So it's very important for them to be able to adopt it and calculate it in the budget in an environment where the supply chain is variable. So this comes on top. It's an extra problem, especially after the war in Ukraine, as to how the pricing of the end product is going to be done. So our proposal for the industrial clients has had a great response, and it comes as an extra alternative. We also examine corporate PPAs. There is a big discussion on new contracts. We also see a lot of discussion and few contracts. And the reason is trustworthiness. So our proposal offers a solution either for the industrial clients or for the producers. On the other hand, on the producer's side, we give them great flexibility to manage the product. Currently, we are in a commercial agreement with many projects that are coming 2006 and 2017, many of them in PVs, and most of the energy production will come through our product. And the flexibility is that it's not compulsory that all volume will come from our product. So it's actually an extra alternative to the market. Mrs. Riga, in this new landscape, both as regards RES and storage, which is the role of the RES operator? So it has the management of guarantees of origin. We all agree that the subsidy program is reduced. I believe that the role of RES in this procedure is going to be crucial because it has more tasks that are not really known, such as guarantees of origin. Because the first thing I would like to say, and what was heard by the Secretary General, Mr. Aivaliotis, the clawback mechanism, that will be the responsibility of RES operator. So RES will be the only responsible party to decide on this criteria. So this task is very important. Apart from this, we have the RES registry. What does this mean? Somebody could say that also HEDNO has a list of the counterparties, IPTO also. But we need to have a general platform with all the information concentrated in one platform. I think this is very important, given that the access to this platform will be given to the state. And one example is the issue of recycling, something that's that we are lagging behind in. And the first thing that we have to look into is the overall information, how many solar parks we have, not so much the capacity, and where the money comes from. If there is a stable revenue. So this information should come from us. So I think this is very important in order to set the framework for the recycling fee. Storage, we all said that yes, the subsidies are going to be reduced. No bank is ready to finance schemes and programs that are not final yet. At least in the beginning, we will continue to pay for the fee. We are the only issuing body for many years now. As Mrs. Koulouvari said. So these guarantees of origins, combined with the PPA, should be regarded as having an economic value. It might be low today. I think that in the future it will be much higher. So before we get to that point, we should solve some issues, some gray zones as regards guarantees of origin. Their legal nature, for example, can we use them independently? Can we give them to a bank as a guarantee to have better financing? How can we use them, either standalone or in combination with the PPAs? So the RES operator, because it's a one-stop shop as regards guarantees of origin, we have all information, and we have done the successful interconnection with the international trade, and we see that in Greece, in the Greek mentality, we have been very successful. And what do I mean by that? Not only in terms of volume, but also in terms of projects. And having this overall one-stop shop, I believe that we're going to play a crucial role in the future regarding guarantees of origin. What's the future for renewables and storage? The future, the next day, has already begun. Are the markets mature? And can this market play a crucial role to support the financing of new projects? Yes, the conditions are mature for many years now. E.ON has implemented that the last 4 years by signing agreements both upstream with producers and downstream level with final consumers, industrial and commercial clients, but also with households, which is an innovative product, and we think that it's a big success of our company. It's a net billing before it became famous, because we had seen that the logic of net metering would be short-lived. We had launched this in 2021. What we need is to reduce the intervention of the market conditions. I know it sounds quite wide. That's not helpful. Market doesn't need so wide intervention. So the market should be left only with the required transformations to operate efficiently. And only when that is done, we can have the full potential of the market and the stability of the energy cost. Another missing part is that of the culture. So we don't have the culture of buying guarantees of origin in the long term. We don't have the culture of participating with GSC intentions. Also, from accounting treatment side, it's a painful issue internationally, not only in Greece, because sometimes we sign a contract with a very particular reason to protect us from variations, from the variability of risks. So this doesn't help the signing of these contracts. So we have to cultivate the mentality, and this can be done in a more stable market environment, so that we can pass on the signal and the message to the Greek consumers. While we had signed agreements that helped our customers, and on the other hand we had the corporate PPAs, that stopped with a price cap. So the state played the same role. They took that money and gave it back to the client as a subsidy. So the client thought that the product we offered was not efficient. So that doesn't help the market go forward. So the intervention of the state doesn't help. A utility offering many solutions in all the energy range, our mission there is to give the appropriate tools to the customer to achieve their goal. That might be a PPA that has a certain point where the customer can go, and we had cultivated this mentality to the customer. It might be something more local based, because we can work on this, because we have production units that gives hedging when and they shape this baseline for the customer. We bring new investments to the country. We have this investment in Komotini. So we have the tools to give solutions. If we need something for the future, is to work more on the culture and the incentive giving on the consumption side. It's different to give incentives to the producer and the rest of the market to try to function properly. And it's another thing to give the incentives to the rest of the market players, because the client is looking at the product that gives long-term stability. As regards batteries, we also see them as a tool that can help in the stability of the cost, seen as a supplier and offering solutions to a final customer. We also see it as a means, as a new tool. So if something is needed, is to give connection terms. We can also have a tender, and the ones that want the batteries, they should pay, because there is a high interest, especially from certain players in the market who can see the value in the batteries, and they look at it as an integrated solution. You will see that there is a very high interest. We think that it's something that should come very soon to the market, and it will also give technical solutions, such as the control of RES projects, that for which the procedure has already begun, smart meters, and another problem that other markets have, when we will have mobilized the electrification side with some data centers in the beginning, we should see already now if we have the way to bring these loads in the grid. I believe Spain has a long pipeline from projects, consumption projects, that cannot connect to the system because there is no technical infrastructure. So we shouldn't get to the situation that Spain is.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Linus. I had to take the mic because I have a problem with my voice, so I'll keep it near. In terms of the PPA, we have the honor to say that it's not a mature market. Well, I guess it is as mature, as immature as the rest of the European PPA market. Let me give you an example, talking from our house. I think in Greece we have produced more PPAs than in the rest of Europe, than in Europe. So it is the tip of the iceberg. Erveig was listed as 7th, and Metron, our joint venture with the PPC, ranked 6th in Europe. Judging from the result, one can say that this is not an immature market. I would say that immature is the market as a whole, of the PPA market as a whole. Maturity is not demonstrated in the trading volumes. Maturity is demonstrated in the way, in the rational way that business are closed. Essentially, we have to do with a young person in 2022. PPAs were skyrocketing. You know, during his early years, he went on a party with high prices and everything looked good. Worst case was over the PPA price. In such a setting, one cannot argue that the market was mature. Things were very easy. The market will become mature right now because we're entering a crisis, and it is the crisis that will help you grow. And we've seen that before the crisis, no one would go to the discounters and compare prices. It was the crisis that changed our mind. Let's take an example of a German off-taker that would like to run a viable business. The PPA business is a viable business, a sustainability business. It doesn't have to do with electricity. So sustainability from a German player would mean 65 euros paid for a solar PPA. And when he does the exercise, we're not into 2022 or 2024. Look at the Aurora figures or other price providers' figures, then one would see that the value is 50 euros. The 15 euros difference is the money he paid for sustainability. Of course, this is not greenwashing. When one needs a PPA, they would get a PPA, even if it is more expensive than GOs, than guarantees of origin. After 2022, we've seen that the German consumers have become more cautious. They went for virtual PPAs in Spain, which gave 45 euros, whereas the value of the electricity, which is not the basic commodity, it's just a return, it's a revenue. The products are the guarantees of origin. He will pay 45 euros in Spain for a product that is plus minus 45 euros. So 0 euros paid for sustainability. This was not the case in 2022. In the immaturity of a buyer, one would not consider viability, sustainability. They would just consider buying economically wise. Why am I saying that? Why am I talking about Spain and Germany? Good thing is that when the sustainability customers in Europe become more rational, when they end up comparing prices in the discounter, they will discover Greece. And I think that the winner in PPAs will be Greece, for the very simple reason we have lower prices. I don't want to state absolute figures. What one sees in a 10-year PPA, then since we're talking about the financing of a project, not buying electricity, one would be able to see that they will pay a PPA price at a much lower price than the market energy would return. We have an expensive energy market. We know that. We hope that this is rather provisional. Decisions are taken right now, though. Greece can become #1 destination for PPA consumers, for sustainability consumers. The foreigners that want electricity won't come to Greece, and Greeks who want electricity won't search for that abroad. Sustainability consumers can find in Greece, perhaps in the AIP sector that we were able to embark because of Ms. Koulivari in late February. Well, we cannot compare ourselves with Poland, with Denmark, with other countries. Within this segment, we consider this market to be the most competitive for those seeking sustainable products. And once this party ends, you know, this 16-year-old guy, let's say, that identified themselves as a sustainability consumer in 2022, heterogeneous groups that had nothing to do with sustainability joined the party. Companies that were just looking for a way to get out of the crisis joined the market. These players will leave the PPA market since prices are normal. In Greece, PPA prices are considerably lower than base case for the market. But when you're booking a risk in your balance, this is not hedging. I'm 25 years in this business. There is no industrial customer in Germany that has closed the selling prices for the next 10 years. If they have done that, then yes, this is hedging. You know, in order to establish their costs. This is speculation, pure. Many had to do that in order to be able to survive over the difficult time. Coming back to the PPA market, we should take the first P out of the equation. It's in the wrong place. It has nothing to do with power. We, as RVE, willing to showcase the advantage of Greece, we're reframing it to foreign from consumers as an environmental purchase agreement. We call it this youngster that is becoming mature, and we're calling them by their name. We're taking the P out of the PPA. This is the trading for the consumer. What you give as a fixed price, what you get back from the market. Is it a negative? Is it positive? Well, in Greece, we can show that over the next years, it will be purely negative. The consumer, after the party, will take some time off. And right now, they don't believe in anything. You have this shock after the post-crisis shock. You do nothing after a crisis before starting doing business again and closing deals. I am nevertheless convinced that very soon the market will be mature, and Greece as a sustainability market target can surpass Spain. This is what numbers tell us. We have high prices because of the grid that is hindering this cannibalization. We do not have nuclear power like France. So the anticipation of high prices over the next 5 years in average is correct and convincing. Thank you. Mr. Messinis, where is the market standing right now and how will it evolve? Thank you for having me here. I would like to thank the Energy Press on behalf of Grant Thornton for hosting this organization that year by year becomes even more interesting in light of the new facts, as we say in the title of this session. And I was wondering what these new facts are. There are new circumstances, new developments in the Greek market over the last 2 or 3 years. What we consider as a fact is uncertainty. We do understand that the market will be governed by uncertainty. This is certain. And we have to look into how we will proceed in the renewables and storage market. One of the options is models. We are trying to develop analysis models for the hydrogen, natural gas models in the plexus that allow us to have a clear picture or oversight of the situation in the markets over the next 5-10 years. The question here is whether these models are sufficient. No, they're not sufficient to the extent that the scope of those models are not to forecast crises such as the Ukraine crisis or the Middle East conflict and their impact on the markets. Are models necessary? And the answer is certainly yes. They provide a common base, common denominator for all of us, consumers, banks, even the state, to communicate and allow us to establish our strategy, to quantify our risk and compile measures to protect themselves. PPAs could be an option. Apart from the market changing because of this uncertainty, the nature of investments change as well. Until recently, we had investments in standalone RES. We were concerned with the impact of the cannibalization on revenues and the business plans that were submitted to the banks as well. We now see battery systems, be it standalone or RES, 11A, 11B type stations. Things become even more complex since revenue streams change. Until recently, we had a revenue stream on the day-ahead market for a PV. Now we have multiple revenue streams, multiple strategies. A storage system can follow in the intraday or day-ahead market, the products from the balancing market, revenues from capacity markets. We've heard of that as well. And the question here is, how do we assess that? We have a revenue advance in the market, and we have to put it in a 5 or 10 year term. How can we do that? We can assess the balancing market. Aggregators will tell us. We can assess that over a 2 or 3 day period. We're not suggesting that revenue streams should not flow into the business models and banks should not take them into consideration. Of course they should. They will be there. But what we're saying is that we have to develop instruments for better evaluation of revenue streams. This is what we do at Grant Thornton. We use state-of-the-art tools, optimization tools to look into the hourly dispatch of the systems, calculate the revenue streams the best way possible. On the other hand, particularly in terms of the revenue streams from the balancing markets, we have to be very cautious. We do now have an oversight of the market and the share that a storage-based asset could have. This could not ensure anything. This does not ensure anything over the 5 year term. At Grant Thornton, we say we should be pessimistic regarding this asset, and we think that there will be cannibalization in the balancing market, in flexible markets, assets, and we should take this cannibalization into consideration as well. Since we are talking about RES with storage 11A, 11B type, in particular the 11A that are awarded priority delta, we believe that we should reconsider those investments in light of the new facts. When it comes to the capacity of the battery, a very large battery in terms of duration might not be able to get the revenue necessary even at lower capex in order to be able to amortize the investment cost. Because obviously this part of the system, this 11A system part, cannot grab the whole share of the market and the revenue stream. We have to reconsider it as an asset. Thank you. Mr. Matsopoulos. Well, the investor environment, the landscape has been outlined. There are no new tenders for operating aid except for batteries, good fields with a good capacity factor where wind potential is there. They're non-existent, or they are located away from connection points or need high capex in order to be realized. Curtailment came and I guess will stay. I don't know how high they will be. There is a series of challenges an investor is confronted with. Even if an investor has connection terms, they should consider whether and how they will implement their projects, how they will be able to find ways for an ERR that is sufficient to them, and whether they will be able to fund it as well. In the wind segment, there are new technologies that can be tapped into in areas that were not there. Our mother organization, TÜV Nord, is certifying a 16 megawatt with 260 meters in wingspan right now. There are technically wise solutions for projects that do have received connection terms. It is difficult because many of them might be difficult to realize. Nevertheless, curtailment, on the other hand, could be mitigated. We listened to the case of batteries. They could also potentially be combined with more wind projects for a better mix. Therefore, would we be able, is the market mature for PPAs to become acceptable? So far we had pay-as-produced PPAs. If I had a baseload PPA, I would grab it. How can they do that? They have to combine a wind or solar station with a battery, and I will get it. The market itself includes PPAs. We have seen from the past cluster projects with operating aid, some with PPA or merchant. We have witnessed projects that are leaving the operating aid behind. They were able to bid through a PPA to get a tender, to win a tender. And there are projects, they have PPA for part of their production, and the rest is governed through the market. The market is mature right now. As said before, a series of PPA agreements are being implemented currently. And tomorrow, when the large priority B pool receives connection terms, we will have numerous PPAs that were signed under a strict context without sufficient negotiation. These will have to be renegotiated from scratch. TÜV Hellas has a large experience in this field. We have contributed to the annex by the drafting of the PPA agreement that Mr. Kalaitzakis referred to previously. So you do understand that there is much that needs to be done in this subject matter. We know from other markets that storage has indeed helped. Has been of help in many ways. We are lagging behind because currently only those participating in the tender have received connection terms. If others have received connection terms as well, projects might have been implemented by now. Unfortunately, we do not have time for a second round of questions. Would like to ask if the panelists want to comment, and as regards to whether Greece can become, or whether cross-border PPAs can become a way out for our country. I don't know if there's anyone that would like to. Mr. Patsopoulos, please go ahead. In Greece, we have unluckily large interconnections geographically scattered. We cannot get energy from the west when the sun is setting. I don't know if this part from Italy has ever worked towards our side. Of course, we can supply energy. There will be energy surplus. We are already experiencing that. But there is no purpose in supplying only in the north. Mr. Lainas. Let me tell an anecdote here about connections, and I want to be thought provocative. The PPA cost will work provided there are no connections. We have sold physical baseload deliveries to Germany originating from Amindeo. The reason for that is that there is no interconnection between Germany and Greece. If that was there, we could not convince the consumer that the capture price in the Greek market could be higher in the next 10 years than in Germany. If we have a connection, then we have a converging price. This could be their argument. Talking about energy, I think we should not be arguing that there could be exports from a more expensive market to a less expensive, much cheaper market. This is certainly a matter of security for energy stability in Greece, but this is no concern for RES developers. They do not deal with that. They do not address that. Cross-border PPAs are something we have to look into going forward because of the big interconnections being scheduled. We watched the presentation, the Greggy presentation. There are other interconnections being planned by ADMIE. Nevertheless, in terms of physical cross-border PPAs, we should look into the rights. Right now, standing at 1 year. If we don't have longer capacity allocation rights, we won't be able to have the physical part at cross-border in the cross-border field. As the previous speaker said, the physical cross-border PPA, something that you would like to hedge as in order to support it as a cross-border PPA, it is very difficult, and this goes hand in hand with the 5 or 7 year allowance scheme. Even if we had these schemes, we would still be confronted with the boundary, with the limit of interconnections. This is a story where, of course, the ESG part is behind there, and this is actually the concept of a swap that is taking the risk on it, rather than a positive cross-border, physical cross-border PPA. This is a relation between the price you can close a PPA and the local prediction of the market. If you are willing to take on this risk, willing to be green, to go green, then of course we can have another discussion. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other comments from the panelists. I think we should thank each and everyone that stayed so late. Thank you. And by having that last session being moderated by the close friend, our collaborator and a very good colleague, we can close the first day of this conference based on your comments. Has been successful so far. Thank you very much for sharing this feedback. We have been discussing over 10 hours, having a lunch break. Those joining us online are in the tune of thousands, and would like to thank them for staying so late. I think this is encouraging also for the people that participated in the last panels, where people in the room are less and less. We start at 9:30 with Giles Dickson, the CEO of Wind Europe, and Alexandra Zduku, the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.